Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. We salute you again. We appreciate your company. Thank you so much for making time to watch Mtembei TV. Today we are celebrating Jesus Christ and his birth, and different response of different people around the world. And so we'll be looking at how was your Christmas. You need to share with us. How did you celebrate? Did you sleep all day? Did you go out? Did you what stopped you from doing what you intended to do? I would want to hear that. And of course, this being a political platform, would want also to hear your views at the current development in our political parties. We seem to have developed a culture of instead of having political parties being permanent, are just vehicles that you use to go to parliament and then dump them and then look for something else. Is that how political parties are to be developed? Or do we have a better way? So wherever you are joining us from, please make haste and get into the studio and let us get talking. The link is right there in the comments. How was your Christmas, and how did you celebrate, or did you boycott the celebrations? We want to know what you think about the same. And then how do you look at the Kenya and its future? Is it promising or is it disappointing? We also want to hear what you think. I appreciate those of you that are joining, working hard to see to it that you're here on time. Please, it is wonderful. Hey, my own sister, how now?
I'm good, my brother. How is you? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Me, I'm fine and looking out to have a conclusion of Christmas the correct way.
I'm also fine.
Only that you cooked chicken today and you did not send the imondo for me. That is a very
if,
serious allegation from our
if
village.
you can do some pangos, I can be very happy. Imagine I haven't cooked anything since morning.
You are not serious. That is not
Serious.
that is not possible.
In fact, Ekesa told me that on Christmas Day he will organize for Nyama Choma. I waited to see the message. I haven't seen. Ekesa,
He's
you
right.
have a debt you have to
He's right
pay.
here. He's right here. Atajitetea mwenyewe. All the same. So how was your Christmas?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Niko mzima nashukuru licha ya hapa na pale, lakini nashukuru Mungu ameniwezesha. Sikujua nitafika, but kwa uwezo wake nimefika.
Okay, thank you very much. On the comment section, Brian Omari, who told you that Jesus was born today, my friend? We didn't say that. We just say we celebrate his birth today. So we don't have to change his date of birth. We celebrate the fact that he was born. Hiyo inatosha. Hiyo ingine ya kutafuta siku, wewe utajikakamua. Kama utapata, utatuambia. Lakini cha muhimu ni kusherehekea kwamba yeye alizaliwa. Kama alizaliwa March, January, February, hiyo sio shida yetu. Kuna siku imetengwa dunia mzima ambayo wanasherehekea kuzaliwa kwa Yesu Kristo. That is where we come from. And I say Mtembei TV, Jesus was not born this day. You guys, siasa mingi. All the same, karibuni sana kwa show. Thank you. Daudi M, karibu sana. Florence Machengo. That sounds like a name from our village. Karibu sana. Bashir, anaitwa nani huyu? Bashiri Muhsin. Karibu kwa show. Gideon Lagat, karibu sana. Thank you very much. We are celebrating the birth of Christ. Tell us how you celebrated from wherever you are in the comment section, or you can get into the studio and let us get talking. So, Mama Mvumilivu.
Yes, my brother. My sister hapa ameniambia nikusalimie. Ndio huyu hapa. Unamuona?
My own sister, how are you there?
I'm good.
You left me now.
Where?
I don't know. You should tell me. Where did you leave me?
I'm here with Angela.
Okay, sawa. You take good care of Angela.
Okay.
We'll come to visit as soon as you confirm Imondo has been cooked. If it's not cooked, we cannot come.
There's nothing like Imondo here.
The Imondo will resurface, don't worry.
As long as tuko wazima Imondo itapatikana.
Sawa. So if you are to change anything on Christmas celebration, which one will that be? Mama will believe.
Yes?
If you are to change anything on Christmas celebration, which one will that be? Swali langu limekwama. George Langat says, I'm watching live from Rumuruti, Laikipia. Thank you very much for continuing to follow. Thank you. We appreciate you. And let's keep talking. Angela, your name is mute. So why are you talking, Amma?
Oh, nime-mute.
Wewe umemute Kizungu wote hatukusikia hata moja.
Hebu rudia swali lako.
Hii Christmas mnataka ibadilishwe ama ibaki hivyo hivyo?
Acha ibaki tu hivyo, tumeizoea hivyo.
Okay. Sawa. Tutarudi ili tuongee masuala ya siasa. Swale, vipi?
Niko poa labda wewe Bernard.
Yaani
Merry
wewe
Christmas.
unataka kumaliza Christmas peke yako tu.
Hapana, si hivyo.
Si unatuita tunasherehekea pamoja.
Sasa wewe unajua uko Nairobi na sisi tuko Ushago, tulikuja Ushago.
Si mnaona mmeniacha taabani, nyinyi mmeenda kukula chakula ambacho kimemba.
Tulitoka na town tukarudi Ushago. Na kaza hii
naona wa junior wako hapo vipi?
wako hapo wananisumbua sana. Mfanye hai, mwambie hai. Hai, sawa.
Thank you. Sawa. So tuambie Christmas vipi Ushago?
Sawa.
Swale, you set your house in order first. Omar, how are you?
Oh, sorry.
Uko ready sahi?
Hello.
Yes, Omar. Karibu.
I think niko ready. Nagojea siasa, nagojea mjadala.
Mjadala wa leo tunaongea kuhusu vyama vyetu vya kisiasa. Ni magari ya kutumia ama ni nyumba ya kuishi ndani?
Tunazungumzia kuhusu vyama. Mimi sina machache ya kuzungumza kwa sababu leo ni nawatakia laheri. Holiday njema.
Thank you.
Kuhusu vyama, kila mtu ana haki kukuwa na chama chake ile anaona atafanya siasa nayo kuhudumia wananchi. Ile kitu tunakataa Kenya ni kukuwa na chama moja kama UDA wanasema international party. Hiyo tulikataa. Hiyo ndio tulitoka kwa Nyayo, na hiyo tulikuwa tunapigana na Nyayo. hiyo italeta udikteta katika Kenya. Watu wanasema international party mara kwanza. Unaona, mkitaka kujua hii nchi vile inaenda, kila siku tunakuwa tunasoma huyu mtu mmoja huyu deputy wetu kuhusu yeye ndo alileta mambo ya Jubilee ikuwe ni international party. Akaona Jubilee imefail, sasa akasema hiyo UDA ikuwe international party, na sisi international itwaje, chama moja, chama baba na mama, hiyo tulikataa. Italeta udikteta, itakosesha watu kukuwa na demokrasia Kenya. Kusema ati DP ile kitu anataka kufanya kama Tanzania, anataka kufanya kama South Africa, anataka kufanya kama Uganda, na hiyo kitu tumekataa, kwa sababu hiyo fikira yake anajaribu haita make it, na watu wameshamjua huyu jamani dictator. Hiyo tu kusema, ukitaka kujua mtu kusema tu anataka chama moja, Wakenya wameshajua huyu ni dictator. Kuna mavitu anataka kufanya alafu adhulumu watu. Hakuna mtu anakubali naye, kwa sababu unaona DP uongea na hasira. Ni kama ile box alikuwa anataka kuingiza watu kwa hiyo box ndani, imeshindikana. Ukiona siasa yake anazungumza na hasira, anazungumza tu unajua, katika hii Kenya tushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kutuletea huyu mzee. Huyu anamuita huyu mzee wa kitandawili. Huyu mzee wa kitandawili ni muhimu katika hii nchi. Yeye ndio amefungua Wakenya macho, na yeye ndio ameambia Wakenya msirudi ile udikteta ya Nyayo, muende mbele. Kila mtu, hata wewe ukitaka leo kufungua chama ya iko na picha ya pusi, fungua. Mtu akitaka chama maybe iko na kikombe, fungua. Hiyo ndio tunasema demokrasia. Lakini kusema ati chama moja, hiyo tunaambia watu wa Yuda ama ni whatever, hiyo tumekataa. Na Kenya itaendelea mbele, na wajinga waliisha. Saa hii wa Kenya wamejua mbinu yoyote DP anataka kufanya hii Kenya. Ndio unaona sasa mzee leo, hata nimefurahi ni kuna poll nimeona katika 54, I think kuna channel inaitwa 54. Hiyo poll mara kwanza nilikuwa naifungua, hata mimi nimeivote leo. Wanasema katika hii Christmas unapenda Raila ama unapenda Ruto. Lakini maajabu, mara kwanza nilivote hiyo poll, Raila alikuwa na 36%. Maajabu leo naangalia Raila ako na 57%. Huyu jamaa ako na 43%. Ni kama amekuja akamvuka. Inashangaza, na anakuwa na shangaa. Yaani sasa hii hii mwaka kuisha, I think wale wafuasi wake pia, hata unasikia huyu mwanamke anaitwa huyu mwanamke anaitwa Ngirishi anataka kwenda dependent party. Ameona hapa kuna udikteta UDA. Obvious hiyo Waigoro atashinda. Waigoro hiyo atamshinda asubuhi na mapema, kwa sababu Waigoro ni kama yuko na DP, kuna ukora hapo ndani. Sasa tunaambia Ngirishi toka hapo uende dependent ujipiganie kivyako. Lakini ikifika mwaka ujao, hiyo plani DP anataka kutuletea hii Kenya, watu watamtoroka. Hiyo ndio naamini. Kuna watu hata wafuasi wake, wale wafuasi wake wanamsupport. Watu sasa wataanza kuona mwangaza, na watu wataanza kumtoroka one by one. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nasema.
Thank you Bwana Omari, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na tuendelee pamoja katika mazungumzo haya. Bashir Hussein Muhsin, asante sana kwa you're watching from Kikuyu Sambezi. Christmas yako kama umekuwa nayo naamini ilikuwa nzuri. Mtandao asante sana. Balikis Mohammed, thank you. Henry Stanley, who amjambo nyote, Merry Christmas to you too. Joy Kirimi, karibu sana, asante. Tuambie Christmas yako imekuwa vipi? Ulisherekea kwa nyumba, kwa bustani ama ushago? Tuambie ulisherekea wapi, tuelewe katika hiyo comments. Thank you Kengo Omwangu on board, Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. Dangan Odhiambo, you are trying to get into the studio. Your device is not well connected. You need to get out and then try again. Make sure that you allow StreamYard to give it full control over your camera, full control over your audio. That's the only time you'll be able to be added on the studio. Sasa hivi haiwezekani. Tunakuondoa kwanza, ujipange alafu urudi baadaye. Na uharakishe, studio itajaa muda si muda. Okay, kabla tusikilize Baba Christmas. Bashiri vipi? Unmute kwanza, unmute.
Hello.
Hello, vipi?
Salama sana, labda kwako.
Salama, tunashukuru. Christmas
iko salama na familia, tumesherehekea vizuri, si mbaya. Nyinyi wote hapa mnapokuona hapo.
Tunashukuru, sisi tumelindwa. Haya, maoni yako?
Maoni yangu ni kwamba chama kimekuwa ni gari cha kupeleka mtu kwenye bunge ama kwenye Senate popote uliko. Na haswa saizi mtu kama wewe saizi, tuseme Bernard, saizi wewe binafsi umechukulia nyumba ni yako, sio? Uwezi kuja kuniambia kwamba utatoka na msimamo fulani utoke alafu mtu akuja kukondoa kwa nyumba yako. Una msimamo kama mwanaume na msimamo kama kiongozi wa nyumba yako. Hasa wewe unajua vipengele vya nyumba yako, unajua nyumba yako inakaa vipi, iko na vitu tofauti kwa nyumba yako, unajua haiwezekani kufanyika. Kidogo nimeona mwenzangu pale anaitwa Omar Odero. Kidogo nina ushawishi fulani amesema kidogo kusema kwamba DP sikatai. Baba mimi nimemsupport kuanzia kitambo tu sana. Nimemvotia niko nyumbani, nimekuja Nairobi bado namsupport. Lakini isikuwe ni ubinafsi kwamba una uwezo unakuja kuongea kitu kwamba mara chama fulani nakuja kuondoa huko, hapana. Kitu kama DP nasema kila mtu ako na uwezo wake kufanya kitu fulani. Na kama ni DP amekuja yeye na watu wake. Haswa mimi naweza sema hivi. UDA ni chama. Na ambapo sisi wote tumekuja pale tunajua unavotia nani, na hatuvotii mtu sababu ya chama. Tunavotia mtu kufuatana na nini? Kazi ameitufanyia sisi. Kama nimeongea vibaya pale mtu atanikosoa tu. Ambapo kitu fulani hapo Odero wewe umekosea kidogo hapa. Wewe chama kama saizi siwezi kuja kucontrol, siwezi nikakuja kwako nika kucontrol. Uko na power kwa nyumba yako. Na kwa kawaida mwanaume unajiamini. Chama ni chama tu, unaweza kuwa ODM, ukuwe UDA, ukuwe maybe KANU ama Jubilee. Kwa saizi vyama ni vingapi? Viwili. 2022 tuko na vyama viwili. Farasi ni wangapi? Raila na Ruto. Raila akuja ashinde, tunampatia asante. Akubali pia ameshindwa. Ruto akikubali pia ameshindwa, akubali ameshindwa. But kuna pingamizi na kuja katikati. Mimi mwenyewe sikatai, niko ndani ya UDA na niko pale hivyo, tusiwezi kataa. Unaona? Na siwezi kwamba nikaona kwamba baba ameshinda nisema baba hajashinda tu okay maybe furugu fulani pale penye tuko. Haswa penye mimi niko katikati ya Wakikuyu, ambapo tuko wengi sana. Wallahi naweza sema hivi. Ukija kutembea kama saizi mbunge wa Kikuyu Kimani Ichung'wah, ana uzoefu mwingi sana, ameongea vitu vingi ambapo tunakuja kuangalia ndani, unaona yeye atasimama na chama chake na watu wake. Kama watamkataa tu, wapigie mtu mwingine. Hauwezi kuja kuambia mtu nipigie sababu niko UDA na niko na deputy president karibu na. Huwezi kuja control watu. Ni wewe ukuwe na msimamo, umefanyia watu nini kutoka kitambo, ulikuja ukaingia kwenye kiketi. Unaona? So
Bashiri kwa madai yako ambayo umesema kwamba chama ni nyumba na kila nyumba iko na msimamizi wake na hawezi kuja kumcontrol kwake. Hiyo yote ni kweli kama unazungumzia kuhusu nyumba yako ama nyumba yako.
Ndio.
Lakini ukifika kwa chama cha kisiasa
ndio
hakiko chini ya sheria ya nyumba yako.
Sio okay, hapo nakuelewa.
Ngoja nimalize alafu tajibu. Kila chama hapa Kenya kinaundwa kulingana na katiba ya Kenya. So umiliki wa vyama unatokana, sio mtu mmoja. Umiliki wa vyama unatokana na Wakenya, na Wakenya wanakuwa ruled na constitution. So sisi tukianza kukosoa chama, tunakosoa kulingana na chama vile kipo tofauti na constitution. Okay? Kwa sababu hawezi kuwa na chama Kenya ambacho kinaongozwa na sheria ya Uganda ama sheria ya China. Lazima kiwe chini ya sheria ya Kenya.
Nakusikia.
So kama sheria ya Kenya na sheria constitution ina recognize kwamba Kenya itakuwa multi-party state.
Yes.
Alafu chama kina msimamo kinyume na vyama vingine. So uone hiyo inaenda kinyume na katiba.
Okay, mimi sijakataa chochote hapo. Unajua inaenda na kinyume na katiba ndio. Lakini tusilete malalamishi kwamba chama fulani ama kimeleta kiko upande mwingine. Uwezi kama saizi uwezi kuja kuleta masharti za Uganda ama Tanzania ukaleta Kenya. Unaona? Mpaka pia asikize
unaona kwenda kinyume na katiba ni jambo ndogo.
Unaona?
Kinyume na katiba ni jambo dogo.
Okay, hapo hivi ndakubali itakoselewa ndio. Lakini pia watu wasikize kwanza maoni ya kila mtu. Unajua, unaona hivyo? Mimi sijakataa Mtembe hivyo unasema. Nakubali kila kitu unachokisema hivyo tu. Sijaanza kukufuatilia saizi, nimeanza kukufuatilia kitambo. Ni ile live sijai kuja live. But nakufuatilia mpaka umalize show yako, nafuatilia kila siku. Ndio naweza kuambia wacha UDA ikuje pambane na nafasi yake. ODM ipambana kazi yake, nafasi yake. Itakayoshinda tukubali hivyo tu. Mimi naweza sema hivyo. Lakini tusiweke
kwa maoni yako. Natumai umemaliza, tuende kwa mwingine.
Ndio.
Thank you. Omar, uko na response?
Mimi kulingana na ndugu yangu huyo amenijibu, anaitwa ni Bashir kama hiyo. Kuhusu mimi kutoa hiyo mada kuhusu vyama, sijaminisha ati na attack mtu fulani. Hii ni kuminisha vile agenda ya chama fulani vile iko. Mfano kila mara tukisikia wafuasi wa deputy president wanasema mtu akikuja UDA, hata deputy president tumeshaye kumsikiza vile alikuwa anazungumza, mtu akikuja kwa UDA akuje kwa jina ya UDA, asikuje ati coalition ama akuje na pati yake, akuje kwa jina ya UDA, kwa sababu unaona hiyo inaleta mgogoro mpaka watu wake, watu kama Moses Kuria na huyu Mwangi Kinjuri wamesema hapana, hiyo italeta udikteta, kwa sababu ukikuwa nimekubaliana na ndugu yangu anasema ukikuwa kwa nyumba ya mtu hauwezi ukaileta sheria zako. Hiyo nimekubali, kwa sababu hiyo unaona Deputy President anasema mtu akikuja hakuje kwa jina ya hiyo yani chama yake UDA peke yake, yani asikuje kwa jina lingine. Unaona hiyo, hata akifinyiliwa ndani hata kuwa anazungumza itakuwa inaleta shida. Alafu kitu ingine kuhusu akila Mwangi Kinjuri na huyu Moses Kuria kuform chama zao, waliona hapa itakuja katika future itakuja kuleta shida, kwa sababu already umeshaambia hao watu ukiingia ndani ukuje kwa chama langu, usikuje kwa jina ya chama ingine. Sasa hao ndio ukaona walikaa kando na chama chao, wakaona hii ni udikteta. Alafu kitu la mwisho kuhusu vyama zile ziko Kenya saa hii, hakuna mtu ameambiwa aingie kwa chama ya mtu, na lazima kila mtu ako na demokrasia. Vile nimetoka kuzungumza, mtu ako na right, akitaka kuform chama chake anaona iko freedom, anakuja anasikizana na mwenzake, maybe ile chama kubwa wanasikizana na ile agreement, yani akikaa ndani, yani ile muungano anajisikia yani yuko safe, si ile amefinyiliwa ndani. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Okay, thank you. I think that settles that. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Wekesa, alafu ndo tuendelee na hiyo mkururo. Wekesa, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to all Kenyans. Mimi ndio
Christmas. Tuko tayari kuipokea.
Na represent Baba Sanda. Nilimuona Kisumu. Na sisi ndio Azimio. Kenye baba anafanya tunafanya. Au sio? Yes.
Jeshi la baba.
Jeshi la baba, hatubanduki. Tuko ICU na bato tunafanya tweeting, tuna tweet.
You have started again. I thought we finished this thing yesterday.
Meona breaking news tushatoka ICU. Mimi nikashangaa, hawa ni Simon Makonde ama nini? Kidogo umeenda ICU, kidogo umetoka ICU. Kidogo umechukua selfie. Hey, my friend.
Point of order. Bana.
What is EWG wewe? Utaki watu watulia ICU.
Angela mvumilivu, amuvumilia hata kukaa ICU kwa hapa mnatoka. Sikia.
Hata stories za ICU. Mimi Wekesa stories za ICU sijui. Mimi nimengojea Christmas gift na wewe unaniambia stories za ICU. Hizo ni vitu zenye mimi sijui.
Sikiza kwanza. Jamaa macho aioni, kidogo ndio huyu Ichungu anasema umefika 1 million views. Jamaa anaangalia.
Akiwekesa wewe.
Using the same eye. Kwanza Wekesa uache kutype, vidole zitakonda.
Mumefanya hata sijaenda Christmas bwana.
Bana leo ni Christmas, akina Wekesa sijui wamekunywa nini leo.
Si tumelewa na Christmas ndio tunaongea.
Watatuambia wacha muda.
Wekesa upunguze kutype. after 2 minutes vidole zitakonda nani.
I don't even control those accounts. Sijui ni nani huwa na ninatafuta secretary.
Ni kweli.
Okay. By the way, today missing the agenda, I'm just wishing Kenyans Merry Christmas.
Mimi nangojea gift. Acha kusema una agenda, mimi nangojea gift ya Christmas.
Gift siniliwapatia nini opportunity kwa page mupange mahali tunakula nyama mkashindwa.
Mimi si kuona ukiwa umenitag ninge propose mahali, lakini mimi niliona tu mimi na Bernard umetuacha nje, umepropose Jet na nani.
But as things are unfolding, watu wa UDA tuwezi kula nyama na nyinyi. You can abduct us. You can abduct us to unknown places. We don't want.
Wekesa. Wacha kuchoma bana. Hakuna ku abduct mtu bana. Wacha kuchoma. Kama ni nyama wacha wakule tu. Hiyo vitu vingine tutafanya baadaye bana.
Okay, if you are sure as we are safe, we can tuangushe nyama tukule bwana.
Remember, all of us are Kenyans. You are my brother by the way. We can meet anyone, we can discuss kila kitu tu. So hivi vitu vingine atumuta analeta kwa black mwingine. Yeye hakuna. Weka chama kando, watu kama ni nyama kule.
Bashir.
Bashir
huyo jamaa mwenye alifinywa na Uganda. Huyo mwenye alifinywa na Uganda.
WG. Skiza. WG hakuna hivyo. Okay, ni sawa tu, washa mute ni sawa.
Tukubaki kama nyama. Christmas ishapita. Sasa mpange New Year.
Haya basi.
Na watu wa Azimio tukutane
katika
Azimio la umoja. Yes. Lakini sasa hivi wacha tuongee Christmas imekuaje.
Bernard, I will contribute later. Za hizi wacha nicheke tu kwanza.
Ni nini umekula? Leo chenye umekula mimi hapana. Sikuoni poa.
Wekesa na choma.
Ninyi mwacheni kufikiria Reverend. Huyo Reverend achakula kitu kali. Yeye yuko tu sawa. Ni chai nyingi atakunywa.
Tuendelee mbele. Tukianza hivyo tutamaliza.
Twende kwa Vincent.
Wewe tunasherehekea Christmas, ni kucheka tu.
Hey, good evening everybody.
Good evening. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas too.
You are celebrating from where?
We're just now waiting for New Year. It's about mebaki tu siku machache. Sawa, unajua Christmas already imeisha. Wekesa naona amevaa tu kofia hapo, nataki hata naona mama mvumilivu anamwambia mambo ya gift, hataki hata kujibu. Anasema sije aliandika tu hapo. So sije
kwa vilemba. Waswahili hujuana kwa vilemba, usiingilie kati ya hayo maneno.
Ni kama alienda kachukua ile ya baba. Baba alitoa akaenda kachukua.
Wewe ndio hutaki kutupatia location, inaonekana hauko nyumbani. Wewe Vincent hutaki kutupatia location ya celebration. It seems you are not.
Mimi nani Bernard?
Yes.
Mimi nilicelebrate jana. Mimi yangu nilicelebrate jana. Sasa ngoja wacha kuna celebration nyingine tarehe 31. Sasa hiyo ukuje.
Ile tulitangaza jana. Hiyo niko ndani.
Wachana hiyo. Mimi unajua mimi yangu mimi huwa na celebrate na mostly orphanage. Huwa naenda orphanage. So like jana nilikuwa na celebrate na kids of dream. Ndio jana nilikuwa na celebrate nao. So kuna ingine 31st Baraka orphanage Kayole. Sasa hiyo kuja tutaenda.
Haya, ukinibook mapema.
Already nimesha kubook.
That is not booking. This is just gossip.
That's not booking.
Yes, you must make it official.
Okay, I'll make it official then. So, wacha nichangie kidogo. Hii mambo yetu hii mambo ya Kenya. Kenya Christmas, hiyo mambo ya Kenya Christmas celebration already tumemaliza. Sasa tukiangalia hii mambo ya political parties, tukiangalia hii mambo ya, unajua jamaa anataka aturudishe nyuma, na hiyo mambo ya kuturudisha nyuma naye hatutakubali. Juu yeye mwenyewe huwa kila time huwa analia ati umenifukuza, sijui hata wacha tuanze na KANU. Alianza sijui umenifukuza KANU, mkanifukuza ODM, mkanifukuza tena URP, mkanifukuza Jubilee. Sasa hii ndio yako UDA. Sasa hii UDA sijui tena nani atamfukuza UDA. Na URP yeye mwenyewe ndiye alijifukuza. URP alisema sijui mlete chama tuweke pamoja. Sasa hii naona ile mkono yake alienda kapiga, sijui ile mkono ilikonga yake peke yake ilienda kangolewa. Sasa hiyo mambo ya nini, yeye ndio aache kutupeleka hiyo mambo ya kuturudisha nyuma, tutaki, tunataka tuendelee mbele. Yenye hata sisi pia ikifika by hivyo sisi naye chama yetu naye ni moja. Ni ile ODM ndio tuko hapo. Na sasa hii ODM tuko under azimio la umoja. Hapo ndio tuko. Na vile Basir alisema ati farasi ni wawili. Farasi ni wawili, lakini out of 2 farasis tunajua farasi mmoja ndio tunajua. Hii farasi nyingine naona mguu yake ikatu hapa mbele. So DP atulie mambo ya kuambia watu sijui ukitaka sijui kujoin, ati ukitaka kujoin party yake unaachana na yako unaenda una join yake, hiyo achana nayo. Aruhusu wa Kenya wakuwe na vile akina baba walisema that we have to, Kenya is a multipartyism country where even you Basir tomorrow unaweza amka uende uanzishe chama yako. Na si ukianzisha chama yako ukienda hata kwa DP unamwambia mimi nimekuja hapa tuandikane memorandum but iko hivi, mimi utanipatia share yangu tukipata uongozi. Si ati ukienda unavunja chama yako alafu at the last minute hiyo chama yako inaenda napotea hivyo. Angalia URP Basir, wacha nikwambie, angalia URP sahi pale iko. Hata DP mwenyewe hata aoti URP ati kulikuwa na chama kingine ilikuwa inajiita URP, ilikuwa na alama nyingine ya inaitonga aje hii horn. Alama yake ilikuwa ya horn. Hata aoti ati nilikuwa na chama kama hicho. Na inatakikana anafaa fikirie that hii mambo ya chama moja ni mbaya. Haingekuwa mambo ya multiparties, hata hii UDA. Hata hii UDA siji kama ni yake Bernard, hii UDA ni yake ama ni ya nani Wekesa? Hii UDA ni ya nani? Juu UDA pia si yake. Ataanza kulia hapa sijui mnanifukuza, mnanifuata UDA pia mnataka kunifukuza. UDA si yake. Hiyo hapa ameenda tu hapo sijui nini. UDA si yake. Alikuwa anataka kubadilisha, alikuwa anataka
ni ya Tuju. Imeazimwa kwa Tuju. Imeazimwa kutoka kwa Tuju.
UDA si yake. Alienda Kansas zingine sijui Jubilee Sili sijui ilienda wapi. Sasa acha na hiyo mambo ya nini. Atulize boli. Basi rambieni huu mkubwa wenyu atulize boli. Baba ni mkubwa. Ajue baba huwezi changanisha. Baba utampiga lakini ile njia atarudi nayo atakupiga wewe mwenyewe hadi urudi useme hapana. Wacha niache na huyu jamaa. So Bernard tu ndio naweza sema kwa sasa. I just wish our fans, our followers for Mtembei TV, those who normally attend the live, now I wish them a happy Christmas and a happy New Year in advance.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. We appreciate your contribution. You are free to air your views. Just make sure that they are civil. There is Kirui Cheriot. And then Langat Kimtai. Wacha kuita watu wa Jaluo tafadhali kwa page. It's uncalled for. If you're here to profile people, we'll show you the door because we are not here to profile people. Kama uko na shida ya Wajaluo nilikutuma jana. Okay? Kuna Luo elders, kuna government offices where you can report the Luos and then sort out your difference from there, not on this platform. and you know, branding people as Wajaluo, Waluya, Wakale. Sasa, what are you looking for? Oh, you want me to show you the door? Just give me a minute, you will see. Leo ni Christmas, nilikuwa nimekuja tu kucheka. Sasa mmeanza kunikasirisha. Now, this platform is open to all, but you're not free to do anything here. You must remain within the required boundaries. We cannot tolerate that. So if you cannot stand Luos, shift from Kenya, because Luos are not going anywhere. And they are all over the world. I don't know which country you will go where there are no Luos. All the best anyway. WG, Karib.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. Some of these people, you know, they can't comprehend what is being discussed here. That's why they resort to those kind of juvenile, those kind of things. So we just ignore them. Anyway, people really want to hate UDA with the political parties, but I thought we need to make it more serious and more helpful and resourceful to the people who are following. I would have requested that we leave partisan kind of approach for a while, unless it's necessary, and then that will give us enough room to actually look into details the essence of political parties. What are the origin? How did it start, and where we are as Kenyans with the political parties, and where we are headed to? Because I find this is where we really go wrong. We really go wrong as a country, because most of us, especially those people who enter into politics and call themselves leaders, they themselves do not know the essence of political parties. How is it functioning? What is the reason why they are there? And that is a very important. It's a very important question to us even today, because number one, when you look at those mature democracies, political parties are supposed to be they are representing some various demographic groups in a country, whereby you will find that in Germany we have some Christian Democrats. They are known by their names. Then we have parties like Social Democrats. We have Democrats in America, and we have the Republicans, where their values, the political parties define the values of those people behind them. In Kenya today, I don't think our approach towards political parties are in those lines. We form political parties majorly, the way I'm seeing, majorly because we want to do businesses. There are businesses where someone may just, especially when in the when we entered, multi-party in those early ages, many people came up and registered those political parties, not because they had any principles that would guide them, but it was because, let me have this so that I can trade with it. That's the reason why you find that someone has registered a party, but he has given it to someone else, and went again, registered another one, which is also distributed to another fellow. So people have been playing around with this, with the political parties. But where we need to take it serious is that, do you know that in the absence of these political parties, then we would be having these violent groups, the Oromo Liberation Movement, the Mau Mau, all those kind of things. So political parties at one point replaced those militant groups, whereby people would sit down on the tables and negotiate on how they would want to peacefully govern themselves and relate to each other. So in Kenya today, if we could find a way of knowing the true meaning of political parties, then we would be talking about people, small democratic groups coming together and seeking to safeguard their interests through these political parties. It doesn't matter whether those political parties enter or grab power or get power. Even in the absence of power being in their hands, they can still advance their interest in parliament when they are making laws. That would be so much, relevant to even the people who like the pastoralists, when they formed that other group that was formed by Ukuru Yatani today. So those were to advance the interest of pastoralists and others. We may have even business people also forming their political group, so that when they get to parliament, when people are discussing laws, their economic or commercial interests can be can be looked into. They can see to it that it is highlighted when laws are made. So that should be the essence of political parties. But in Kenya today, I'm seeing that people have put it aside and replaced it with tribal interests. That this is a party for this the lawyers, that is ANC. Now the lawyers must just be So in the absence of the lawyers, what else does the political party bring to us? Also, and so this UDA is for this kind of groups. So it doesn't help. I'm asking now, we as Kenyans, we should go back and understand political parties so that we may use them in the right way. That reason is what we missed, and that is the reason why we've not fully raped from the multipartism since the death of Kanu, So because we were so excited about the death of Kanu that we refused to probe what role these political parties should help Kenyans with. I think so far that is what I had to say about it. I guess, is Bernard still there? Unless if someone has a question.
Oh, Bernard hayuko?
Ni kama ametoka, anafikirianga ninaenda mpaka arudi. But we've nowadays learned to summarize some of this.
Okay. Yeah, any rebuttal, Bashir? Unajua, you are the one representing Team ICU.
Unmute, Bashir. Unmute.
You are on mute.
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, proceed
Yes.
now.
Okay, Wekesa, hiyo mtu hata okay ishafanyika, tuwezi rudi tena na nyuma. Unaona? Na kama kwa ICU ama alitoka, tunajua ashatoka, na kwa saizi hakuna mwana anaenda kumuona. Unaona? Is only maybe ni okay, Hustler Clark ndiye anaenda pale akamuona peka hivyo tu. Unaona? So hiyo tuweke tu kando. So nini WG sicheke sana. Tunajua unakuja na zako. Najua tu.
Ati nani anaweza kumuona?
Okay, that is in hustle. Okay, Clark tu ndio anaweza fika pale akamuona, lakini hao watu wengine huwezi kumfikia.
Sasa mimi kama mwanahabari nataka kuwrite hiyo story. Siwezi ruhusiwa kumhoji.
I know how you can just find that. And hiyo kazi unajua vile unaweza find out. Hiyo tulia tu Bernard, hiyo kazi unajua. Hiyo ni kazi yako tu. Because being a professional unajua tactics za kuingia mahali. Unaona?
Okay.
Yes.
Hapo kwa sababu nikifuata tutaingia babaya. Sitaki saa leo ni Christmas. Mahala vipi?
Okay.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I've just come in.
Merry Christmas, Mala.
Yes. Merry Christmas too.
Sasa mtungi wa muziki ndio hujafikisha. Sasa Christmas haiko.
Don't worry. Future is pride, man. I think we have less than 8 months. Kila mtu atapata muziki.
8 months.
Everyone will get music in the next 9 months.
Hiyo yako inakaa kama kusema na kutenda.
God is good.
Hiyo ni kusema na kutenga, wacha kutenda.
Kwani unafikiria fish itatufikia kweli? Will you be able to feed all of us with fish? No, we will feed you with milk.
The fish is worldwide.
No. We'll feed you with milk, my brother. Moi alijaribu in 1978. And I believe you are the product of milk. Yeah.
Sawa. So Christmas vipi, vyama vipi?
No, things are okay. Things are getting now better. And the Hustler Nation, I think now things are getting better. It's only unfortunate that the Hustler team, the handshake, I think attempted to finish one of us, but God is there. God is there.
But this one you're calling one of yours seems to be leaving more questions than answers. Na kila mtu akitoka huko kena akisema statement moja inatuacha tu na maswali.
Abana, I'm just get it from me. You know, when I speak, I know what I'm talking about. You see the handshake using the leg of Kipicho, the Matiangi, the Inspector General, all those guys. Don't worry. God is with us.
But why would they be looking for his life?
My friend, you know the guy called Dennis Itumbi? I think the person who understands the guy is this guy, the president of Kenya, called Uhuru Kenyatta. And I think he came to know him during the ICC. If you can remember. So let's not discuss much about Itumbi now. Let's wish him the best. And we are going to transfer him to Aga Khan Hospital, and I believe it's going to get better. And things will be okay.
Point of order.
WG, what is it?
I tend to think that let us not reduce this forum today to discuss Itumbi. I think the topic for today is much more important than individuals. So let us just concentrate here, because when we begin delving into that, then, or we just make it about discussing Itumbi, then we we will be fine. I'm suggesting that we restrict ourselves in today's topic.
Bernard, I think you better guide the guy. That was my contribution. And it is my right to mention.
I think current affairs are always unapitia. Okay, we are not
Unapitia
topic, but it is trending in everybody's mind.
I think the guy is just shaking. You know, when I mentioned the handshake, I think I mentioned his man, the Raila Odinga, who is going to lose in 2022. And that's why all the time I mention Raila, he panics. So tell him to relax. Masiwa inakuja. Thank you.
Oh, no problem, no problem. Thank you, Mala. So
Mala mi nauliza na hii maziwa simtupee tukule sahi baada ndo tungoje. Unajua tukingoja sana matumbo inaumia.
Wacha tukalie.
Ngoja uumiza matumbo.
Akas is not far. Let's relax.
Wanatenga, wanazidi kutenga.
Then I ask permission to ask Mala a few questions. Kindly.
No, I'm not ready for questions. I'm not ready for questions now.
Not ready for questions. but me, Mala, I'm going to ask you.
Let us focus on today's topic.
We proceed. I will have asked you several questions.
I knew it's going to end up there. All the same, guys. Let's make progress. We are a multi-party state, and so political parties remain the major stakeholders in our political operations. But it appears to me that they are the weakest link in the political arena, despite the fact that they are the main stakeholders. We have reduced political parties into vehicles we just use to get to a location and then we dump them. What are we doing wrong? How do we make it right? Because we can't be a multi-party state with no political parties or with weak political parties. That is one of the things that I want us to look at. And then generally looking at the state of the nation, how do you project? Is Kenya's future promising or disappointing? Let's dive into that instead of us diverting and getting into personalities. Although one of the things that makes political parties weak is when they turn into personality property. Wekesa, wewe ndio unaanza manani?
Sorry, I was answering someone mwenye ako na problem na device yake connecting. Ulikuwa umesema nini? Repeat the question.
The political we being a multi-party state, political parties are the main stakeholders of our political operations as a country. But yes, on the other hand, it appears it is the weakest link in the political process because we don't have strong political parties. Political parties have been reduced into vehicles you just use to get from one place to another, and that is all. So what is it that is making political parties, being the main stakeholders of political issues, are still the weakest link in this entire process?
Thank you for that question. Bernard, I will say that in Kenya, we are deliberate in what we are doing. We have realized that for us to survive in politics, we don't have to develop institutions and give them a life of their own. And so most of this you call political parties, actually, like you have said, it are just but vehicles to capture power. But when you talk about UDA, it's about one William Samoei Ruto, when you talk about ODM, it's one Raila Odinga. When you talk about Jubilee, it is Uhuru Kenyatta. So our politicians have not given time to develop this institution called political parties. So anytime we want to give time so that we can create more laws that can protect political parties so that they can out-exist the makers of those parties, those who benefit from that quagmire, they want it to remain the way it is. For me, they normally say constitution are made out of crisis, and in time of crisis, that's when you can establish a nation. So as much as UDA may not like what is happening, but for me, this coalition bill is an opportunity even for them, because one, the sanity that needs to be done. So instead of just opposing, for me, they would have looked for proposals that they can put in that bill so that they strengthen political parties. One of the advantages that we have in that bill is that we will not be having like coalitions coming together, but other parties are the mercy of one party. Like the case where ODM was by maybe charity, share money with ANC and this other one is Wiper and Fort Kenya. The coalition bill could have given them that power, could have given them the allocation for the money if at all they go into that coalition. So that is a step forward, because what we want to rely on is institutional democracy. We don't want individual democracy. We like Baba, he has brought democracy. But the question most people are asking, actually, Baba is ako kwa kipindi ya lala salama. If Raila Odinga is not in Kenya, so where do we look for? If we build strong institutions, then we will not have a problem whether Raila Odinga is there or not. Our democracy thrives on. On the other side, we have a people who seem to be have enjoyed the days when one party was powerful. It used to be called KANU ni chama ya baba na mama. They tried Jubilee to be Jubilee ni chama ya baba na mama, ikakataa. So anataka UDA iturudishe kwa the days of baba na mama. So when you are in that party, it's only one person that yeye ndio kusema, the rest of you are puppets. We should not go there. So we must make a deliberate attempt to give political parties the autonomy. Another thing that comes out strongly for me is punishing the rebellious people in parties. This bill seeks to cure that. For example, today, Aisha Juma is an ODM member, but strongly an UDA supporter. In the coalition bill, if you strongly support the cause of another party, you are deemed to have defected to that party. I think that introduces political hygiene, such that if you want to advocate for the policies of UDA, then achana na ODM and the UDA. If you cannot be a member of Jubilee and you are the one every day standing in a rally and saying that Jubilee is dead. So if Jubilee is dead, the ones in a coffin, are they alive? These people who are the members of Jubilee themselves earn a salary based on Jubilee. They are standing on podium and telling us that Jubilee is dead. So the ones in the coffin, are they alive? They need to tell us that. So that is what we need to cure. And if we can divorce 2022 politics and talk about the political parties bill, the coalition parties bill, it is a gain. So whether UDA will lose or win 2022, but they should see that they have developed their party they are trying to nurture. It will have laws that will shield it. It will have laws that will anger it. And in the future, if they want to enter, for example, they are quoting ANC, Musalia Mudavadi. And ANC seems to be a very weak party. In fact, apart from the boss himself and the soloist Malalamiko Clovers, and this other one, Naito Nani Agoy, I don't see any other person. So if he wants to have a coalition with the UDA, then he will be secure under that coalition party's bill. But if he goes alone just on the goodwill, he will just see the mademons that were there in 2013. Let the laws support him. Let the laws protect him.
These people don't want laws so that they can see Mademon. Where there's law, they cannot see Mademon. So what they're advocating for is an opportunity to escape from a commitment when the time has elapsed. The person they were quoting has gotten into the box and he cannot get out, because even if he gets out, it doesn't make any difference. So wanamuacha kwa mata. I think introduction of law into the engagement between political parties is a right step forward, and everybody in their right senses should support that. And whoever sees that as a weapon against an individual, interpretation, we always say in preaching that mine is to preach, interpretation is yours. How you take it, it's upon you. But I will do my best to see to it that I present whatever that I need to present. So weaponizing everything that goes on in government or in parliament is not the healthy way of building a nation, in my opinion. Henry Stanley, you've been trying to get in. I hope you are now stable. Unmute and talk to us. Henry Stanley, you unmute on your screen and then speak up.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm doing good. I think it might be evening, it might be morning, wherever you are. I greet you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Hey, jambo bwana, nimeona Wakenya sasa ni kama wengine tumetoka ile wakati wa analog, sasa tumefika digital. Yeah, I can contribute on the side of politics, as we have been saying, and I've been watching, I've been looking at what the candidates are saying on the platforms, but this is in my view. Let's face the reality. Raila Odinga, I will just talk about maybe Raila Odinga, and before the Nyayo era, we had the Nyayo chambers, whereby one party system, you were not able to open your mouth. Now we are being driven there because more used to say Kavira Mulivyo, and UDA is leading us to go there, because when they say party moja, and that's where we had a problem. Raila has fighted for this. Everybody has that opportunity to feel, to air his views, like now we are doing. So much has been done by this leader, and all of those leaders are leaders. But what they cannot be 100% perfect. Even Raila is not perfect. But even in exam, you cannot, all of us, we can't be like A's, we can't get A's. Some get A up to E. So Raila has scored A. That's a reality. We have to accept it. Nobody is perfect. Some people have weaknesses. So when you are telling Huda, okay, look at the lies. Look, when we are talking of somebody looking for leadership, we look at the previous. Tusisema ati society aliyopita. Kama unadanganya, you just lie. You lie today, tomorrow you say this is going to be done. This, like one of you say, you are just saying that you say Jubilee is dead, and kama nyumba yako useme sina pipi na huko na watoto, ni kama unakana watoto wako. So when somebody say that, you know what, Jubilee imekufa na wewe umekuwa hapo, whatever, kama ni failure sema tulianguka hapa, sasa we can rekebisha. Sio ati mimi nimefanya hii, hujafanya hiyo. Okay, I see people dishing money. Why can't that money be used for madawa ya hospitali? You give money to individuals, some 1, 2, 3 people who are just talking good of you somewhere. Somebody talks something against you, a leader you must accept anything. What unaangewa vizuri ama ni mabaya, that's a leader. Usione mtu akikutusi Raila amefumilia hata anatusiwa, nasema okay, that's fine. Unaona leo, and Raila is the only one who has stood with this party. Hata ukitoka nasema tu wewe enda, ukirudi anasema wewe rudi. Lakini wengine huyo kwa UDA ameruka party ngapi? Sasa hakuna, is like uvae nguo leo ya Christmas, kesho haitakuwa Christmas. So let us not cheat people. Kuambia sasa tuko sisi tutatengeneza hii. Do it from now. Actions speaks louder than words. Sasa kutuambia sisi tutafanya hii, na hao watu wanaenda kwa deputy president. Deputy president constructively mzuri, but actions hakuna. Hiyo ndio shida yako nayo. So kutuambia tutakuja msiwa, okay, that's good. Moja alikuwa anasema kaa vile mlivyo. Ukiingia is like we are being taken back. Tuangalie, mimi hata yoyote mwenye anataka kuwa president, sitaki kujua ametoka wapi. All I need is development of our country. Look at the time Raila alikuwa na Kibaki. Dora ilikuwa 62, 63, 64. Now it's double. Amefanya nini kwenda juu? Walifanya nini? Kwa hiyo angetuelezea sisi tukiwa kwa serikali, Dora yetu imeenda juu sababu sisi tumeleta pesa. Ndio hiyo sasa anapatia wananchi. People don't have even chumvi. Hata kibiriti anaenda kilomita moja kuasima moto sababu it cannot afford. Sababu yani, na hii pesa kama anasema yeye anastara kutengeneza pesa kupatia watu, kwa nini asiwaambie vile wanatengeneza pesa badala ya kuwadanganya? Amekuja kwa tuseme kwa kanti yangu niko na chama cha pikipiki ama mkokoteni, watu ni 500 ama 1000, amepatia milioni 1. In this county kuna kura milioni, tuseme kuna milioni 100,000, lakini ametoa watu 500 kuonyesha what, that's a show. Hakuna kusaidia hapo, that's a show, apate uongozi. So we don't want that kind of leadership. Wale ambao wanapiga makofi ni vile wanapatiwa pesa wapiga makofi. So even you right now, nikikwambia nimekupatia Mercedes, nimekupatia hii, utaweza kunishifu. Sasa hii nikuje Kenya, siko Kenya sasa hii. But nikuje niseme okay, niko na pesa mingi. Hata yeye watamwacha wanifuate. We are not for that. We are out for development. Kama ni shule, angeenda hiyo pesa angetumia kwenda kujenga hospitali mahali, aenda ajenge kanisa mahali, aweke maji mahali. Sasa watu wanalia njaa na yeye anasema kuna pesa. Na hiyo pesa isitumie kwa hiyo miradi kama hiyo. Parapara, kama ni parapara, ajenge parapara, sio pesa ya serikali. Asema amefanya hii. Hiyo inatuonyesha kwamba kama anasema hatuwezi kuchenga kwa sababu you did not support me. Nilisikia wakati walikuwa na ufumbuzi wa PPI, one of the leaders from late MP alisema, somebody commented na akasema otherwise you are from not walikuwa parliament, otherwise you are from Sumara community, you can't have a leader from there. Sasa such kind of remarks, na one of the allies wake alisema tukichukua uongozi mtaona such threats. Na kila mahali wakisimama ni Raila, na Raila akiwacha sasa aulize agenda wako na gani? Kama Raila aseme mimi I'm not fine for presidency, so any platform wakisimama Raila, anyway Raila watu wako wamefanya hii, hiyo ni agenda, itasaidia sisi nini? Kenya tunaangamizwa, lakini watu, you know, you cannot use money kuninunua mimi. Wakati wetu hata yeye utatoka, watoto watu watapaki aje? Can we ask ourselves hiyo swali? Sio eti sasa sisi ndio tunaangoja, sisi ndio hii kupatia watu okay, decoration si nguo, sio, that's not what you want. Hata hiyo pesa ya kupatia watu nguo saidi. Sai COVID iko, hiyo pesa angesema okay, kama ndio imeshindwa, mimi nimetoa hizi pesa, madawa iende mpaka mashinani huko, magari itumie equipment ya kuchukua madawa ya COVID vaccines mpaka kwa sasa. Usituambie Raila leo ni mganga, Raila leo ni kitendawili, Raila leo amekuja kafanya, na yeye tukisema amefanya nini? Sasa hiyo itasaidia Wakenya nini? Hiyo vitina yao wako nayo waweke kando. Sisi tunataka kama ni viongozi, if they say Kenya is bigger than an individual, then we should see that from them. Sure, Kenya is bigger than them, but they are bigger than Kenya from their actions. We don't want to see that. I'm saying this, and I'm requesting you guys, Minajua, your friends, tell them the truth. Mimi, I don't care. I appreciate so much Mzee Kibaki na Raila during that time. Hata sahi umeunganishwa stima. I used more than 30,000 as a bribe ipate hiyo stima. Sasa is it free? So lies, mimi kama ningekuwa na opportunity tukae na yeye aniulize maswali na mimi nimuulize maswali, nimwambie ukweli. You are lying. You are lying to Kenyans. Hata hiyo sio, hata viongozi wengine wanasema okay, me I appreciate, kama ningetoa shukurani ningeambia Raila hata hakuna haja ya kura, wangeambia yeye msee yale hata hiyo kuongea wanaongea ni sababu ya Raila, lakini wanamtusi. Wakati wa Moi ongea hivyo, uchukue Nyayo Chambers. Sasa hii Raila unaona macho mmoja karibu ilitolewa. But this guy amekuwa akienjoy. Kama yeye anaweza kusaidia Raila akuwe prime minister, asaidie nani akuwe president Uhuru, kwa nini yeye anashindwa kujisaidia mwenyewe akuwe president? Si kama ako na hiyo nguvu mwenyewe ajisaidia akuwe president. Simple. But sisi kama ingekuwa ni mimi, angewachana na hii mambo, anatafuta nani huyu. Wengine watu wameanza kutoroka sababu pesa. Niliona kwa Citizen TV wakioji wanasema maybe people have started drawing back because pesa imepungua. Let us not look at the money. Ni kama kupatia mtoto kama anaendelea kukua, unampatia samaki kila siku, achui hiyo samaki unatoa wapi? Mchukue mwambie hapa ndio, hata bahari unafanya kazi, aone vile una struggle, achui kumbe dadi anafanya kazi namna hii mpaka analeta hii samaki. So by the time akikuwa 18, hata yeye atachua vile ataenda kutafuta hiyo samaki. Let us not be flattered kuambiwa sasa sisi ndio tunajua tunafanya hii. No, Wakenya kama wanataka hiyo nchi iangamie, wakule hiyo pesa. Wakimaliza wanapigania hata hizi ma projects. Unaona kama Aaron na Kumara, yani ni kama mtoto wako umpatie shamba, tena hiyo shamba ukondishe. Sasa umempatia shamba kweli? Uchampatia. But anyway, kuna wengine wanataka contribute. Mimi ninasema let us look at what each individual has done. The previous, tusisahau yaliyopita, si ndwele. Tuanga ya chao ni sawa, lakini tuangalie ni yapi yale tulifanya na hatutaki turudie. So uwezi kusema mimi sitaki kuangalia yaliyopita, but look at what you did. Useme hiyo that type makosa ilikuwa hapa, sitaki nirudie tena. Wa Kenya tuelimishe sisi, hata yeye akikuwa rais mimi sikatai, but what from the previous records vile anasema leo, unasema hii study mtaisha siku mbili, hii kitu siku tatu. Tuseme ukweli, mambo ya kupatiwa pesa sisi hiyo kama hiyo ile ilipita. Mimi and I'm requesting leaders wale wanauliza kura, kama ni uwezo wasipeane pesa hizo, pesa watumie kwa project serious zinaonekana. Mimi nilisikia mwingine huko kwetu anasema nikimaliza hii mkutano mnachua vile tunafanya, tukae hapo. Hiyo pesa mbona hawezi kusaidia maskini? Kuna mama wanalala nje, wananyeshewa mvua, hakuna nyumba. Sasa sasa hii unataka wapatie shilingi 10 ama kama hata ni 5,000. Hiyo pesa sasa hii mafuta ya kupika ni pesa ngapi? Lita 5 ni like 7,000. Sasa huyu mama umempatia 1,000 ama 200, ni mingi, atanunua hata chumvi. So let us tusianze kutumia wananchi kuwarudisha nyuma pale. Wanasema hawataki kuwarudi nyuma. Hiyo bottom up wanataka kuwarudisha hiyo enzi za before 1963 ndio waanze chini. Hatutaki hapo. Tunataka kuanzia hapa tukuendelea. So we don't want bottom up. We want from here going forward. So kama anaturudisha nyuma bottom up, turudi nyuma na yale amefanya kutoka nyuma ndio tuendelee na hii nyingine inakuja. Thank you brothers and sisters wale ambao mnasikiza na mnaangalia.
Okay, thank you Stanley. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. It is important that we do so. Bashiri, inaonekana hujaridhika, iko nini?
Mi nasema tu Henry, ni point tu mbili ndio amuongea za maana. Hizi poezi anaongea zingine, anaongelea ni kama yako upande fulani. Unaona? Angekuja tu na msimamo fulani aseme mtu deputy president aache kuwa ubinafsi fulani kwake. Aongee kitu yenye anajua juu. Hapo hivyo ukiwa ameongea, nimefuatilia vizuri tu vile anaongea. Amekuwa na points ngapi? 2. Yeye anasisitiza kupeana pesa. Unaona? No obvious by the way, Bernard, huwezi furahisha kila mtu. Kuna mtu utampata ni mzuri na kuna mtu utapata ni mbaya. Kuna mtu atakayeona kwamba Raila ni mzuri kwake. Unaona? Na kuna mtu ataona kwamba deputy president ni mzuri kwake. So tusiweke hapa kwamba kuna ule wasama fulani akitoa pesa, ametoa pesa fulani, maybe sijindi afurahishi ndio apate kura zingine. Hiyo hapana. Yote mimi ndiye mjibu tu hivyo tu kwangu.
Okay, vile wewe uko UDA.
Mimi nitoka niko tu pale by the way. Okay, sikiza Bernard. Bado niko tu pale.
Relax.
Yes.
Okay. Kwa sababu wewe uko UDA, uko na siri za UDA ambazo sisi ambao wako nje hatuna.
Okay, nisema yes.
Kama mnasema pesa hazitolewi kwa sababu ya kura. Okay? Zinatolewa kwa sababu ya nini?
Okay, nikuulize Bernard. Kutoa pesa kwa mfano, okay, kwa saizi hicho umesema unakusikia inatolewa sababu ya nini? Kwa saizi hata kama ni wewe mkono mtupa ulambwi, sawa? Na si kwamba ananunua voters. Sawa? Hii kitu cha kwanza tu simple. Si ananunua voters pale? Hata kama saizi nikikuja saizi kwa studio yako Bernard, saizi nikikuja kwa studio yako saizi, the first thing is nitakuja kwanza pia nitacontribute kwa German host. Sawa?
Sijakataa, sikiliza. Kile unajua mimi natafuta njia ya kuelewa UDA. Hata ikiwezekana ni shida yangu ni moja tu. Ninyi watu mko UDA amjanipatia sababu za kujoin UDA. Nikiuliza swali, badala mniambie sisi pesa hatutoi kwa sababu ya kura, tunatoa kwa sababu ya wajane. Tunatoa kwa sababu ya yatima, okay? Tunatoa kwa sababu ya umaskini, sio sababu ya kura. Swali litakalofuata ni mbona zikutolewa 2013, 2015, 2016 kwa sababu hawa maskini wajakuja leo. Wamekuwepo tangu 1963.
Okay. Kwa mimi naweza kuambia hivi. Kwa mfano, okay, umeongea hivyo nimekusikia hivyo umesema mbona pesa zinatolewa zikutolewa 2013, 2016, 2017. Hiyo hatukatai. Na kwa saizi umeona hiyo dilemma tuko saizi ni kwamba watu wengi kwanza imekuja kwa mfano kama iko kitu kama hivyo corona imekuja saizi. Mtu hana pesa, hana kazi. Wengine wetu tuna watoto wako shuleni saizi hawako okay, hatuko maybe mko kazi. Ni ile kidogo umepata mahali fulani hivi, then umepata opportunity imekujia njia fulani kwamba kuna mtu au msaidizi fulani kwa mahali fulani anafanya hivi. Hajatoa kwamba anatununua sisi tupate voters. Ni ile amesaidia kwa moyo wake. Na ukisaidia mtu usitarajie akulipe. Unaona, umesaidia ile chanzo uko nayo tu hivyo. So tusiweke kwamba iko kitu kingine kikubwa sana hapa ndani tuseme maybe juu mimi nimekuja maybe saizi nimekuja maybe penye mimi niko saizi hapa wa Kikuyu niseme watu wa Kikuyu niwapatie pesa. Niko sure watu wa Kikuyu wote watakupatia kura. Utapata 10 of it ndio utapata kura pale ndani. Unaona? So tusikuwa tusaidia watu, kama uko na kitu msaidia yule yatima. Kuna orphans wako pale hivyo ndani, kuna watu hawajiwezi, wajane, vitu kama hizo, unaona? Kwa mfano saizi umobilize watu kutoka mahali fulani ndio walete mahali fulani, uwalete penye wako tayari umewanunua hao, unaona? Hii iko tofauti kabisa. Kuna tofauti wa kwamba umekomba watu kuwaleta na kununua watu kuwapeleka mahali fulani.
Na hapo ndio shida niko nayo, kwa sababu
naam,
UDA ni chama ambacho kinajulikana kwanza. Watu kukuja mkutano wanalipwa. Kama walipwi, mkutano itafanywa siku ya soko, wakati kila mtu wazimu na kila mtu ako sokoni, alafu barabara zifungwe, okwe addressed. Alafu mkitoka huko mnatuambia UDA ndio chama cha kitaifa, kiko na kila mtu, kiko na wabunge saa hii wamefika 170, ndio chama kinaongoza. So hii yote mnatuambia,
yes,
why is it not translating into what is on the ground?
Okay, what is on the ground is that the moment we are contributing, okay, for the community, ni wewe umesaidia wale watu wa hiyo area ama watu wa community fulani hivyo. Okay, unachokiongea kwamba kutoa pesa ama kusaidia mtu fulani haina tatizo zote. Tatizo ni inauma watu ni kwamba mbona watu wanapewa pesa. Hiyo hapo ndo kuna makosa tu peke yake. Unaona? Mbona
Bashir, you're missing the point. My question is, if we are the leading party, okay?
Yes.
We must have natural followers.
Yes.
Not hired followers. Okay? The moment we have to sustain them by paying them or mobilizing them, the more we remain on the same level as a political party. We can't grow to the level whereby we have people who follow us because they believe in our party. We are always, having to bribe them in order for them to follow us. If that is the case, then what you have is not a really natural political party. We have an association, a kind of club, but in this club, the problem is only one person pays. The rest of the members come and enjoy the payment of this one person. Now, hiyo kama ndio chama, alafu mnasema ndio chama cha kitaifa, ndio mnatuchanganya. Kwa sababu sisi tumekuwa hapa enzi ya KANU, ambapo watu walikuwa mpaka wakienda kulala wamevaa nguo ya red, tai ya red, kiatu ya red, kwa sababu wanaamini katika KANU. Hao watu wanatembea kutoka msituni, kutoka kijiji wanakuja Nakuru kutingiza tu mara moja hivi kwa chama ya KANU. Wanaamini kwa chama. Lakini sasa nyinyi mko na chama ya kisasa inaitwa UDA. Uniform mnapeana ya bure, okay? Hao watu kuingia kwa basi wanalipwa ndio waingie kwa basi. Wakikuja mkutano wote wamevaa yellow, okay? Na mkutano mnasema ni yenu. So tunachanganyikiwa. KANU ndio walikosea ama UDA ndio wanakosea?
Okay, nakuelewa unachokisema, lakini hapo mimi bado ninasisitiza kidogo pia tu, ambapo Bernard hapo umeongea point ndio, lakini kwamba si kwamba mtu akikuja kwa chama alipe chama. Na hata kama ni wewe okay, kwa mfano wewe ni mbunge umekuja kwa chama, utajiandikisha kawaida iko, si ndio? Lakini tusiweke hapa kitu fulani kwamba ni lazima kwamba mtu fulani akikuja mtu fulani amelipwa ama atoe pesa fulani na hapa hivyo ndani. Hapo tunakosea. Hapo tunakosea.
Okay, sawa. Thank you Bashir. Wacha tuachie hapo, tusikilize wengine tutarudi. Okay? Gizito.
Yeah, I just want to comment one thing. Bernard, just in 30 seconds. Yes. I wanted to tell Bashir.
Hey, yes. I miss Gizito. Just allow me to say hi to Gizito. Hey,
Gizito, you're on high demand. Toa pesa ya Christmas. Wacha hiyo handshake. Nataka Christmas utatoa sahi.
Hata mimi nitamkua baadaye, but I wanted to tell Bashir just in 30 seconds that what Bernard is trying to tell you, which you are not hearing, is leo ni Christmas. Jesus fed 5,000 people, but he had 12 disciples. So anamaanisha watu wengi wanakuja kukula mikate, lakini siku ile ya discipleship mtapaki na 12. And that's why when they asked for people to register for votes, out of the 7 million millennials who say wanaelewa lugha ya Ruto, only 1 million registered. The rest 6 million never registered. Why? Because they are jokers, wanatafuta mikate wakule, washibe waende nyumbani.
Okay, sawa, nimekusikia Wekesa vile umesema. Na Bernard pia hapo nadhani pia nimesikia hicho umeongea. Sasa nadhani ndaridhika vile umesema tu. But bado hapo kuna
Bashiri, I want to appreciate that you are a good debater and you are willing to reason. It's important that way. And as much as we can vote for our parties, there is one nation called Kenya, which is our interest, our main interest, especially as young people. Because if we let these people who are leading us destroy Kenya, we will have nothing left. Mababu waliowachia, okay? Hao lazima watuachie. Lakini state ile watatuachia inategemea na uchaguzi ambao tunafanya sisi as individuals. If we don't hold them to account, watatufanya vile wanapenda, alafu watuachie shell that is nothing. So we must be able to separate between lies, politics, and the truth, so that going forward, we are a people that are stepping out on something that is concrete. We can't step out on something that is still under experimentation. As a country, we are too old to be experimenting. 60 years of independence. We must have something that we have developed that we can use to propel us into the future. But if we want to begin experimenting now, tutakuwa tumechelewa. What's us? Bashiri, remain mute, please. Remain mute. Don't unmute until it's your turn to speak. Inawezekana?
Yes, Mr. Bernard. Merry Christmas to you all.
Merry Christmas
I'm
to
good.
you. Yeah,
I'm good, Niko Salama.
Just before you come in 1 minute, Joshua Musoti anauliza swali kwako, Bashiri, utamjibu baadaye wakati utafanya submission. Ambia, as the DP, why can't he lobby the 160 plus MPs to set up structures to help or have relief grants? Okay, akona wabunge 160. Hao wabunge 160 wanaweza kupitisha mswada wowote mpaka wa kusaidia kina mama, kusaidia kina mkokoteni na watu wa wheelbarrow. Mbona asifanye hiyo saa hii? Angoje mpaka awe rais ndio afanye. Think about that, you will respond to it when is your turn to speak. Tunaenda kwa inawezekana Kizito, alafu turudi kwako. Inawezekana, endelea.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, I will be brief as always. This thing about our political parties, are they houses or vehicles? And what is the Kenyan future? Is it promising or disappointing? I have two scenarios, and or it's just two answers. From what we are seeing, we can observe from the two presidential candidates who are giving us our future. So it's upon us to decide if we are headed for a promising future or a disappointing future concerning the political parties. On one side, the Azimio side is trying to improve on our political parties' future by, I think, when you look at a broader picture, what they are trying to do is making sure that the political parties have wako na nguvu ambayo wanaweza kubadilisha any of their presidential candidates, any of their leaders of the political party, just like the way I think South Africa they are doing. When is it Zuma alipokuwa na makosa, I think someone will correct me, they did an election and they changed the president. The country did not go on an election as a country, but it's just the political party that made the decision, and they chose another candidate. So I think in future we are headed to that if we go by Azimio side. The future that I would like our country to go with is to make sure that when we look at a party, we do not look at an individual. You know, Kitambo, and also at this time, when we look at a political party, kitu yenye tunaona, we just see kiongozi. Tunaona kiongozi, tunaona Raila Odinga, tunaona William Ruto, tunaona Uhuru Kenyatta. That's one thing that me as an individual citizen, I don't want to see that. I want a Kenya where when we have a political party, we have a political party that is going to stay there, a home, a house, not a political vehicle whereby this leader ambaye ni Musalia Mudavadi, he is there, amechaguliwa na candidate, wanaitwaje, delegates of that party. You know, it's not that Musalia ndiye anaendesha kila kitu katika hiyo party. You know, I hope you guys are understanding what I'm saying. When you look on this other side, we see Mr. William Ruto, who wants everything, who wants to take control of everything by all means. He is using all kinds of manner. He is using pesa kununua wafuasi ambao wakiangalia UDA, they see him, and if they see him, they see UDA. Yeah, this is what we don't want as a country. We want a political party that has an agenda to put across, you know, like the US. When US citizens go to an election, they do not go to choose a candidate because of who he or she is. They go to choose a political party, they go to choose a side because of what it stands for. And I believe this is what Azimio is standing for, and this is what they are tabling in Parliament on 29th. This is what they are tabling when you look at a broader picture. You know, this other side, they wanaturudisha nyuma. Just the way I've listened to you guys mkidebate na huyu Bashir, you know, this is what the deputy is standing for. Anataka aonekane yeye ndio chama na chama ni yeye, you know, and that's what we don't want. With just that one point, I thank you guys, Bernard and Rekes.
Okay, thank you. Inawezekana. I believe that is understandable. Kizito ametoweka tena, tulikuwa tunasubiri yeye. Aya, so Bashir, naomba ujibu ile swali alafu ndio tuende kwa James 1. Dennis Nambwela, your gadget is not well connected. Toka studio, alafu ukirudi hakikisha kwamba unapeana StreamYard control kamera yako, full control ya kamera na audio. If you disable one thing, it will not be able to work. Thank you. Bashiri, jibu swali la Msoti. Unmute kwanza.
Hello. Okay, unasikia si ndio?
Yes. Tuko sawa, endelea.
Okay, kama ni hivyo vile ameuliza, haina shida. Sisi tunangoja tuchukue uongozi. Umeona? Ndio to make amendments zetu. Sawa? Hapo itakuwa ni sawa hivyo tu. Sije kama ndakuja mjibu vizuri ama ndakuwa nimemjibu vibaya. Atanikosoa kidogo.
No, wewe kama wewe ni mkulima. Okay?
Ndio.
Uko na shamba lako. Uko na mbegu. Sawa?
Yes.
Alafu mvua ndio yeye inakuja. Utasema tuache mvua ishe, tungoje mvua ya next year ndio tupande. Utakuwa mkulima sawa kweli?
Sikiza Bernard,
Yes.
Kwa Kiluya tunasema aje, Yeah. Kumwoyo kuhoni siolia. Sawa? Kwa hakika nasema tu kweli, ambapo hii tayari ni njia kwamba ni njia panda, tunapanda tunakuja tunaenda kuingia. Na sisi tunasema hivi, Wekesa usicheke, unajua Wekesa unakuja na zako tu, usikuja na zako tu tafadhali. Acha nijibu kwanza Bernard, ameniuliza. Nachokisema unasema tu ukweli ni kwamba kama ni power pia kidogo, hiyo uongozi tuko nao, tunaweza. Tayari tuko na wabunge, tushafikisha kiwango tunataka, na bado kuna wengine wanaingia, na before ifike January tutakuwa na watu wengi sana. Unaona? Kuna detectives zinaingia nyingi sana, na kuna uwezo wa kwamba tukakuwa na wabunge zaidi tulipokuwa nafikiria mara ya kwanza. So mimi nachokisema tu kwamba wacha tuwe patient hata kama ni mao tutachukua mao ngani tuambe kila kitu, lakini tujue ni kwamba tunapochukua uongozi tuko na ule power na ku make amendments na kuja kuwa strong, na tujue nini tunataka. Vile umesema sasa hizi tu kwamba kama mimi ni mkulima na si nimelima shamba na ni ngoja mvue yenyewe ndio nipande, hapo tofautisha shamba kidogo, tofautisha shamba na hii uongozi. Unaona? Shamba utalima ndio, but uongozi uko tofauti kabisa.
Bashiri, mimi nakuuliza, na msipopata uongozi itakuwaje?
Okay, Bernard, uongozi tunapata, niko na hakika hivyo.
No, nataka tu niambie msipopata itakuwaje? Bado majukumu ama yale zile tulikuwa tumepanga hapo awali bado watatekeleza. Si kwamba tusipochukua hatuwezi fanya, lakini mimi ninaamini kwamba tunachukua uongozi. Unaona? Sisi hatutilii shaka imani yako, na tunaomba imani yako ikuwe ya matendo.
Ndani hapa tuko na wewe, utakuja broadcast. Tuko na wewe.
Subiri, swali langu ni kwamba siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Waswahili wanasema. Okay?
Ndio.
Sasa ninyi mko asubuhi. Okay? Mko na wabunge wa kutosha.
Ndio.
Ambao unaweza tumia kuleta mswada wowote. Ulete mabadiliko kwa ajili ya mtu wa chini. Sawa sawa? Hamjatumia. Tunasema tungoje hii ipite kwanza, maskini muendelee, watu wa chini endelee tukuvumilia kwanza, tumalize hii mzimu ipite, tukirudi ndio tutawakumbuka. Kama hamjanisaidia saa hii, kuna garanti gani kwamba mtanisaidia mbele?
Nani amekuja akasema hajasaidiwa saa hizi? Nani amesema hajasaidiwa saa hizi? Kuna watu okay. Wewe Bernard, kama unasema hujasaidiwa ni wewe kivyako, na kuna mtu mali fulani anasema ni mtu fulani amekuja akanifanya nikaonekana kwamba saa hizi inaonekana hivi. Unaona? Kuna watu saa hizi.
Sikiliza Bashir, sikiliza. Sio mimi nimesema sijasaidika. Okay? Wewe ndio umesema mnangoja mchukue serikali kwanza ndio mtaanza kutekeleza ahadi ambazo mnafanya. Swali letu ni kwamba muko kwa serikali saa hii, muko na wabunge wa kutosha, mbona msitumie hiyo mamlaka mko nayo na wabunge wa kutosha kutusaidia saa hii? Mnasema tuwapigie kura tena, mchukue miaka ingine 5 ndio muanze kushughulikia. Sio sisi tumesema, ni nyinyi mmesema, ni maneno yenu tunatumia.
Yes.
So you tell us what will be different between 2022 and 2021. What you can't do in 2021, there is no guarantee you will do in 2022.
Of course, we are going to do in 2022 without any affection. Which to go now kwamba
what will be different in 2022?
Okay, I cannot see any difference. The only thing what we know is that we have numbers. Yes, as we speak right now, we have numbers.
You have numbers. You will have numbers in 2022. You have had numbers. You didn't help.
And remember,
even 2022 more numbers to use to do what?
Even 2022 we still have numbers. Tutakuwa tena wengi sana, watakuwa wameingia wengi sana, ambapo tutakuwa na wale na uwezo wa kufunga kila kitu. So hata saizi inawezekana saizi yes, kama nimeongea vibaya hapo mtu atanikosoa tu. Niko right pia mtu anikosoe. Unaponikosoa nasema
hold on Wekesa.
Bashir.
Yes. Sikuje mambo Wekesa na kujua.
Bashir, don't talk about 2022. I think it's far. It is next week. Talk about next week.
See you by the
That's what I was saying. Sorry.
Hello?
Okay, order. Wekesa is asking, let's not talk about 2022. Let's talk about Wednesday next week. Will the numbers show up or they will also disappear this time?
Skiza, come if like last week, sio tunajua ni kwamba walileta namba zingine pale ndani na hata mbunge mmoja akasimama akasema aje is still 29 watakuja na watu tofauti, watu wajaze. Sababu nini? Watajaza watu ndio wakuja wapate namba nyingi. Hatukatai. Wacha wakuje nayo tu hivyo, lakini watu is that 2022 farasi ni wawili, mbio ni mbili, na tujue msimamo yuko wapi. Atakayechukua ndio tutafuata, lakini ninachokijua ni kwamba deputy president ni 2022 ndio president. Hivyo tu. Kama nimeongea vibaya ni sawa, lakini nimeenda hivyo.
Okay, Bashir, relax. Hapo utajibu maswali baadaye. Mute kwanza.
Bernard, allow me to ask the last question for this friend of ours, Bashir.
Oh, now I want you people will wait one another. Mtaulizana maswali baadaye. Nataka tusikilize Kizito. Kuna Kizito, James, Mulumbu na wewe mmefika sasa hivi. Kisha hapo ndio tutafungua floor ya maswali. Tukianza hiyo section ya maswali itaenda na iende na tupotee. Sawa. Kizito, karibu, vipi?
Poa sana. Unanisikiza vizuri?
Kabisa. Heri ya Christmas.
Unajua nilikuwa nimetoka juu nilikuwa nasikia sauti nikadhania yangu ndio iko mbaya. Ndio kwa maana nilitoka. Nilikuje tena nisikie. But nataka kusema Merry Christmas to all of you. Wherever you are, enjoy the holiday. But to discuss about the topic that we have today, in fact, I really say thank you for Mulumbu to come. You know, there are some things that I really like this discussion and I always follow it every day. There's no day I've missed. Even if I've never joined, but I always be there. But I decided not to come because, you know, we have some young people, very young people like Bashir. There are people like Alice Waome. Sorry to mention the name. But if you tell him to substantiate what he's talking, he's just making he bring this, just to confuse people only to talk. What I always want, young people like Bashir, young energetic people like Bashir. We are old people. Nowadays, we can say we only talk of stories. But people like Bashir, they could have known that the suffering they are suffering now is because of them. They try to be too much in TikTok, Instagram, Facebook until they don't know even what is happening. Only to see people, celebrities in TikTok, then they come here and they start talking that, you know, root of the. If it's genuine, he could have told us the money is getting from. You know, there's a saying, people who are my age like you, Bernard, Wekesa, Mulumbu, they can say, it's better somebody teach you how to fish, but not to give you fish. If everybody always give you just fish, that one is not helping you. You have to teach you how to fish, go and fish. But Basir is coming in point blank in front of everybody who is mature, telling us that it's better somebody give you 50 shillings, then he goes that you calculate for a day for 50. What is 50 shillings? 50 shillings cannot even buy konyagi. If you are drinking alcohol, you cannot even buy one konyagi. If you are you don't drink, you cannot even go to a restaurant and drink even tea with 50 shillings. And here is telling you that it's better you take that 50 shillings. In fact, I wanted to contribute so much, but because Mulumbu is there, and all the due respect, where I've entered now, I never saw Mulumbu. I only saw Wekesa and Bernard. I know, with all the due respect, I don't say that everybody's not talking, but what always make me happy, I like the way the way Mulumbu always encourage these young people. I'm not old as Mulumbu. He's older than me, but I'm just next to him. But the young people of nowadays, the only problem they have is only TikTok, to go and make a picture with Ruto and take that 50 shillings, he go and buy a bumper, he come and start telling people that, you know what, this. Why don't you ask yourself, I'm a young, energetic person. Where is this country heading to? Where are we heading to? Are we going, look, for example, we as Kenyans, we always complain that there's always problem. Even everybody, by the time ODM people take that money, by the time this allocation was given, everybody was complaining. They did bad. They did this, and now by that time they took advantage because there was no law, and now we want to put that law. Why are you people afraid to accept that law to come? Then next year we don't have that problem. Is it only going to work for ODM? Don't just close your eyes or close your mind and say it's only going to help ODM. It's also going to help young parties like UDA. This UDA, they only talk about numbers. What is numbers? Propaganda. That is the best thing any politician, may you people forgive me, but I'm telling you, the best politician is the best person who knows how to make good propaganda. If you make good propaganda, everybody will select you, will elect you. They will think that you are talking the best. I don't take too much time, but what I wanted to say, young people like Bashir, sit down and look into your life. I don't say you don't have money. I don't say that you cannot do it. But what do you think if somebody give you fish and the person who tell you how to fish, who is going to help you? That's why I truly came with this word. In which hand are we safe in? Because I can come. Even I can come, I go buy you drink today. I take you to Java, buy you tea, I buy you everything. Am I helping you? Maybe I'm going to spend 200 shillings on you. And you yourself, you don't have even 10 shillings. It's better I show you how to make this money. That's why you always go to look for work, so that you work for this person, you are making money, and at the same time you are getting your money. Can't you just think only of those things? Instead of telling people in front of us here that it's better Ruto come and give you 50 shillings, then he goes, then he has already bought you because you've accepted that 50 shillings. He has already bought you, and everybody who buy you is like, sorry to say, if you go to Koinange right now, you go and buy those women that are staying there. They are our ladies, they are our sisters, they are and whenever you pay, don't call them that they were doing illegal business. You too, you are doing illegal because you go and pay. They never force you. So don't undermine them. They are making business and they know how to face. They don't know how, they don't get face. Thank you.
Gizito, thank you. Now, before we bring in Mulumbu, I want us to have a look at this video. I think it has a point, although the package of the same that is not very kind, but I want us to just listen to it, and we'll give our opinion as it continues, after we watch it. So just a moment. I'll get download. One moment, I get to it.
Jubilee government has failed You feel that there's so much corruption. You feel that there's no employment, there are no jobs. You feel that our economy is worsening, but you feel that William Ruto will fix this problem when he becomes president. I just want you to hold your head. Shake your head. Nataka utingize kichwa chako. Nataka utingize kichwa chako uone kama uko na akili ndani ya kichwa chako. Una akili. Because there's no way a person, a human being with a functional brain can make such a decision. You are aware that this person is responsible for corruption in our country. This person has not created jobs that he promised. That person has not delivered what he promised. But you want to tell us that this person is the better option. This person, if he becomes president, is going to clean the mess they have created as a government. Definitely you have a problem. You are worse than a monkey. You are worse than a baboon. You are worse than a dog. Because those animals can make a better decision than you. Wewe unalia kwamba kuna ufisadi ndani ya serikali ya Jubilee. Wewe unalia kwamba serikali ya Jubilee haijapeana, haijatengeneza nafasi za kazi. Unaamini kwamba uchumi wa nchi umeharibika. Lakini unataka kutuambia kwamba wale ambao wamesababisha haya yote, unatuambia kwamba huyu akiwa rais anaenda kurekebisha haya mambo yote. Hauna akili. You don't deserve to be called a human being. You don't deserve. Because
I cut it off there. We go straight to Mulumbu. Like I had warned you, it's not very kind, but I think it's something to think about. Mulumbu, karibu.
Asante sana. Merry Christmas to everybody. Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu for today. We are able to be here. So many people couldn't make it. Some are the mortuary, some are lying in the beds in the hospitals. Some can't walk, some got accident. Some are getting right now, some are dying. And we're happy you're here. So I thank you so much. According to the Mada Leo, about the parties, we people who are there during can time, we know what it was. Because I remember one party time during Harambee time. Mimi niliona kama Moya apeana order, pesa inatakikana, kadi zimetolewa. Wanatembea kila boma, kama una pesa, kuku zinaenda, mbuzi zinaenda, watu wanalia. Wengine walikuwa wanapata hata chakula maliguru na machifu wanabeba vitu vya watu. People were really suffering. And then ukisafiri kama una ile nini kadi ya KANU ilikuwa nanua 10 shillings. 10 shillings ilikuwa kama 1000 shillings right now. Saa zingine kupata hii pesa ilikuwa is a problem. Unapata machifu na maliguru yao na masabichifu wameweka kamba katikati ya barabara imecross. So ukija lazima utoe hiyo, usipotewa kama una baskeli inakwenda. People really went through a lot. And you could not to talk against the serikali. Ile kipigo utapata hautasahau milele. And those the times that wakinorengo walikuwa wametoka shule, sasa amekuwa sasa ni mjumbe wa Ugenya. wakina ule alikuwa Minister of Labor, Matthew Shugutu. I remember those guys, alikuwa Minister of Labor. Then wakina Orengo, wakina Matthew Shukuku, they were complaining. Hapo ndio Orengo wakakimbia wakaenda exile. So to that, hapo ndio nikisema wale walipigania multi-party, they came together, they were beaten, wengine waliwawa, people lost lives because of freedom of speech that we are in right now. People really died. So wamepigana wakapigana mpaka imefika mwisho 2A ikabadilishwa. Hiyo 2A kubadilishwa, people Trans Nzoia and Rift Valley, people died. Nikisema hiyo Wekesa naweza niunga mkono, hata Bernard anajua. Some of the people huko sehemu za Trans Nzoia walikimbia wakaja refugee Mumias. Some wakaenda huko Mount Elgon because of fighting for freedom. You know, hawa watu wanasema, hawa watu wako hapa wanasema they don't understand what it is. Me myself, I was the victim. I saw with my own eyes. So this multi-party imefanya vizuri sana. Now we have a freedom, people can talk. Mnaweza tusi, mnaweza fanya anything. It's okay. We can express right now. So to have multi-party is a very good thing. Ni kitu mzuri sana. You go your views. Uwezi fungia kwa nyumba moja. Hata wewe ukiwa kijana, baba yenu wamewazoa watoto 10 kwa boma, kuna vijana 6 na wasichana. It is a time mkianza kuoa, mzee anasema wewe toa kwenda jenga kwako. Kukuwa na shida utakuwa unakuja hapa tunaongea, lakini unajenga kwako. So if there's a problem, you come together, you solve the barrier nini ya boma na community. You can't remain in the same bomb. Hamwezi kaa pamoja hapo. Lazima watu watoke ndio waanze kutoa maoni yao. So multi-party is good because that the other communities pia zifanye nini? Zipate ku express themselves. The only thing I can say that with it, too much of something is also poisonous. Ni kama chakula, ukikula side sana ni sumu kwa mwili yako. Na hii party pia zikiachiliwa sasa zitengenezwe mpaka 1000, ili ni sumu for democracy. They are not doing anything. There have to be a limit of parties too to build. But zikiwa zimetokea tapaka kila kona, kila mtu amebeba party kama briefcase, it does not help anything. Because angalia zile inchi zimedevelop, ziko na demokrasia na vyama, lakini haviko 1000 kama zetu zimekuja jana, mnataka kumwaga everywhere. We have to reason. Because you guys saimuke educated. Si kama sisi watu watoka nyuma huko, we had less. But by digital, mmejua mambo mengi. Look into it. Na mchambue, mjue. How many chama tunaweza kuwa na how can we strengthen it? Because kila mtu kutokea na chama yake, it does not help anything. Because hii chama atatumia kama briefcase, akiingia hapa nipatie hii, na he doesn't go with it anywhere. Because kama unatoka a small tribe, if you are coming in a small tribe, a small community, hata ukienda na briefcase hiyo, it's not easy for you to climb to the presidency. It will not be easy. Because wataangalia ile chama kubwa, bado itakumeza, itatafuta vidogo niongeze ya kumeza. You not be allowed to be there. But if you have tuwe na vyama viwili vitatu, then people discuss in here. You start, if you want to be a leader, you start from this, from the bottom. Ukiendesha injili yako mpaka wakuone this the person, ikuonekana the country, this the person can lead us. We don't talk the tribe now. You can, but mkiwa na small, you still look like tribal parties. This is how I see it. We need the parties, but iwe kama 5 ama 4 nizibaki hapo. Sasa ukitaka uongozi, anzia pale mashinani na kutoka shule vile umesoma, ukiongoza ukienda fanya bidii yako, watu wakuone you can lead. But wewe utoke huko ati kwa sababu na pesa unaenda unatengeneza chama yako, unakuja na pesa yako unaanza kumwagia watu, and you are a leader. You're not a leader. You're not going to lead us. Because you came with the money, you have no vision. Hauna mafikiri ya kujenga nchi. This the same as watu wenu mnaniambia hapa UDA. No vision. Mko natamea uongozi. Ukiangalia kitu amefanyia Kenya history hakuna. The most thing yako nayo ni propaganda, uongo na uongo na uongo na uongo na uongo. Sasa kitu amekuja na mbinu, amekuja na ni pesa, kwa sababu anajua Kenyans, you are suffering, you are young, you don't understand yourself. Asa anakuja na pesa, anaanza kuwatupetia mahindi ndio mfuate kama watu ambao hamuoni. Guys, this is your country. You are still young. Look for something that can help you. Look for somebody that can help you. Don't look for something that gives you a handout. I've said here severally, nyinyi watu wa boda boda na nyinyi watu wazee mnakimbilia mkifuata. Hata watawaletea pesa from bottom to up. Bottom to up, wewe ndio unatoa hiyo pesa unapeana up. Ama pesa itatoka huko juu ndio kuletea hapa chini. Na hiyo pesa si iko sahihi. But the management is poor. Why can't he ni kama vice president, why can't he do that when he is now? Kama Raila amefanya multiparty kakuja na hajawahi kuwa president, amepigania hiyo pesa wanakula ya magavana, ya MCA, sijui ya nini. He has never been a president. What of akiwa president, what can he do? Hatuna mafactories, zilikufa zote. Hatuna sijui, anything is dead. Anything is dead. Sasa hiyo pesa ukipewa pikipiki, nani atabeba nani? Na ukipewa mama mboga kila pesa, atauze mboga naenda kuuzia nani? There must be a capital that can employ these guys. Now, first of all, leave alone employing skills. Huyu mtu lazima apeleke watu shule wa profession, apeleke America, apeleke Australia, apeleke London, basi ukuje na skills factories na makampuni zifunguliwe every corner kwa vile msitu ya every county. Ndio business ianze kuzunguka the whole country. That is how it's supposed to be. The factories are not supposed to be central in Nairobi peke yake. They are not supposed to be only in Nairobi. They are supposed to be huko Olokchogio, huko ndani. Mawe iko huko ya kutengeneza ile inaweza tengeneza vitu. Factories ziko za tengeneza. So malori zinatembea. Ukinunua lori yako, wewe unajiingiza mwenyewe unasafirisha mali unataka kwenda. That's how the country is supposed to be built. Na hii yenyewe mnatukujia na bottom up, atendaleta pesa bilioni 1 na wapati. Anazitoa wapi? Bila infrastructure anatoa wapi? Zinatengeneka namna gani? You guys mmesoma, fungueni akili. Mwache tu kwa dump. Fungueni akili. Build your country. Remember, Kenya is a very good country. In East Africa. The best country. Kenyans are very intelligent. But remember, mmezungukwa na wale manyang'ao, Somalia, Uganda, na other countries. They will not hata pendelea nyinyi must be developed. But mkiingia na mtu ambapo huyo hajui, yeye ni kama nyang'ao, hakuna kitu amwasaidia nyinyi. He has no respect. Basi such a person anaingia kwa president na hivi ile hana respect na madharau, ashike uongozi. Ndugu yangu, my brother, wewe unasema huko kwa dio, wewe ndio utakuwa kwanza, kwa sababu utampinga what you are doing, not what you promised her, na kichwa ataenda nayo. Because he will not accept you umpinge. Mnafikiria sisi tumeiona, we are talking what we have seen. That's why wanasema kwamba ukiona kile mzee amelala chini akiona, amelala chini kila naona, wewe hata kama unapanda mnazo huwezi ona, because you think of where you are standing. But we have seen it. That's why when you want to support somebody, read his history, follow where he comes coming from and what he has done. Then that one itakufanya because this person anataka umemploy. How can you just employ somebody whom you don't know history? Haujasoma CV yako jue, alisoma kutoka wapi, alipata degree gani, amefanya kazi miaka ngapi, upige simu mahali amefanya kazi, alifanya vizuri ama aliiba huko, waseme he did everything good, ndio umemploy. How can somebody come anajiweka mimi ndio mkubwa, hata hamjamchagua, yeye amesema I'm fit for it, and then you want to give me a job? Guys, open your minds, open your eyes, think twice. If not, mtakuja kulilia. Ya wacha ya mnalia saini tafadhali, kwa sababu Uhuru was for the people. But he chose the wrong person, ambapo amefanya nini? Kumdupe. Msipochunga mtalia zaidi, more than you are crying now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mulumbu. I think we just keep going. Huh? Joshua, endelea tafadhali.
Thank you so much for Mtembei TV and very dedicated Wekesa, Bernard, for always having this discussion. There is a few things that bother me so much about our country. By the way, all listeners in the world, we can tell you for sure we love our country, Kenya. That's the reason as to why we always exchange these notes. Mine is number one, if we have a country where the sitting deputy president, we are not here to assassinate anybody or anybody's character, but we're here to say the truth. We have a deputy president who is sitting and who is not believing in the structures that he is in. He's not believing in the structures that he is in. Why am I saying so? When you go and, put Mama Mboga on the border and give them handouts, that you are bribing them to follow you, right? You are bribing them to follow you. If you, for real, you have a heart of helping people, why can't you with, they have been just thumping and saying we have over 160 MPs in the, in Kenya and who are on our side. Why can't they put that as structures in parliament? They set structures that can help those people struggling down there, right? So why can't they do that? That's number one. Number two, has ever William Ruto or the DP ever even a single day believed in structures? If yes, why is he always going against, every attempt to make everything, in the structures, to put everything in writing? Why is he against that, right? So I'm not trying to assassinate him, but I want to believe he says that we don't need history, we need people who can deliver. What has he delivered? History has told us he has not delivered anything. He went against the 2010 Constitution, a constitution that gave us an economic model called devolution. Devolution is working, guys. There's nobody in this team here who can tell me that devolution is not working. That's an economic model that was brought to give money to the people on the, on the ground, right? Now they felt that it has worked, yes, but we need to empower it more. And they felt, now that we have structures in place, why can't we add from 15% to 35%? And they felt that we can have it in the BBI. Guess who Ruto is again? This, our DP. He said, no, we don't need this to be done, right? This is not the time to do this. Why? Because he doesn't believe in the structures. He believes in the roadside, your handouts. That's what he believes in, right? This is so true. And then right now we're having something called, I've had people complaining like they have been targeted by the government. They're already in the government. Let them put every structure and everything they have because they have the numbers. Number two thing I want to say is this. What does Ruto believe in devolution? No, because he didn't vote for it. And then what is this called Hustler Nation bottom up? Guess what? The devil is in the details. Nobody knows, not even him. He cannot explain what he's saying. That's just a name we brought from somewhere because it is, most people talk, I'm a hustler, and they thought, if I can have this, many people can identify with myself and have me. That is the best way to know the person who is taking this country to another side. And I've always said, what is hard for the sitting deputy president, what is hard for him to support the things that they said they were going to do with the president? Why can't they work in harmony? Why can't he demonstrate to us that is a person who knows how to work with harmony? And This, he doesn't want it to be in the structures again. When the BBI came to widen that space of the political space, such that every person feels at home and every person feels like I can contribute to building our nation. And he said no. He said no to that. So, and do you agree, all of you, that our country has made steps? I'll say yes, we have made steps. We no longer fight, with one another because of politics. I've not seen it happen of late. We need to support the government systems, the CSs. I don't like to live in a country where, MPs wake up in the morning to castigate every person that the president has put because they don't agree with the president. Because they speculate, they put a lot of things. This shows that they are going back, and these people are supporting somebody, and you know who they are supporting. Now, about history, something I'll say, this one I want every person to note. If you have a nasty history, most likely you will give us a nasty future. That's how it is. If you have never supported about anything that is constructive, we cannot remember you in the end history books. What tells us, or what informs us that it will give you the big office, you will give us something big. So for me, I feel the people who have already demonstrated a goodwill for this country, for the handshake, people have, came together when the country was going down 07. They have already shown a goodwill. They didn't do it because of the political, what can I say? They didn't have that, interest like it has to be me. They forgot about themselves and gave this country to be, together again. These people can be trusted because they have a goodwill for this country. Bashir, I'll ask you that question, and please, once you come back, what you said, I didn't even hear one point out of the question I asked you. And Bernard asked you, and he did it one by one. He asked you one question. What is it that you are lacking? You have the deputy president, you have all the MPs. Why can't you put all these models? We need something to work now. Why can't you do it now? What you have? What is the hardest thing that you can, what stops you from doing it? Thank you so much, and I wish you the very best. Guys, that is my contribution I have today.
Thank you, Joshua. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep moving. Ayaga, it's your turn.
Bernard.
Yes.
I like the contribution of that gentleman, but even as he attacked the Asra leader, I would also like him to tell us more about Raila Odinga. And I would privilege mention this, that this guy called Raila is not a Democrat. And those who say we should reward Raila for fighting for democracy are very, very wrong, because the way this guy is arguing is actually campaigning for Raila Odinga. And let me mention this, that this man called Raila is a very bad man. Raila has committed treason twice in Kenya. In 1982, when he wanted to overthrow the government of Kenya, and in 2017, when he saw himself as president. That man is actually creed of power. And if law was to be applied in Kenya the right way, then this guy called the Raila would have been sentenced to death for swearing in himself as a president. So let's not campaign for the other guy. Let's try to be fair. Instead of talking ill about the Asla leader, let's also mention the bad things about this man, Raila Odinga. Thank you.
Bala, can I respond? Raila never sworn himself as the president of this country. Raila swore himself as the people's president. So learn the constitution well, and before you say anything. Thank you.
Okay, I think that makes the point. And about 1982, the people who participated in the coup were sentenced, were prosecuted according to the law, and were sentenced. If Raila was that bad, I don't know why he's still walking free. And of all successive governments have been against him. If they had anything they can use against him, I don't see why they should not make use of it and let him survive this long. So as much as you are free not to support him, don't throw mud at the person simply because you don't like the person. Ayaga, come through, please.
Thank you very much. How are you guys? How are you, Joshua, Wekesa, Mala, and Bernard? Okay, thank you very much. I hope I'm clear. Happy Christmas
I am saying Merry Christmas, and I'm still coming for my Christmas. Siku jaisha.
Kujia mi niko. Happy Christmas to Christians. But nitaanza na hii ya Mala. Mala amenichemusha kidogo. Unajua Mala anaongelelea about at prison. My friend, UDA has the best lawyers in this country. And even the chairman of Law Society of Kenya is in their camp. If Mala have evidence of treason, he can just consult with Murkomen and the Council of Lawyers, chairman of Law Society of Kenya, Nelson Navi, and a group of 50 lawyers that they availed the other day. Those people can just take the matter to the court because, you know, prison is criminal. Criminal cases are always open. They are never closed. Even if people are jailed, if somebody is jailed, that case can be open. Even if we want today to open the Dedan Kimathi killing, the case is still open. If you have evidence, you can just go to court and open the Dedan Kimathi killing by the whites. Criminal cases are always there. So treason is not a small thing. In 1982, Raila was never taken to court. So there was no charge with treason. That, in fact, you should be taken to court for lying, because you can look for court document where he was charged with treason and none. You will get none. So you will get, you are just a hula baloo, a political filafi who is just talking of things never understand or he doesn't know. Finally, let me come to the main topic. And also, Bernard, I've seen the vehicle. I hope the Mala, the anger in him, they have seen the vehicle that they circulate the number plate. The vehicle belonged to one of their financiers from South Rift, the owner of Bomet Sacco. So I think that guy will tell us who tortured the Tumbi. And I think they are not sacrificed that young man because that young man has not married. If you kill in my community, if you killed an unmarried person, you will suffer in your life. Because even if you look the story of Itumbi, if Itumbi is dead, who will benefit? The people who always seek for sympathy and perceptions. Uhuru Kenyatta will not benefit. Raila Odinga will not benefit with the miseries of Itumbi. Kalonzo Musyoka will not. The people who want to benefit on it actually made a statement yesterday. But wakaona leo, nobody is responding to them, so they kept off. I don't know where they are today. Anyway, wacha niachie hiyo ni polisi, lakini naweza zungumza juu ijaenda kotini, so I can just speak about it. Siku itaenda kotini ndio itakuwa before juries. I cannot speak or talk about it. About parties and the numbers, UDA, I don't think there is number they don't have, and that is what William Ruto have always avoided. Even during the bill for revenue allocation, he was talking about win-win. He wanted the gentleman agreement where these people agree so that we don't show the strength of the numbers in parliament. And that is the trouble. Bernard, you can hear me?
Yes, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you clearly.
Bernard, can you hear? You can?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So there is no numbers. William Ruto has avoided even BBI. Look the pattern at BBI. They have been boasting with Mount Kenya. Out of 504 MCAs, they only got 4 no's from Mount Kenya. And that tells you, and that guy has been there for 4 years campaigning with those MCAs as the smaller unit in mobilizing people. And when Parliament turned to vote, Muliona the same way they voted on Wednesday, date 29. I know they will boycott. They will boycott it, and they will try to now go to court through Nelson Navi, but they cannot take treason cases to court. They will go to court to try fighting from the court, but it won't work. These people has lacked out of strategy. That's why they even planning the kidnap of Dennis Itumbi, and I'm very sorry for him. They are planning the guy so that they want to create the narratives of the government is mistreating, but they did it wrongly. That is very wrong. It is very wrong, and anybody who is trying to do such a thing to create a perception that will never work, you should just go and sell your bottom up, whatever that yao wamekwama. Hizi stories za bottom up zimekwama, hakuna mahali zimeenda. Walianza na Raila anachezwa, hiyo Raila anachezwa haikuwork, wakakuja sijui hii ni kuzubaisha Raila, hiyo haikuwork, wakakuja na class war, the rich versus the poor, never worked. Wakaanza kupatia watu wheelbarrow, watu wakakana hiyo, wakaenda kule mahali sasa ati bottom up. Hiyo bottom up, there is nothing like bottom up. Our problem is not economic model in Kenya, and there is no country that suffers because of economic model. Our main problem is corruption. Let us call a spade, not a big spoon. If you cannot fight a corruption in this country, because if you go to apply for a job today, somebody asks you 30,000 or 100,000, that is corruption. That guy will not ask you which kind of economic model do you want us to do so that we employ you, bottom up, trickle down, or whatever. They will never ask you, even if you want to be employed as a police, just as a police today. Hawa wenye wanachukuanga watu watakuuliza tu, let 100,000, and that is corruption, and that is the main problem we suffer in Kenya. If police arrested you today, they will not ask you which economic model do I serve you with, bottom up or trickle down. The problem in Kenya and Africa is corruption. Anywhere like Rwanda, where corruption was, people forget about corruption long time ago, they are moving. In countries where the corruption we are still using, look, Congo is the richest country in Africa, but corruption and violence, they are not even, if economic model can change a country, then we could have just say, now let us change Africa, like all of Africa, let us have our economic model that will change the country. So our problem today as Kenyans, as simple as possible, is corruption. Any leader who cannot talk and cannot fight a corruption, hata kama yeye ni Mungu ama kama yeye ni mwerevu saizi gani, kataa huyo kiongozi. People suffer because of corruption. People are jobless because of corruption. Nepotism and tribalism, those are corruption. When you employ people from your community or from your family, leaving others outside, that is not economic model. That is those people, the rest are not suffering from economic model, they are suffering from corruption. So our main problem, anybody, hata kama Kalonzo amesema kesho yeye atapigania corruption, mimi nitakuwa hapo. lakini mtu anasema corruption ati mtu ameiba anasema anaonewa. Hapana. Ati economic model is the problem of Africa and Kenya? No. Then I rest my case.
Thank you, Ayaga. We appreciate your contribution. I hope that settles a lot of dust. I wish Bashir was here to make some response. Before to end our community ancestor, there is this video I want to share so that we continue with the discussion. Let me find it.
The failure of this administration to deliver on our mandate because you came and overturned our priorities and changed our focus.
Supposed to trust the institutions, isn't it? My friend, the fact that I am elected deputy president means the people of Kenya, if things go wrong in this government, President Uhuru Kenyatta and I will be the ones to be asked. Forget even about MD of, I don't know, some organization, cabinet secretary this and cabinet secretary that. Ultimately, the people that were given the mandate to run the affairs of this government by the people of Kenya is President Uhuru Kenyatta and I. Tell me for 1 minute, why, after the trust that people of Kenya put on me, why would I sit on national television and say something that's untrue? And to what gain and to what end? Okay. My point is, ultimately, you...
Community
Yes.
ancestor. Karibu.
Huyo ni Ruto for you. I tell you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, brother and fellow panelists na ndugu zangu wenye wako kwa comment section. So in fact Mungu at least ametulinda the whole day, imeenda sambamba kwa wale ambao najua wamecelebrate. Kwa sisi hapa Uarabuni mwanzo unajua ni ngumu sana, wao wanajua mambo ya Idi. But nevertheless ile kidogo yenye tumepata leo at least tumepata kuenjoy. So nikianza na hiyo video umesikia nikisema kuwa that is Ruto for you. Unaona Ruto anasema kuwa Raila alipoingia alifanya maybe developments zikastall. Ushaona sasa. Alafu hiyo statement ya pili akiojiwa, mmesikia akisema kuwa kama kuna jambo lolote ambalo walikuwa wameahidi wa Kenya na hawajalitekeleza, usiulize Raila, usiulize yani wao waulizwe, kwa sababu yeye na Uhuru waulizwe, kwa sababu wao ndio walipewa mandate ya kuendesha serikali ya Kenya. So sasa hivi my brothers and my sisters, kama vijana, because mimi ni mzee, I'm just waiting for my death, mimi ni mzee. Kwa wale vijana ambao hamna kazi, kama unajua kabisa you don't have anything, uliza William Samoei Ruto na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because hivyo ndiye amesema na mdomo yake, si eti ni maneno tunamwekea. Amesema kuwa kama wali promise vijana 1 million job every year or every 5 years na first 5 years hawakupeana 1 million jobs, then tuwaulize. So William Samoei Ruto, wakati campaign zitakapoanza, cause sasa hivi kampeni hazijaanza, hazijaanza, hivyo ndio kisheria wanasema kuwa hazijaanza, lakini zitakapoanza, akija mahali popote muulize, ulitupromise jobs, ukatupromise laptops, ukatupromise tractors kwa farmers, ziko wapi? Cause yeye mwenyewe ndio umesikia akisema kuwa anything yenye itakuwa imeenda wrong, yeye na Uhuru waulizwe. So it is up to you, it is up to us, wakati ukifika tuwaulize. So kwa topic ya leo mimi ningeanza kusema namna hii. In a war, you are supposed to fight, but never dare to drop your firearm. Lakini kwa vijana wa Kenya, all young people ambao wako Kenya, hawa wenye wanakula mulungula ya William Samoei Ruto ya handouts, they have already dropped their firearms. William Samoei Ruto has rendered you useless. Cause kama utakula mulungula, utakula handout kwa kiongozi mwenye wewe mwenyewe umekuwa amefanya yani amefinya wewe, kwa sababu umekuwa ukimlipa mshahara na hajatekeleza zile promises alikupa for the last 4 years. Sasa hii end of his term amekuja na pesa yenye amekuwa akikuibia wewe. Hutaki kumuuliza mbona haujatekeleza zile ahadi ambazo uliniahidi miaka 4 ama miaka 5 iliyopita. Then kutoka hapo, my brothers and my sisters, kama atakuwa amekupatia hiyo handout, hiyo mlungula na unajua uwezi ukauliza hilo swali. Wewe utaona huyu mtu ni mzuri, wacha tena nimpe miaka ingine 5. Utalia, hata utaaga dunia. Kama kijana utaaga dunia without marrying. Kwa sasa utaoa msichana wa mwenyewe na mkuje kula nini kama una kazi? There is nothing. So in fact hizo ndio vitu ambazo inastahili vijana wa Kenya ama sisi wa Kenya in fact tujiulize. Viongozi wamekuwa kutoka hiyo miaka ya nyuma hawajafanya chochote, but now they have come to ask for another mandate, tuwapatie another 5 more years, and yet they have not delivered on their past promises they gave to Kenyans. Kwa hata walienda pale kwa parliament wakaapa kuwa watapana allegiance kwa Wakenya na nini, but look, sasa hivi tunalia. Our economic growth imekufa kabisa. We have natural resources like land, minerals, even the climate. Tukuje kwa land, mashamba zetu ndio hizi zimelala. Mashamba zimelala kubwa, jackals ndio wanashiba pale. Na hao jackals in fact wameshiba to an extent ukijaribu kupita namna hii anaweza kakuangusha chini. Sababu gani? Hizo shamba hazilimwi. Mahindi ndio hii tunaagiza kutoka Uganda, tunaagiza kutoka Tanzania, na hizo ni vitu ambazo inastahili kwa Kenya kabisa. Hatungekuwa tuna import kitu kama mahindi. Minerals ndio hizi zenye tuna extract from the land, it is less than 10%, ama kama imeenda sana maybe 20%. 80% of our minerals are lying in the soil. Na hizo ndio zingetupa sisi tungezi extract zitupatie returns. Jambo lingine, human resource, the supply of labor. Sasa hivi tuko na vijana wengi, more than 10 million wako jobless. There is nobody ambaye kwa viongozi wenye wako sasa hivi ambaye anataka akuna maono mazuri ya kutap the potentials ambayo iko kwa hawa vijana, cause wao sasa hivi wako na nguvu ya kufanya kazi. Hawa vijana inastahili we build industries so that wao wanaamka, instead ya kulala, wao wanaamka wanaenda pale wanafanya kazi. Wakishafanya kazi in the evening watakuja wakiwa wamechoka, kazi yao ni kula na kulala, wakingoja kesho tena waingie 8 am duty. So hawatajiingisha kwa mambo ya miandarati, hawatajiingisha kwa mambo ya ambayo inawaharibu. So alafu tukuja na mambo human resource, hao wenye tuna ship outside like now hapa Uarabuni, the country like Saudi Arabia, you saw the other day, serikali hata haitaki kuweka mikakati ya kuensure kuwa hawa vijana wenye hawana kazi, hizi nchi ambazo zinahitaji human resource, wacha tufanye mikakati to ship a few Kenyans ambao wako na potential in terms of skills and what have you, so that we can tap foreign currency. Na hiyo foreign currency before we send them, wa ensure kuwa in fact mambo ya mshahara yao imeangaliwa, mambo ya dignity wakati watakapofika kwa ile nchi, wazienda kufanywa slaves na kudhulumiwa, mikakati iwekwe mizuri so that at the end of the day Kenya itarip a lot kutoka kwa human resource. That is the future in fact we want from these leaders. So I let it rest there. Nitakuja na zingine za mwisho ndugu yangu Bernard.
Thank you, community ancestor. We appreciate your contribution. I want us to keep flowing. Wekesa, are you there? Wekesa, upo?
Yes.
Okay. I want to leave the steering wheel in your hands, and then I disappear. But we'll have Bantu warriors, and then Baz, then Sam. Hao wajaongea. Wengine watachukua kipindi cha pili. Sawa sawa. Bantu warriors.
So next is
Merry Christmas, Bernard. Merry Christmas, Japan.
Merry Christmas to you. Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana kwa kunipatia hii nafasi. Ndio maana mwezi kuniona kwa sababu niko barabarani naendesha gari natoka mbali. Lakini nimeona afadhali niingie kidogo nijaribu kuongea na mlikuwa nasikiza. Nikirudia tena, wengi sana wameongea kulingamana na masala ya hawa vijana. Na ni kweli hawa vijana ndio ukaona hasa wale wenzetu hawataki kuzungumza habari ya historia. Kwa sababu wakiongea habari ya historia wataonekana watakuwa exposed. Sasa ndio wanataka kuweka hiyo kitu kando, tusiongee kabisa habari ya historia. Lakini sisi tunatoka mbali sana. Tunaongea kwa kulingamana na experience ambayo tumeiona hiyo miaka ya nyuma. Ndio maana ukatuona tumetapakaa everywhere in the world kwa ile shida ambayo ilikuwa iko. Sasa vijana wanatakikana wafungue kichwa yao vizuri sana, waelewe, kwa sababu wakifanya makosa hivi sasa wataleta tena suffering nyingine ambayo tutasuffer for long time. Na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo misa yote nairudia, hatuwezi kukubali tena kusafa tena kwa muda mrefu sana. It cannot be. Kaelezee vizuri ni kitu gani ambacho kimefanya kinawafanya wawe wako front line kwa huyo mtu mwingine. Ni kitu gani waeleze, ama ni kitu gani walifanyiwa hata wakaona ni nzuri kwa huyo mtu, wao wanaweza kusimama front line waanze kumtetea. Hiyo ni sinking sand na imekuwa exposed, kwa sababu Chalia anasema sisi tuko na bunge 170 sijui 160, lakini pia imekuwa exposed na unakuta hiyo uongo ni one after the other, promises ambazo hazikamilishwi, maneno ambayo watu wanaongea kulingamana na mambo ya uongozi ambayo hana kichwa hana miguu. Hatutaki habari ati ngoja aingie alafu ndio atatufanyia. No. Tukirudi kwa mzee baba, hisi yake inaonesha ile bidii alikuwa anafanya na hajifanyii yeye mwenyewe. Na kama angekuwa ni mtu mbaya, mimi natamani sana hao vijana waeleze ubaya wa huyu mzee ni ubaya gani, ama kama ni mtu anaibia serikali waiseme. Hawana kitu cha kusema. Kitu cha kusema ni huyu kitandawili sijui nini, unaona, there's nothing. Na alafu hawana agenda yote. Agenda yote ni kukashifu watu, kumtukana rais, kumtukana baba, unaona, maneno mengi ambayo hayana kichwa. Kwa hivyo sasa mimi hayo kidogo mpaka nifike nyumbani, nafikiria ndio nitakuwa niko comfortable. Asante sana Bena.
Okay, thank you Bantu Odas, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Kesa, kabla niende nicheze hii video alafu tuendelee na basi.
Omuhongo kwetsokwekholekha tarehe 31 Bukhungu Stadium. Obulala bwa Baluya ne shindu sha maana sana. Abaluya khurula Bungoma, Vihiga, Busia, Trans Nzoia, Kakamega nende shivala shosi pe khubukane mu Bukhungu Stadium. Okhuchakira khumuze wa kijiji, MCA, MP, Senator, Mama County, Governors. Okhurula mutsi county tsiosi tse Buluya, misafara tichomere Bukhungu Stadium. Tarehe 31 2021 itsa Bukhungu Stadium. Omwami Daktari Francis Atwoli yetso khutanga syalihuwa likhongo muno. Itsulira obwami nemyandu, inzu ya mulembe, kuchendere halala. Omukutano kuno kulaba khuluya TV live.
Wekesa, take charge. Thank you. I said, Wekesa, you can take charge. Thank you. It is the turn for Bas.
Na unitumia hiyo video kwa WhatsApp.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas to you, Bas. Karibu.
All the best, Bernard.
Wekesa is still in the mood
Merry
of Christmas.
Christmas.
Did you see our Santa in Kisumu, Bas?
Sorry?
Did you see our Santa in Kisumu?
Yes, I saw him.
Yes.
I
He's
saw,
the
I
father
saw
of
Baba.
this nation.
I saw
He
Baba
brings
Christmas.
He brings some fatherliness in this nation. We felt so relaxed.
But he did not have the genie like the Father Christmas. Anyway, as I contribute to today's mada ya leo, first of all, it is to ease Kenyans good festive period. Christmas has come. It's good to be with the family once again. And I hope everyone enjoyed in his own right. And those who didn't, well, we wish them all the best in the remaining period of the festival. times are very tough. The economy has taken a proper beating, and COVID is now on the rise. We cannot ignore that. I think everyone is coughing. Now going to the topic of Kenya and the future. Me, from where I sit, I think I have been listening to the two protagonists, and nobody can deny that we have two major protagonists. We have others, but I believe in the fullness of time they will fade away. And I just wish Kesa, after this, you will be able to kindly elaborate for us what the advert was and what it is saying. We all did not understand. Maybe it was part of the program. Now, to the future of Kenya, I think people kind of tend to misunderstand a political statement in the to the general population, and when somebody is speaking to a selected colleague. So I think when you want to understand somebody's strategy, you better listen to him when he is speaking to a selected population. That is in the boardroom, in the meetings, one-on-one on the interviews. You cannot get much listening to public rallies. They have so much rhetoric, and sometimes it is very difficult to differentiate some points. I have listened to Baba very many times, and he has his place in the history of this country. And I think that's why he tells us about history every time he is being interviewed one-on-one, or when he is speaking to small gatherings like the recent Mount Kenya Forum and the one in Coast. He will always speak about history. History is good, and nobody says it's bad, because it is where we have come from. But there is this one man who speaks about tomorrow. He speaks about the challenges of today and the opportunities of tomorrow. When he says that, I have had a community talk about youth and lack of jobs. And I would love to tell community that youth will not get jobs from government. Actually, the major economies, government is not a major employer. Government is a facilitator. Is our government currently facilitating private sector to create jobs? I think everybody knows we are far from the best we can do. The current taxation rate is very high. Access to capital is kind of mortgaged because of obvious reasons. And that is one thing that the UDA candidate has clearly said that he is going to look at. He has clearly said in an interview one-on-one last year, I think it was with Ken Mijungu, he said that he is not going to borrow from domestic market. That will be the game changer to the business environment of this country, the micro enterprise. The micro enterprise today has been crowded out of borrowing by the current local borrowing, which Baba says should continue. He says Kenya, the government should borrow more, which will that by that alone, by crowding the micro enterprise from access to capital, that is where youth are lacking jobs. That's where small companies are not growing. I ask myself one question every time I see a mega infrastructure and I see China Roads and Building and Construction, that company. And I ask myself, wherever everyone comes from, whichever county they come from, there are so many companies that have been formed that are undertaking various small constructions government works to the county government and to the national government. When will this company ever move the next step of growing so that they can create jobs? What is undermining them to growth? Why are we not seeing any major Kenyan company rising to take mega project in this country? Any mega project in this country is taken by companies from foreign companies. May it be the botched Arola and Kimwarel by that company from Italy. May it be Dhwake Dam. May it be the express highway being constructed currently. May it be the SGR. Anything with tangible volumes have all gone abroad. Yet, funny enough, under supervision of the regime, we have had Nairobi University's tower being constructed by Chinese. Yet they have an fully fledged engineering school. These are some of the issues that the UDA candidate has elaborated in depth and said, if we continue with these things, we will never create jobs. It doesn't matter what our history is, but this one must come to an end. And this one will come to an end by giving micro enterprise opportunities to access capital. That one Baba has not elaborated anywhere that, apart from saying he's going to give you 6,000 shillings, surely 6,000 shillings at today's economy. What will it do? Even if it is cushioning the lower card of the economy. I don't know. I try to figure out how will it be meaningful? How will it be meaningful to economic growth of this country? Every time they are saying the economy is growing. And I think in this forum, I have said once again that, and I quoted a very global senior figure, the former IMF director, Madame Lagarde, who said, what we experience mostly in Africa is mediocre growth. What is mediocre growth? It's growth without development, growth without jobs. That is what we are just being treated. Yes, we are seeing the infrastructure, but where is the growth? Why is the jobs? Where are the jobs? Why is the development? We don't have it today. That is one thing that we hope Baba can articulate without biting his tongue. All we care about is the economy. We don't care about political stability or instability. Let people quarrel the way they want. Kenyans, I think, have gone a notch higher. We are a bit politically mature. I think even in this election, in the which looks like to be very hotly contested, we might not have some skirmishes.
There is some statements you are giving that are leaving a lot to be desired.
Yes, like Bernard.
Without political stability, there is no economy. You can just go across to Ethiopia and come back and tell us how the economy is doing with the political instability. Cross over to Somalia and come and tell us how the economy is thriving with their political instability. It is important for us to be honest, especially on a platform like this, and be able to articulate issues that are profitable for the country, not for our political persuasion. It doesn't matter how good your political party is or your political leader is. The truth is that political leader can only function in a functioning nation. In fact, the reason why he has a political party in this country is because there is a country called Kenya. And so on this platform, we are footing for Kenya as a whole. Number two, what percentage of the economy is controlled by the SMEs? How much of the unemployed in Kenya can be assimilated by the capital released on the SMEs? If a Mama Mboga will employ another person, there will be 2 or 3 people. at the unemployment rate that we have right now, we don't need companies that will employ 2 or 3 people. We need masses to be employed. Graduations are taking place every week. All these people walking out of our universities, they need to be employed, assimilated in the job market. How many SMEs are you going to raise up to assimilate these people? And don't forget, they have been graduating from 2013 all the way to 2017. We have not created job for them, and will not stop the graduation in 2022. It is continuous process because these people are going through our academic system. So if you tell us that you're going to revamp the SMEs and that is going to help unemployment question in Kenya, there is something you are choosing deliberately. Not that you don't know. You are choosing deliberately not to look at it. The SMEs have a role, yes. They are trying out their luck, yes. But for this country to take off, we can't do without serious industrialization, whereby we have incoming companies that can employ hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people who are obviously jobless. And you know they are jobless. So the bottom up, wherever the bottom up approach which you people are pushing for is not even Kenya's problem. The greatest problem Kenya has is 1, corruption, 2, unemployment. Okay, and the reason why those companies you're talking about, those wherever private sector, if you talk to the private sector right now, they will tell you their greatest bill is corruption. Why? Some of those people in the political offices who are corrupt as leaders are the ones extortioning private companies so that they can get contracts or they can be given a free will to operate. Matatus, you put your matatu on the road, you need to go and service a traffic officer somewhere so that your matatu can operate, or else it will always be impounded, it will never function. You open a company, they say they want 20%. If you don't allocate them 20% of the company's they will not license you or they will not facilitate your papers. So if you want to be part of the solution of Kenya, let's lay the blame where it belongs, and that is corruption and corrupt leaders in high offices. And if somebody has proven to be corrupt once and he has not repented of the same, he has not gotten born again from the same, chances are he's only looking for a bigger office to do bigger corruption. Thank you.
Bernard, very, very well. I think you have been on point talking about one line of challenges on corruption. And let me say, corruption is shared across divide. There is no corruption. Corruption with the tendering or adding 10% is corruption. Corruption by monopolizing opportunities is corruption. Corruption by taking over government resources is corruption. So corruption is deep into the system, so much deep into the system. You have given a very simple narrative of a police officer. I do believe sometimes that that money that police officer collects for a matatu to be licensed, it cannot just be that it is going to his pocket alone. That money must be going very far, because it is like it is always done in intervals. So what I was saying is, whatever you have said, Bernard, is very correct. Corruption is a menace. Corruption cannot be apportioned to one man. Corruption is in every sector, in every county, in every ministry, in every political party.
Wait. You cannot, when it comes to other issues, economic, you are giving us details. When it comes to corruption, you go general. Stop that. Now, if you are telling us that corruption is enrooted in our system, and out of your 257 rallies, you have never spoken about corruption. Are you serious? Because your argument is self-defeating. You cannot, on one hand, tell us that corruption is such a serious thing in Kenya, and then zero attention is given to it. in your campaign, in your economic bottom-up strategy? Are you making any sense? So
I think I think he has I think he has always said, I said, stop. I don't very much rely on what person says on a political area. Some of it is so much rhetoric.
we have
What
said
I focus,
in all meetings, Akuna,
what I
even if this is a Karen, tell me in one meeting, yeah, Karen, if he structured the boardroom, he has discussed about corruption.
in an interview, he has been asked this question very many times, both by Linus Kaikai, both by
Interview, you
Mijungu.
are being forced to say something you are not prepared to say. But we are saying himself coming out and tell us, like in a point, that this is what we want to go. Okay, he has brought out the bottom up. Where is corruption angered in that model? He has not
In the
even.
bottom, let me answer you that. Corruption is anchored in the bottom up by ensuring that, first of all, Bernard, corruption is budgeted before it happens. And if there is no resources budgeted for that work to be, for the corruption to happen, they have gone to bottom ups, then there is no money to steal. I think that is the overall objective. That's the overall
Do you know
strategy.
why
to
you
defeat
are
corruption.
guessing? Do you know why you are guessing?
Hold on, we're guessing. Hold on.
Do you
Bas,
know why you are
Bas.
guessing?
Well, you are telling us, Ngoja, you are telling us that if corruption is not in the budget, it will not take place.
Yes.
So the problem is in the budgeting.
That is where corruption begins.
Have you ever gone to take like a passport or renew your license and it was time bad?
Not even yes. I had to part with 1,000 shillings or two.
The 1,000 shillings. Did you budget for it?
No, I did not budget for it.
It was forced out of you.
Yes.
So corruption doesn't need to be budgeted for. It is forced.
No, that is not the corrupt.
Hold on. Contractors have gone forth to complain. They are given their bid for the contract to do the road. They allocated money to begin the construction of the road. They take their machinery on the road, but the first allotment of that money, as soon as it hits the account, they receive a phone call from a senior office. He said that money needs to be transferred to so-so account. As at now, wait for the second allocation for you to be able to begin to do the road. Private contractors are being commanded by senior people in office. Instead of them beginning the road now, they should begin later in the next year's allocation because somebody has to eat this money urgently. So contractors are not giving out that money because they want to. They are not giving it out because it's in the budget. They are giving it out because there is one twisted person that wants to eat no matter who suffers while he eats.
Bernard, you have spoken in general, as Wekesa was saying. Let us take a classical example. If a road is 10 kilometers and it has been budgeted to cost 164 million per kilometer, and structurally it is known if that road is done by a private sector in a private enterprise, it costs 45 million to do per 1 kilometer. Who has given that huge variance? So that variance has been given in the budgeting to facilitate a cut. That's how it has been budgeted in that in such a project. And that is what is happening even in the counties. That's why I say it starts with the budget. If the road had been budgeted to the correct figure, even the private person, that company contractor, will not give anything because if he gives, he will not be able to do that.
As I'm a civil engineer, let me answer that.
I've just given as an example. I know you'll go very into details. I've just given an example.
It is cooked, not budgeted. It is cooked before the tendering. Everything is cooked before. So there is nothing like you budget for it. They meet, they agree on corruption, and then they institute it in papers. So that is how it is.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Musote. I want to understand that today we are currently operating with the budget statement of last year. What had been budgeted last year what
It's
had
all
been
right, right?
budgeted
Let me talk about the
Order, both of you. Thank you very much. I think, Baz, you should begin to conclude your submission because you have taken enough time on the same. But
I was doing rebuttal, but let me conclude.
Joshua is saying is that there is no corruption on tendering that is accidental. All of it is factored, and that is why after Kibaki and Raila had finished the SGR, the tendering, the payment system and all that, the Jubilee government came in and had to revoke whatever Kibaki had signed and begin fresh tendering. And the SGR that was to cost so amount of money, it was inflated, and it has never gone where it was. It was to go to Kampala, and now it is stopped in Naivasha. But the money spent on it is more than what had been budgeted for it to go up to Kampala.
I understand that. So do I rebuttal that or I conclude my submission?
Does it need rebuttal? Just needs either you agree with it or not. Then make your conclusion. Tuende kwa Sam na nani mwingine anasubiri hapa hajaongea Evans. Wekesa. Mimi nimeenda. See you in the next show. Thank you.
Yes,
okay,
Wekesa,
good night. And, yeah, Merry Christmas. We still have 28 minutes to finish Christmas. Tomorrow is cultural day, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I think we can discuss offline that.
Bernard, before you go, yesterday you requested for our numbers and we deposited them in the private chat, but up to now we've not been added. I don't know what you have to say about that. Thank you.
I am sorry. I think I left without collecting those numbers. Leave them with Wekesa. He will add you people. I left the show going on with Themba yesterday.
Yeah,
sorry
but
about
I think, Bernard,
yes,
if you just leave this Nina and you go to the yesterday's, it is you can still enter the studio of yesterday. You can get those numbers.
What I'm saying, if the person is right here, like Evans, he can just put the number, then you do that. Because if I go to disturb the other studio, something else can come up. I don't want that. While we are live, we don't take risks.
Oh yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of those who have not come back. Maybe there are many, but it's okay.
No, we'll find that. In fact, do that for me. You just send me a class of the numbers, and then I will add them to the group.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's have I think it is Sam. Was it Sam or boss?
It was Sam. Sam
first, and then we go to this other guy called
Evans.
Yeah.
Okay, Merry Christmas, everybody, wherever you are.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. The Santa is here. I'm representing Baba.
That's very nice of you. That's very nice of you. Bernard, Merry Christmas, you and your family.
Merry Christmas to you, Sam. Thank you very much. We thank God.
I hope you guys back home, you're doing well. You're trying to squeeze yourself in this time of COVID, at least with the families, to have that kind of togetherness.
Yes, we are staying safe. We are working out everything.
That's nice.
Praying that there will be no other lockdown. Because if this economy locks down again, I don't think we will have capacity to rise up.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Wekesa, I hope you are doing well. I can see you are today. I can see today tonight you are Father Christmas.
Yes, I'm the Father Christmas.
Okay.
Gift is good. I receive dollars.
Yeah. Okay. That's nice. Anyway, thank you so much, guys, wherever you are.
I hope I have had Mr. Booth, Mr. Bats or a Booth, whatever he has been talking. And in my way of thinking, I have about 4 things to talk about it. In brief, I will never take too long because I would like also other people to try to at least come in between to talk a little bit of things. Anyway, let us start with the stability of a country. The stability of a country is more important. When I say the stability of a country is more important, I mean the lives and the things within the border of Kenya is paramount to the government. That's when I say paramount. We don't have to negotiate about it. Second thing, the stability of Kenya, of a country, is part and parcel of the citizen and the security and the government to make sure each and everybody has that opportunity to do whatever he or she wants to perform to make the economy of the country grow. Third, in my way of assumption and analysis, I'm not an analytical or I'm not a political, I'm not neither economist, but at least I can a little bit of come in between. Without the economy, the country cannot be stable in either way, whether we like it or not. Because nobody, I said nobody, will ever try to say the country is stable while others are sleeping hungry. It's one of the worst things ever in humanity. Not even in human, in every living creature in the world. These are the fundamental basic things that the world system needed. The other thing, let me come to about economy. We have been seeing for the last almost 60 years now the way the past presidents or the past regimes has been handling the economy of the country. Each and every president has been handling the economy of the country in a different way. Kenya, our founding father Kenyatta wanted. He tried to make sure that the government, the country as a whole is secured, which was a very important thing, to make sure that those who have been ruling us are out and they are not part and parcel of the country, the citizen, which was very, very secure. The second president tried to change, although he has been doing it according to his own way of or style of trying to put the country together. He tried. He couldn't manage it everything, but he managed it at least whatever he did it. That was quite nice. The third president, Kibaki, tried to put it in a different way from the first and the second president. He tried to make sure that, well, The first two presidents make it in a different way. He tried to put it himself in a different way, trying to make sure, okay, the economy cannot grow it when the infrastructure is not well connected to each and every part of the country. That's the basic thing. He tried. He made it up to his term expired. He left it that way. The fourth president came up with his own ideology. He enhanced whatever the first and the second and the third predecessors were doing it, which means he tried to make sure that for the economy to grow, whatever the third president make it about infrastructure started, he tried more to enhance, and he added his own things. That is, water to everybody, although they have not got it, electricity to everybody, try to make sure the communication between regional places are more convenient, which is going, by the time of his term, which is going to expire, to end up next year, hopefully he could have achieved whatever he has studied, which is going to be part and parcel of the country. So the next president, in my own way of looking, has to do more now about, although we have this kind of worldwide pandemic, which is, I can say naturally, it's not because we don't know where it came from, because most of us who don't know, we're just being told this and this and this. But anyway, that's not my topic. The next president has to make sure that for the economy of a country to grow, it has the government, not individually. The government collectively has to make sure that the citizens are the one who are going to make the economy of the country to grow. That means the government has to make sure that people pay taxes so that the government can or has to make sure that it has make the services to the people. Anyway, I know the country has many debts, more than 9 trillion. The next president has so many things to do. It's a really huge burden, which is not going to be easy for the government, for the people of Kenya. So how will the next president come with it? It will depend to their advisors, economical advisors, political advisors, so many advisors in the different sectors and the different scenarios. To me, according to my own analysis, or according to my own thinking, I'm not talking about the next government, but I'm talking as individual too. According to me, if and when the next government can provide at least the youth who are innovative, who like to be entrepreneurs, because Kenyans are more innovative in a different ways. The only thing they are lacking is financial status. At least if the government can provide them with financial status in a way of loan, but given at least a certain time of maturing before they pay back, that could make not even a small difference, could make a big difference, and pay back the taxes, which the taxes will be used in a different way to make the country pay back the debt which the country has at the moment. The other thing, come to food subsidies. Without agriculture, people are going to die many. Without agriculture, the economy cannot grow. That's why food in whichever way is more expensive, 10 times more expensive than even in different countries, even in Europe and America. Food in Kenya is 4 times expensive than in Europe. And you have, mind you, in Europe, they get more money. I mean, the basic salary, the basic wages are more than even 10 times more than in Africa. Not even in Africa as a whole, in Kenya, because I don't know about other countries. To me, I don't care about other countries. I care about Kenya. So the government has to make sure that the agriculture sector has to be, the government has to put at least 20% of the GDP annually. That is going to make a very big difference in the water sector for people to irrigate it. Okay, I come now to corruption. I know.
I thought these other ones we pitia kidogo. The main topic was how political parties.
No, I mean, no, because you people.
The others was just a response to Bas, and then you go to the main
okay.
topic.
Let me finish this one, and then we come to that thing. Wekeza, Mr. Bruce, with the community, Evans Onyango, and Joshua Masoti. I'm now coming to the, what do we call it, corruption. Corruption is a disease, not only in Kenya. Corruption is a disease in the whole world. But the corruption has his own way to divine it. There are those other countries which are playing corruption in a very systematic way. In a way that you cannot detect it, in a way that they know how to make it. But corruption is a disease. In Kenya, corruption is norm. Anyway, we talk about corruption. I know people say DP is a land grabber. DP is I don't know, Kimwarer and Aror. DP is what? That's what, to me, I think and I presume, according to the way DP talk, according to the way the other people talk about it, it's in a different way. One thing, I've never heard Deputy President talking about corruption. Only when it's being interviewed one-on-one, according to the media. To me, he understands the laws very well, that you don't have to take a role of somebody else, which means He cannot take a role of Department of what do you call it, public prosecution, the Department of DCI, Department of Justice, Department of ESCC, I don't know, this and this and this. He cannot take that role because he's not eligible to do that. That is overstepping yourself to a different direction. You're putting yourself into a ditch. And that's why he left that thing open to relevant authority to take their step themselves. Let me go a little bit of this year, I think March, when the president said, in 21 days, from now to in 21 days, I've told the relevant authority to come up with the scandal or whatever they call it, COVID-19 and cancer. You could not hear it again from the president because he gave that mandate, he gave that authority to the relevant people to take that action. If they didn't take that action, it's up to them, which means the president washed his own hand. Moment, Mr. Community, and Mr. Ancestor. You don't have to. The president could not take it at that thing anymore because
let me ask you a question, Sam. That is you are theorizing it. Okay.
It's not about theory.
Why does he discuss economy and there is the relevant authorities to discuss that?
You know what? The growth of a country can never go without economy.
Even corruption. That's why Kibaki's main agenda was zero tolerance to corruption, and he talked about
and that's why I finish with this corruption thing because I know it's going to touch many people's hearts and many people's mind. I mean it. Because the president himself on March.
No, let me tell you this. These guys, when you hear them talk in the rallies, they say...
Okay, did the relevant authority came up with those things? Never. So, let us put this thing of corruption aside because never has anybody been prosecuted, never has anybody been... For those cases which are there in the high court, whatever, in the Justice Department, we leave it that way. It's their own way of handling it. So the rest of it, let us not talk about this thing. Let us not about individual. Let us not about talking individuals of Kemsa or this or the Pandora. Leave it to the relevant authority to come up with their own things. So, period. Thank you.
Okay, Sam. Then why do they discuss about security and why don't they leave it to Matiang'i and Kibicho and they are relevant authorities? Or is it just corruption is the only thing that should be left to relevant authorities? When it comes to security, they are discussing what Matiang'i should do. They are discussing what Wamalo Kijana should do, not Wamalo, Eugene. And then they are discussing what Kibicho should do. Are they not also authorities and relevant?
Let me answer you that way, in a very clear way. You will never see somebody, even if they criticize Matiang'i cannot hint anything from apart from any word from other personalities apart from the head of the state. So to Matiang'i, he's doing his own job. To Kibicho, they're doing their own job. They never like to talk about subordinate. That's why you see them putting these people aside, saying, no, I'm not going to do what you would say. I'm going to do what the government wants me to do.
Can I ask Wekesa?
Even me, I have a question.
Yeah, one question from Mosoti, then one from community.
Okay, Sam, how are you?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Why are you talking about the economy and you are not an economist?
Well, I understand a little bit It does not
So
mean
what
that
what we are talking is this, that as long as we love our country, Kenya, we need to, every person need to speak out on the things. The deputy president need to come out and say that we need to fight corruption, because the reason why he doesn't speak about it, because he knows very well that he has been vindicated of corruption before. You know, you can name all the corruption cases that he has been involved in. Another thing is, when we said that we are ready to do a lifestyle audit, and the president said, you can start with me. He said that he's the one targeted, all right? So do you feel that we should speak or keep quiet, and then we don't talk about something because we have EACC?
Well, thank you, sir, Mosoti.
Wait for the other question, then you answer all of.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wekesa. I'm asking you, Mr. Sam. You are saying that Deputy President is not supposed to speak about corruption because they are relevant authorities who are mandated to deal with the corrupt elements or the looters. Now, why, when these agencies like EACC, you saw even the other day when they went into the neck of Gashagwa, I saw a deputy president saying, "Oh, maybe that is we chanting there. These agencies are looking for people who are allied to UDA. Why? Because you are saying that he's not supposed to speak. But when these agencies lands on these corrupt elements, when then we see deputy president coming guns blazing to say that they are being targeted. Why does he come in? Then he's supposed to keep quiet and let these agencies to do their work.
Okay, thank you.
Before I have the third one, I have the third one, a quick one. You see, in which arm of the government does the deputy president come from? It definitely comes from the executive, and the biggest role of the executive is a symbol of national unity, which means starting from the president to the deputy president to the cabinet ministers to the PSS to the CSS. These are symbol of national unity. They are not supposed to be allied to any political party as at a given and stipulated over a period of time during the time that they are in office. So now, if the deputy president, why is it that the deputy president behaves like an outsider in the executive at the same time? Because when we are talking of corruption, he's even taking money from the taxpayers, but not working for it. He is himself a ghost worker in the government, while he is in the same government, not criticizing and not criticizing. So when it is yes.
I thank you so much. Okay, let me start with Mosoti. Mr. Mosoti, if I call you Mr. or I can call you Joshua. Joshua can be more better. Joshua is more better with me, if you allow me, because whatever I am, calling somebody by the first name is a little bit, that's more friend. You know the person, you know more. Anyway, Mr. Mosoti, I can say, I know so many things happen to whatever is happening, whatever deputy president in there. I can tell you from my own way of perspective. I cannot call it conspiracy theory, but in a way of understanding the gesture and the way people are talking. One thing, DP has been vindicated as a thief. Sure, I cannot deny that one. I may say. I cannot deny, neither do I agree, because I don't know. I don't have evidence. Neither do I have to talk about something which I really don't know. I don't want to get myself into issues that are not part and parcel of me myself. Second thing, this thing of a bottom up, I know it may be irrelevant to anybody. 80% maybe 80% of Kenyans, because we know that thing trickle down. I know that. I went to school in 1970s. I went to school in 1970s. I could travel the whole of Kenya without even being asked, who are you? Where do you come from? They can ask me, maybe the police. I remember 1977 when I went to Starehe Boys. I traveled all the way from Kitale to Nairobi. Reaching there in the morning, I don't know where Starehe is. I went to police. They were very, very genuine, kindly, and they put me in a car, take me just about 1.5 kilometers from OTC station to Starehe Boys. It was very nice because you could travel wherever you are traveling without even. Anyway, that's a forgotten thing. The other thing which I can say about DP, I know is people have talked about many things. A thief and what, and then a conman is carrying billions of money. Do you remember, I think September, October, if I'm not wrong, when Matiang'i came up with, when the CS Matiang'i tried to take some security from, and then replace them with a different. It is a normal in the government. That's a normal in the government. I can say that's a normal in the government because they wanted this security people to go and do other work. That's a sure.
Which question are you answering?
Wekesa, kindly chair, Mr. Sam, with all due respect, is taking us in circles.
I'm coming to your
He's taking
question.
us in circles and.
No, if he's
No, I'm
talking,
coming to your question.
if you feel you are not answered, kindly rebuttal.
Yeah.
If he's not answering you.
No, I'm answering. Try
Just
to answer
say you are
Mosoti.
not answering me.
I'm trying to answer.
Circles and we're not even getting the concept completely from which point of angle is coming from. So kindly just answer the question. Question 1 was saying this, question 2 was saying this, question 3 was saying this, instead of you taking us around kindly.
Mr. Onyanja, can I not answer Mosoti before I come to you? Now tell me the truth. Do you want me to answer one question?
You see, even Mosoti's question
in one sentence.
Even Mosoti's question has not been tackled.
Just wait.
At all.
Can you wait a little bit? Can you wait some few seconds?
All right.
Should I not answer him and try to elaborate it exactly the thing what he asked before I answer you?
Obliged. We are waiting.
You don't have to.
Let me put it this way, Sam.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way. This is a debate, and nobody has all answers. Okay, so he can try to answer. If you feel he's not satisfied, you ask a question. If he can't, sure. Then we know he was not able to answer that question. Because when they expect all answers from him, he may have it, he may not have it.
Thank you, Ekesa. Thank you, Ekesa. So, you have Mosoti, you have put me out of mind from. Onyanja has put me out of mind from Mosoti. Mosoti will remind me a little bit. Remind me, please, sir, if you can.
I say this is what I said. I said that the deputy president is not fighting corruption because he has been, he has been involved before, and it has been in court. Some of them he has said yes, some of them he's denying, but he's in all this. Why is he not talking about corruption? And he has been, denying what we call the auditing. All right, it's any person who is occupying the public office. When the president said that we need to do auditing, he said no. He has been They are chasing him. Why is he not talking about corruption if he is clean?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let me come to that thing. I remember by the time when Matiang'i was talking about that thing in a parliament, when the parliamentarians, security and foreign affairs committee tried to ask him, Mr. Matiang'i about all these things. And Matiang'i elaborated that he has this and this, he has this and this, he has this and this, and he has this and this. And then I still remember what Deputy President talked about it. I think it was in Laikipia. I can remember. He said, they said this and this and this and this. Yeah, I have this one, I have this one, I have this one, I have this one. But this one, I don't have it. But anyway, by the way, let me try to ask me to add more, which I have it, so that they don't have to talk about it anymore. He added about, what do you call it, shares in what do Kenya Airways, shares in the Safaricom. And he said, if you want, I can give you more. So from that time, he never elaborated again. He took that one and he finished.
Sam, you are in.
Let me come to Onyango.
Wait first before you continue.
I'm coming to Onyanja.
Yeah, before you continue, wait.
Yeah.
You are an elder of wisdom.
Yeah.
According to you, are these answers of the DP showing somebody who is committed to issues to do with corruption? You see, you cannot just go out and explaining what he said. It's you to have a judgment. You know, we need to have a judgment. You can look at somebody and say, this one is not committal in terms of corruption. I haven't seen anything that comes out. Why doesn't he talk passionately about corruption the way he talks passionately about bottom up, the way he talks, he sings Mama Mboga every day? Why don't he talk about corruption? Because it is a serious leprosy that is eating this nation. But when you tell us that you point out some rally maybe on month of July, then you are not serious, my friend. It should be part of his daily agenda because he does rallies every day.
Okay.
I think he should just say pass to that question and then go to another question.
I cannot pass a question which I may understand a little bit, not a little bit, somehow according to me myself. So I can have to answer it. Anyway, thank you, Ekeza. About the corruption, which I've been telling Mosoti, it's a simple thing. Whatever the deputy president talk about it, more than that, I may not know. Behind there, I may not know. But the relevant authority which have been given that mandate to do that thing, they should come up with that thing. After all, the next president, those who are competing for the next presidency, they have to be audited by the relevant authority to come up with their wealth, how they got it, how they manage it. Simple and clear. More than that, I cannot explain myself about it. I cannot explain about Deputy President. Okay, Onyanja.
Thank you.
Onyanja.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Onyanja, there's one thing I tell you.
Continue.
You have been telling me about, asking me about Deputy President being outside, although he's inside, getting the money from the government, although he's not working. The Deputy President of Kenya, according to the constitutional law of 2010, he was elected alongside the president. Whether we like it or not, it is his own will, according to if he can, to resign it. Second, the person who has been outside the government, he was brought inside to try to help for the peace of the country. So he could no longer defend the person who was outside, who could no longer defend the people of the welfare of the people of the country. So he has been silencing. That's why the DP, according to his, I don't know, I don't want to talk about it, according to him alone, according to his own thinking of ideology, try to put himself outside so that he can criticize his own government. Although he's inside, he try to criticize his own government from inside. That means he knows exactly what is going inside. Because, mind you, the deputy president gets intelligence each and every day is being briefed. Is being briefed by intelligent people from the government exactly what is going on in the country each and every day. So that one, let us put ourselves outside that one. He knows himself what he's doing. That. No, there are things.
So before you continue, a question.
We may talk. Thank you.
Sam, a question.
Yeah.
So if it is at his own volition to resign because he was elected alongside the president, who is he accountable to? Because we want to know where does he report? Who does he report to? Is it the president or the people of Kenya or the public service that pays him or whoever? We need to get the accountability of his work. So give us the scorecard of what he has done from 2017 up to now to warrant him not to resign.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Onyanja. First, is accountable to the people of Kenya, because it's the people of Kenya who elected him. It's not accountable to the president. The president is the second option. Being running mate of the president does not mean he's not accountable to the people. The deputy president is accountable to the people because the people of Kenya elected him alongside the president. Those are the first, because the people of Kenya gave him that authority to be part and parcel of the government.
Sam, thank you for that session. Let's have Evans contribute.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, I know I've taken a long time, but forgive me.
Yeah, I know. I normally tell people we cannot exhaust all the answers.
Yeah, sure.
But we leave it for another day. Let's go to the
Thank
next
you.
one.
Let me tell Mr. Themba, how are you?
I'm fine, Sam. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you. Welcome. We are trying to make a little bit of differences. Maybe we get it and a different thing altogether.
Okay, let's have Evans.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now, Merry Christmas is over, but you can still, we are in Cultural Day, National Cultural Day. But you can always greet us. Christmas is not a day, it's a season. Huh?
Yeah, it's a season. For me, my Sabbath was very well. That is one thing I will, for those faithful Christians who went to church today, either for Christmas or for Sabbath, we want to say thank you. I don't know where to start from because everything is confusing, especially when you hear the kind of arguments that are being brought. But you see, opinions are, we say that opinions are the cheapest commodities everybody can have. It can be foisted to anybody. Yet some people do not like hearing opinions. Everybody who has come here came here because he has an opinion, and you see, an opinion cannot be can be taken into advice. An opinion can be executed, and it can also be something that can be used for the future. As yesterday I said, and I'm going to start at a very high notch. I'm going to start from the recent presentations that have been made from the recent presenters that have from where I came in. I said yesterday through Machiavelli that if you want to know the kind of the intelligence, the integrity of a leader, check on the kind of people that is walking around with. And this one, I'm going to use it in terms of the way this some has been putting it, that corruption, the deputy president cannot be speaking on corruption. There are relevant bodies that are supposed to be speaking on corruption. One thing we're supposed to, I'm going to tell you some. Ideally, the deputy president doesn't have any moral authority to lecture anybody about corruption, because you see, when you're the lord of corruption, there's no way you can be able to tell people that this is bad, this is what it is, this is what it is, and it is in the public domain. We are not going to speculate on this and this, because if you check on even the outcome of the Western.
Wekesa, can I ask Evans
Sorry?
something? Can I ask you something, Evans? I would prefer if we are not so general. When you say somebody is the lord of corruption, you kindly mention a few cases that he has been charged with corruption.
Am I the only one who is not hearing you, or kindly come up again?
Yes, as you have said, he is the lord of. He has no moral authority to lecture on corruption. Kindly mention a few cases that he has been charged with corruption in a court of law, not in the public, not in the court of public opinion. Hello, can you hear me?
I'm not getting you completely because you keep on breaking.
Okay, so can you the rest? Can you hear me?
Let him
Yes.
finish submitting,
Yes,
then you
yes,
ask
now.
question kindly. In 3 minutes, finish your submission, then
Thank you.
Obliged.
Yes, like I said, the deputy president, and I'm going to repeat it in capital letters. The deputy president does not have any moral authority to either lecture anybody about corruption. And this one is in the submission of the court of law that from the case that was heard from KAA about the Western Hotel. He himself admitted in national television that yes, the land was acquired illegally, but I bought it legally from someone else. In short, yeah, he is having is in possession of a stolen property and in admittance. So that was not my presentation. I'm going to go back to the topic that it is that has been laid. That was just by the way to tell the recent presenters that this is it. We know it. So in the political parties, are they houses or just buses? In Kenya, we practice what we call politics of convenience, where you can be taken. And I'm sorry to say this, that in the recent past, we've been electing politicians, wrong politicians, just because of parties. Take an example in 2017, and this one I'm going to put it. If you want to throw stones, you can see where I am. We elected the governor of Nairobi, who was later impeached of integrity issues. We elected a governor in Kiambu. We elected another one in Kirinyaga because they were allied to certain parties. And because the people that were steering a particular political party, they kept on telling people that, you see, if you do not elect this person B will take over here, and this person is not good. So these people merited to be elected because of these political parties. And if at all, you see, as it is right now, the political parties that we have in Kenya is either it is a house or it's a vehicle. The only political party that has withstand or maybe withstand the tornadoes and all the challenges that are in terms of politics, we know them. The old political parties such as KANU, the DP, the ODM that have sustained, those ones we can call them political houses. But
oh, we have, I think he's having a network challenge. I see it. Okay, let's have the warrior. How are you? Merry Christmas.
Nimerudi
You're
tena.
mute,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, we can hear you now.
yeah, okay. Merry Christmas to everyone. Wakia Satemba, Baz, Joshua, community, Robinson na wengine.
Merry Christmas, the warrior.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mi sina mengi ya kuongea, tunawachia hao vijana waeleze. Wengine wana understand, wengine hawajui kitu. Mimi narudia tena, tulipata tabu sana safari za nyuma, shida nyingi sana, ndio maana si wengine tukasafiri tukaja huko nje. Tukiona mtu anatumia pesa, mi kwanza nikiona mtu, unaona baba hana haja ya kutumia pesa. Tofauti ya huyo DP na baba ni hizo. Mi tangu niko huko ni miaka mingi, nimeondoka sasa almost 30 years, almost 35 years. Baba atumiagi pesa, lakini why people wanampenda? Tujiulize. Na wengine wanatumia pesa. Sasa inaonekana hakuna ajenda yote, ajenda ni utumie pesa. Mi nataka Ruto asitumie pesa, aweke pesa kando, aweke tu pesa kando tu kidogo tu, kama mwezi mmoja hivi, tuone kama atakuwa na hizo numbers ambazo yeye anaongea. Aweke pesa kando 1 month, 4 weeks only, aweke kando. Manake baba yeye hatoi pesa, wala watu hawana haja ya pesa, lakini wanajua ile history yule baba yuko nayo. Sisi tunataka baba aje hiyo miaka yake 5, kwa sababu hiyo corruption, the roots has gone deep down. Hawezi kumalizana nayo, lakini anaanza kuweka misingi, hao watakaokuja mbele ni njia gani watapambana hiyo corruption. Nafikiri tumeelewana. Ikiwa ni pesa ndio inakufanya uwe kiongozi, basi huku Amerika na huku Uingereza na wengine wangekuwa watu mabilioniers, kina Soros na kina Nancy, wangekuwa marais ama wangekuwa ndio mapresident. Pesa sio issue, ni vitendo ndio kitu muhimu. Usiweke pesa ukaanza kuwapatia pale, weka kando hizo pesa. Mwanzo yeye ilikuwa anatakana kuanzia hivi sasa aweke kando, aangalie kama yuko na watu. Hiyo tu kwa hivi sasa, mengine nitaongea baadaye. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you. Let me give some. You have 30 seconds to finish up your statement and then answer Bas' statement. We go to them. Some came before, Bro Benson came before Themba, but now he disappeared.
See, can't I finish before? Or...
Bro Sam.
Okay. Is it Mr. Busso?
Not Bro Sam, anaitwa Bro Benson.
Okay.
Okay, so let's have, I think we will have Evans to finish, Benson to submit. Then we have Themba and Themba. After Themba, we have David Olo. In that order. Themba, nakunywa chai kidogo. Evans Onyanja akimaliza bro Benson yaingie. Narudi.
Thank you so much. I think my network had issues, but I'm back. Sorry for that. Like I was saying, the political parties that we have right now in Kenya are only the political parties catapult us to clinch power. Not because we have a political party. Most of the political parties do not have that tradition. We need to have tradition of policies. Tradition of policies in that if today you go and ask Kanu, what is your international policy on employment? And do you believe and stand by that policy? regardless of the time. You'll find that these political parties are only formed because they're only here to take power or to catapult you basically to power as it is right now. But there are those political parties from the old time that even though that times are changing, they have never wavered from their policies. For example, if I can take an example of ODM has been having that policy of corruption. And it is very evident in terms of the people that are enrolled in ODM. First of all, I've been watching the way ODM conducts its business. That if you have integrity issues, it is going to be a little bit hard for you to be for you to be given a ticket. You see, and a very good example was Margaret Wanjiru. When she had integrity issues, she was kicked out of ODM because you see, the way Raila associates himself with people, he doesn't want to be stained with such kinds of corruption, and he's the one who has been fighting corruption from the onset. I know many of you will ask questions that don't we have corrupt people in ODM? Yes, we have corrupt people in ODM. You know the way corruption behaves. If you cut the head of corruption, 4 heads emerge from that body. So fighting corruption is not something easy. But do you have the will? That is my question. Because we know whenever there is a will, there is always a way. Do you have that zeal of fighting corruption passionately the way you will want to fight for your wife? That is what we are talking about. Because, I must say from the other side, let me come to the other side. For example, let us take from the other side. It is in the public knowledge that Waluke was convicted of corruption, isn't it? It is in the public domain that the MP for Madira was convicted of corruption. And it is on record that he has a case to answer in court. Another example is Anne Waiguru. You remember even the deputy president saying...
Evans, a little bit, stop confusing us and saying things that are not true. Kindly tell us which case the Madera MP was convicted. Don't talk about charged. Charged is still innocent till proved guilty. Tell us which case he was convicted on corruption.
Sorry, your network might be having a lot of problems. Anytime you want to speak, I don't get you completely.
Can the rest hear me? Or this guy is not only hearing the question I'm asking?
Buzz, Evans is having a network problem, yeah?
I think Mr. Bush, Evans has a problem, a network problem. So I can hear it, whatever you ask him. But anyway, you will answer it when you come back.
Okay. David Olo, can we hear you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
can you hear me clearly? Because I'm not using earphones. You can get me? Okay. I don't have much to say. I just want, because today I don't see anybody who's, what you are talking is something that I just want to listen to, because I'm not so much of a contributor, but a listener, and that's why I'm always very, very fast to respond to those who don't have facts. So I can just say that what you are saying is right, and but I can just say that let us not stick so much in saying that political parties in Kenya don't have ideologies, because I think that is just something that is being peddled by the media. They don't want to see the good things in how our political parties are improving. So that is what I can say. And as I stay here, I will continue listening, and I will just be responding to those things that are not factual. I like to do that more. So thank you so much, and Merry Christmas.
Okay, who was coming next? Benson?
Habari gani Mr. Themba?
Nzuri sana Benson, naendeleaje?
Tuko salama, naona watu wako leo. Sijui ni contribute na listen to lakini kuna maybe naweza tu kuongea tu in general kulingana na what people are saying. One thing yenye naweza sema ya kwanza ni kwamba na watakia Christmas njema, ingawaje ni kama kwingine kunaisha, watu wengine ndio sabla saizi bado wako kwa the peak of it, but I wish you, my Kenya brothers, a very good Christmas and maybe a happy new year if we will not meet here again. That's one. Then secondly, about people are talking about, Evans was talking about corruption, that is one. Then secondly, people are also talking about the political parties. That is two. And about the political parties in Kenya, there's something that I think that Kenya, we need to do more. We are still not at the peak because if the political parties, they usually have a foundation that they are built on. And if for example, I just want to give an example of a political party that is started recently that has not grown so much. We talk of freedom fighter, the EFF of President Malema. And when you see the policies, even and the policies and even their vision, you find that it is being followed by even the people in the university. So like the people who are coming to be in the leadership, even after they leave the schools, they know what the party stands for. If the party stands for corruption, the people who are corrupt are not going to be in that party. So I think as a country, I know we've tried with our best. We can count like ODM has been there for so long, Wiper also has been there, but still we need some other small political parties that are coming. They should come with the vision and something that they stand for, such that even if somebody who joins the party, you join the party knowing very well that what this party, what does it stand for? For example, there's some political parties that are being formed immediately after disagreement. Yeah, they're being formed to revenge, not to deliver for the country. They're being formed for individual interests, it's not for the country, because you see on how, or like you see the formation and how they say their policies. So I think like Kenya, we are somewhere, but I think also we need to do more. Something about corruption, and is this: if at all each of us who is here, or anybody who wants good for his country, he should fight for corruption. And even if somebody is not convicted of corruption, and we know very well this person has committed corruption, we should say it. And that's where now I disagree with Baz, whereby he say like, you have to, who has ever been convicted of corruption, is not, I don't think that will be a very good reasoning for the country, because it means you saw somebody stealing, and since this person is not charged, so you say that that person is not a thief. And I can give a typical example to Baz. One, when you want to do, for example, when you want to buy a property, one of the things that you should do what we call a search. Yes, after doing a search will give you the information of the property. Yeah, so after knowing this, and you come to learn as a state officer or as a Kenyan citizen, and you know very well that this land that I'm doing a search on is a public land, but it was acquired in a way that is not procedural. As a statesman, one of the things that you should do, you should question that. You should not go ahead to buy it. And if you buy it, which means you are buying something that is acquired illegally. And by that, which means you kind of like support that thing of getting something that actually does not belong the rightful owner. Yeah. So as a good citizen of the country, you should kind of like say, okay, this is not the right thing, I'm not going to do it. And another thing that I would say, which might be not in this, I said this one last time when I was on this show, that let us make the qualities of a leader that we want, and each and every day we mark them and we arrive at the answer. Then we will get a good leadership. That is something that I would say. Yeah. So, for example, we want to say that we want to talk about corruption. Who you think is going to fight the corruption in Kenya? Because something that really brings Kenyans down is corruption. The money that is lost in corruption alone is a lot of money. And if somebody does not want to talk about it, so which means we are not going to progress as a country, because people are going to continue to loot the country. Yeah. So I think that's the only thing, a contribution I would make as I continue to listen to the members of the panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Benson, for your contribution. Community ancestor, you talked.
Yeah, maybe I come for second round. Huh?
Wait, Joshua Mosoti, had you talked?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let me make my presentation and then we can now go for the second round. I want to, first of all, address myself to, first of all, wish you all a Merry Christmas, and I hope you're having fun, you're enjoying it. Even when you come to give your views here, you're enjoying it with your families, and you are also helping the underprivileged within your environment. If you don't eat alone, eat with someone. That is the spirit of Christmas. Having said that, I want to start by, start with what Benson has said, that we need to identify the quality of the leader that we want, and using that parameter, now we look for the leader that best suits that. And as I always say in this forum, we sometimes want to start from up. We need to start from down. That is, we need to start from the MCA. We need to start from the place where you meet development, and development meets you. That is your MCA, that is your MP. Those are the people that you need to be very, very clear about on who you're electing. Because if you don't elect very forward-thinking leaders at that level, then you can definitely know what's going to happen for the next 5 years. Secondly, do not accept for your vote to be bought, because when your vote is being bought, that's your conscience that is being bought. So you need to be very careful when you are going out there. When someone comes and buys your vote, then what they're telling you that for the next 5 years, they are going to be recouping what they used to buy you. So you need to be careful about that. Again, also, we are told that our leaders are a reflection of what we are. So we need to self-search and reflect, what kind of a people are we? Are we a people who are comfortable with what you are calling, corruption? Are we comfortable with being bought? Are we comfortable with the little things that happen, with mediocrity? Because if we are comfortable with that, then our leaders are going to follow that path to try and come and convince us to put them in power. We have discussed in this forum time without a number on the need for the people and the citizens themselves to take leadership, to take the front seat in determining who the leader becomes. And we are saying here, and want to repeat again, if we don't take that driving seat in determining the leaders that we want, they are going to take that driving seat and they are going to decide for us. So it's for us to sit down, have this conversation, and make effective decision in deciding which leaders we want to take out there. I know that sometimes, because of how we have been socialized, we have tried and moved towards hating our fellow men. Maybe one tribe, one ethnic community, but I think that is not the direction that we need to go. We are all one. and constitutionally, all of us share equal rights. So it is for us to decide, okay, what is it for the common good, not for me? What is it for the common good? The leader that you're having down there, are they going to make sure that you have the most basic thing, infrastructure, water, roads? Are they going to ensure that they lobby for those things to happen? Now, if they have been there for 5 years and they haven't done that, there's a problem. So if we return them, then the problem is us, it is not them. Even when Sam is saying here very ably that the Constitution gives the ideal, but the reality is different. They say there's the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. What is the spirit of the Constitution? What is the letter saying? This could be the letter, but what is the spirit? You know, we may say here ably that yes, the deputy president is protected with by the Constitution. But you see, the Constitution general, even the powers of the president is donated by the citizen, because they say the people are the supreme. So we donate that they exercise on our behalf. So when you are going to exercise on our behalf and still you wake up and you're saying that I looked for this by myself, then that says a lot about you. You know, so moral obligation is on the leaders that have been chosen, that they need to follow the Constitution. You cannot wake up and say that I looked for this so I can be betraying people. What was the spirit of the Constitution? And at some point we discussed here and we said that we have actually experienced with the 2010 Constitution certain things that we might need to relook at. For example, when the Constitution was passing, the last time, we didn't envisage that the president and the deputy could at some point disagree. So you see, that was not something we had envisaged, that we didn't envisage that we could have a deputy president who is incorrigibly uncorrectable, you know, that when he chooses a path, he follows it. So we didn't see that. So the Constitution gives us that, and you know, sometimes we breathe life to it. We have already implemented it. We have seen that it's a learning experience. So as we move forward, we want to have a conversation. Is it fitting us? Like they say, the law is made for man, not man for the law. So when it doesn't work for you, that's why there's a clause on amendment. You go ahead and amend it. So we want to see what is it that works for us, and it's a conversation we must have. Now back to our today's topic that I'm seeing, that our political parties, are they houses or their vehicles? The first thing I need to say, our political parties generally, I mean, it's something on those people who are keen on understanding political parties, revolution, growth, development, and sustainability of political parties, the relationship between political parties and the state, and is the political party and the state one, or they're different, and how political parties are managed in Africa, Kenya specifically, Africa in general, and the world. You know, you have to read and compare and see what works, what doesn't work. One thing we must admit is that our political parties are in the process of development. Most of them are still stuck up on the infancy stages. That's why you keep seeing that no political party probably lasts 2 elections, you see. Now, number two, our political parties generally, most of them are formed around individuals. We haven't seen a political party that survived the person who formed it. There was the party that was formed by one Anyona. The party died when Anyona died. There was a party that was formed by one Nyachai. We don't hear it anymore when the person is gone. There's DP. We are hearing DP struggling somewhere. It was started by Mwai Kibaki. He's still around, but as soon as he left, the DP party has been struggling. KANU was started by Moi. I mean, it was a party that was so much identified by Moi. Now, as the late president, you know, stepped down, the party has been, you know, struggling, trying to find its shape. So the parties that we talk about right now, you can actually identify them with the individuals that are around them. ODM, you identify it with Raila. You know, you find UDA that does not have an MP yet. You identify it with Ruto. Wiper, you identify it with Kalonzo. and so forth and so on. We cannot necessarily say parties have ideological structures. They are individual, generally vehicles to go to allow people to get to power. And some of them basically, they hawk them. Right now we have around 83 parties for purposes of hawking and getting power. Now, when will we ever say that parties have ideologies and their houses and their homes? When we will have these top individuals on them having moved away and the party stands the test of time. For example, Chama cha Mapinduzi in Tanzania, it has stood the test of time. It has moved beyond the people who formed it. ANC in South Africa has moved beyond the people who formed it. So when that will happen, then we can call parties as homes and houses. For now, because the Constitution does not elect a party, the Constitution envisaged a leader, not a party. So parties are basically just vehicles to get people to power. Once they get there, they dump them and they get another vehicle. Just the way you are moving from here to Kitengela, you get there, you leave it, you look for another vehicle. And that is what we are likely to see in our political party metamorphosis as time goes by. But hopefully, in about several voting cycles, we are going to see growth in our political party system. That is what I can say for now, and looking at the future of political parties in Kenya. I want to open us to a second round of submissions. And I think at this point, I will want to start with, I think I'll start with Baz, then we come down. Baz, Sam, the Warriors, we go round. Baz.
Yes, Demba. I think today you have made a very elaborate presentation. True, political parties do not have ideology, but I would like to enrich on that and say that what makes political parties lack ideology is we have permanent ruling class in this country. I think that's one major problem. We have seen the metamorphosis of political parties from Ford Kenya. We know how, since multi-party, we know how Ford Kenya with Jaramogi, then came to Amalo, then came a Sprinter Group. And this has been the metamorphosis of our political parties. There are people who feel entitled to be there at the top forever. They have taken as if politics is a family line business. Why CCM has moved on to generation is because we have not seen the son of President Nyerere coming on top and saying, this was my father's stool, I have to sit on it. We have not seen the son of Mkapa and so on and so on. Actually, we don't even know them. But in this country, we have the perpetual ruling class that has held this country at hostage since time immemorial, since independence. We have had people passing on due to family lines. That's one major reason why our political parties are vehicles and they don't have any ideology. I hope that UDA will be the first party in the bloc to go beyond that. And we should not see such, let me, for lack of better word, nonsense going on again. We should have parties going to the deputy, or any other person in the party hierarchy that the delegates do wish to pass on to. I think that I had a question for Mr. Evans. I hope Evans can hear me now and I'm not troubling his network. You mentioned,
Yes, kindly ask now.
Yes, you spoke about corruption and you said the one MP from Madeira has been convicted. I'm not aware of any conviction. I'm aware of he has been charged. And the major reason in Kenya why corruption, we never win the war on corruption is because corruption is fought in a certain way. When you are not in line with the regime, you will be fought with corruption charges. When you are in line with the regime, whatever you have done is cleaned very well. you cannot be charged on any matter. Whatever you did, if you are in line with the regime, once you fall out of the regime, any case, including stealing a pen from your primary school, will be brought up as a case of corruption. And I think that's why you hear somebody has been charged of 10 billion, and when you read the court papers, the case is saying the case is about 2 million shillings. Sensationalization of corruption is what makes this country never win the war on corruption. If the regime gets serious to fight corruption properly, I think this country will be in a different level. And at the top, as it currently is, every leader who is aspiring to be president has got a case, has been mentioned with corruption before. Each and everyone has a case. Each and everyone that we can mention, specifically having gone to court or having been mentioned in the court of public opinion. All of them together. Everyone has a case. So there is no one who can stand out and say, mimi ni mweupe kama pamba. Hakuna. Yeyote ametajwa. Kwa hivyo, as we go on and look for the person with the qualities to fight corruption, I think we should look for a system that can fight corruption in this country. I think then, but that is my second
question to Buzz.
Yeah, go ahead, Benson. Is it Benson?
Yeah.
Yeah. Another question to Buzz?
Yeah. Mr. Tempa, I want to ask Mr. Buzz.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Now to you, Mr. Buzz, let me ask you one question about, because you are saying that corruption nowadays in Kenya is fought if you don't throw with the current regime. Like now the issue of Gachagua. Gachagua, is he a UDA member as we speak right now, or he is a Jubilee member? And if he's a Jubilee member, why do you feel so bad when the president is fighting his own children in order to ensure that in fact he cleans his house? Because Gachagua is still a Jubilee member, is not a UDA member, because at the recent, I know UDA has got just one member of parliament. That is my question to you, Bas.
Before you answer that, I also want to add myself on that, if it won't burdenize you. The issue of state agencies which have been given the mandate and the responsibility to look at corruption, for example, the EACC, at some point KRA, and any other state agencies. These are agencies that are supposed to be aligned with the executive in a way, because the executive is neutral. We've seen in so many occurrences and times the deputy president attacking these agencies and saying that the state is using them against the people that are allied to UDA. So in this manner, should we say the deputy president is in the government, or is he outside the government? Because the executive is supposed to be neutral to this, because these are independent departments that are supposed to be fighting corruption. Thank you.
I also have an ask. Is it a question or an ask? I also have an ask.
Wait, Wekesa. I know you will ask. Ngoja wacha jibu hiyo kwanza, alafu ulize yako. Yes, Baz, go ahead.
Yes, let me start with the community. Community, you have asked whether Gachagua is in Jubilee or in UDA. In his own words, he has said he is technically in Jubilee, but he is in UDA. Person, he is in UDA. He is just waiting for the right time to move. So he has already made the intention to move.
Baz.
Yes.
That's a good question, a good answer. But where does that sit for you as Mwananchi? Not Ruto. You're not Ruto. Now, as Mwananchi, where does that sit with you?
Well, as a mwananchi, I can say it is a sad scenario to see that a political party is being brought to its death because people have differed in opinion and people have been forced to move out. It's a sad,
Now,
it's a sad thing.
when a leader, this is what I'm asking. When a leader
Yes.
tells you, I'm technically in this party, but I'm in this party, where does that sit with you as a mwananchi in terms of, I voted probably, I want to imagine you voted for Jubilee, and this leader, you're expecting him to deliver for you up until 8th. And he's now telling you that I'm technically in this, but I'm in this. Where does that leave you? I want you not to think about the ODM and the others. Think about this a leader you voted in this particular party, and this is what he's telling you.
Yes, you know, right now where he leaves us, he would have left us in a very awkward position if he had opposed Jubilee policies that are beneficial to the mwananchi in parliament. He has not opposed any, but he has opposed any political policy that has been brought by the government.
Baz, there's something that you're getting.
Is that political honesty to you as Baz? I want to hear you as Baz that's political honesty.
Themba, acha nikupe kwa Kiswahili nikwambie, mwanaume akijisafisha hajali ni wapi anachafua, na they have been pushed to that limit and they have no option.
So you are admitting it's political dishonesty.
Dishonesty is a very
I think
severe word to use in this scenario.
Baz, for example, No, I wanted to echo just something that is not getting here. That if you've been elected by political party A, it has its own policies, isn't it? Are we together, Baz? So
yes.
if you're supposed, if before the time of tenure of office has not elapsed, you are bound by those policies, whether you like it or not. And what does the Constitution say about political affiliations? When you are dissatisfied with your party and you think that the party has gone wrong, the thing that you're supposed to do is to resign and go seek fresh mandates. So in other words, we've got a lot of conmen who are conning Kenyans because they are saying the time will come when we shall resign. They are dissatisfied by the Jubilee political party because of the policies that the Jubilee, because of the handshake of the Jubilee, because of what and what and what. Why are they not resigning and go seek fresh mandate? Thank you.
I think that is not only in Jubilee, Mr. Evans, as I may correct you. If you look at Kilifi County, the governor has already formed his own political party. And he has technically left ODM, but he hasn't resigned. If you are aware of the current happenings in the coast, a party called Pamoja Africa is PA.
So in that case, in that case, Baz, you admit this political dishonesty, even including the ODM members who have formed their parties and they've not resigned from the party, right? That was Temba was asking.
If I may answer the question, I would say that politics in Kenya is not honest, not in one side or across border.
Okay, Baz, endelea kumaliza.
There is a question Onyancha had asked before and I did not answer it. You rebutted me before. Kindly ask again, Onyancha, the first question you did.
I was saying, the deputy president is a member of the executive arm of the government. Are we together?
Yes.
And when these independent departments of the government are being formed, they are supposed to be independent, but their allegiance is supposed to be to the government, whether it is the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. So why do we have a deputy president who is in the executive that is supposed to be even giving the checks and balances to these independent institutions, attacking these institutions, saying that these institutions are being used as state machineries to attack the people that are allied to his movement. Thank you.
I think when we speak about, in my own understanding, when we speak about independent institutions like the EACC, KRA is not independent. KRA is an arm of the executive. It operates directly under the CS for Treasury. But when you talk about EACC does not report to the executive. EACC reports to Parliament and to the people of Kenya. And to criticize an institution that is independent is not something that has not been done. It is something very normal. Parliament is criticized by the executive. Parliament criticizes the executive. To criticize an organization does not mean it's to attack. There are two different things. There is constructive criticism, telling them to look the other side also, or to be neutral. If you feel that they have not been, it's not criticism, it's not attack. Criticism, if you don't want to be criticized, I don't know which field you'd be in. You must be criticized wherever you will be.
Baz, EACC is an institution that is supposed to be looking at corruption cases, and we know that this is a venereal problem in Kenya. So is it right for the deputy president to be attacking EACC, which is supposed to be looking at corruption? In other words, is the deputy president attacking corruption, or is he embracing corruption in that one? Because if it was to be KRA, then that one I can say maybe. Because it is on the executive side, then that one is okay. But you see, this is EACC. EACC, kindly try and explain why is he not embracing the fight against corruption, but rather attacking the institutions that are supposed to be fighting corruption?
Let me answer you, but in a more elaborate way. When a person says he respects the rule of law, he is not forbidden from criticizing judiciary. Judiciary is the one that entrenches the rule of law in this country. So when one criticizes judiciary, he doesn't say that he is against the rule of law. He is just giving his mind. Freedom of conscience is given. Freedom of thought is given in this country. So freedom of the deputy to criticize EACC is given.
Thank you for that response. I believe you can tie it up with Wekesa's question. Wekesa, you can go ahead to give your question to Baz.
Okay. First of all, I want to congratulate Baz. He's really trying. But I also want to say that it's hard to defend UDA. And that's why most of the guys give up and run away from the show. It's actually hard to defend UDA. So he's really trying. But the challenge is you have got to go with sweeping statements, such like there's nobody who is corrupt, everybody, you have to include everybody else for you to survive. But I want to say that even if we know corruption is a cancer in Kenya, but even if everybody was corrupt in Kenya, they normally say that in a kingdom of blind people, a person with one eye is the leader. So even when all of us were to be corrupt, there is a rank. I normally say that even when the robbers go to rob, there's a person they trust with the resources. There are people they can't give. So even robbers know that among them, there are honest robbers. So what am I saying? In a society, there's ranking. So you can not just say that people are the same. Even when we talk about somebody who won maybe a gold medal, you would have just been 1 second earlier. Just 1 second earlier than the rest, and he was crowned the winner. So in our society, when we talk about even righteousness or goodness or corruption, there's ranking. That's why DP was 33% and Waiguru was 31%. And we have to be honest with that. When people are taken to Hague, there are people who had the highest responsibility. So that's how things are ranked in a nation. In anything, even at school, when you are told you are number one, is because not because you own the all intelligence, but you are just one step maybe ahead of the others. So what we are saying, for us to fight corruption, we need someone who has a will, someone who has a commitment to it. We are saying we don't have a problem with DP, even somebody who had maybe issues in the past of corruption. If he has a will, if he looks repentant, he can take this nation to a different direction. But we have said that in the 257 rallies he has done, he has not mentioned corruption. So we are worrying whether he will even commit himself to do that. If he was telling us that he will fight corruption and we are trying to point out that uko na issues of corruption, atasema will deal with that and then sort out, it could be a different conversation. But this is a camp where the DP is quiet on issues of corruption. And then to make the matters worse, is welcoming each and every person that is being doubted to have corruption. So it makes it a den of lions, a den of thieves. Even in the holy book, punishment comes on evidence, but the label does not, it puts it this way. If a thief is caught, he will be allowed to pay maybe 100 times or 10 times, like that. But it does not mean that if a thief is not caught, he's not a thief. It does not say that. So you are arguing that where has he been convicted? Kenyan thieves are very smart. In fact, you will never trace. You will use 100 people to get the money, such that if you follow the trail, you may not get the person who sanctioned it. But at the end of the day, a thief is a thief, whether he was not caught or he was caught, because money is lost. And that's why we are saying there needs to be a commitment. We want to see a commitment to, don't try to explain away the problem. We want to see a commitment the other camp. In any case, if they win election, what is our fate as a nation? What is their policy towards corruption? That is my concern.
I have a question for Buzz, please.
Yes, the warrior. And you're muted. You're muted.
Narudi. Mi naheshimu sana, sipendi kufungua hii kitu mpaka munipe ruhusa. Nataka tu kumuuliza huyu kijana maswali mawili tu. Ya kwanza, atuelezee hapa, tuko karibu watu 10, atuelezee. Kwa vile anaongea inaonekana yuko na knowledge a lot kulingamana na nchi yetu Kenya. Kitu cha kwanza, atuelezee who is the most corrupted politician in Kenya. Second, I want him to tell us, when did corruption started in Kenya? When? Kama yuko na hiyo knowledge. Hayo maswali mawili.
Vemba, the question with Wekesa is asking about the leader with the passion to fight corruption in this country. And when Vemba speaks about that, I would like to remind him of the late Otieno Kajwang in the floor of the House when the same question came up. That time he was in government. And he's asked, what is the passionometer? Who has the passionometer to measure a person's passion? And at that, I'd like to leave it at that. And my elder, Mr. Warrior, and I love the name.
You have said your own question and answered. I said he has never pronounced himself in issues to do with corruption, whether he will fight it or not. I did not talk about passion.
The Warrior, let me respond to you. The question you have asked is quite is quite hypothetical. For me to try to answer who is the most corrupt, that is a hypothetical question. And generally, nobody can say who is the most corrupt. Corruption is not a marathon that we can say this is the front runner in corruption, because it has so many angles, including perception, real, imagined, and actual. He may not be the one you are thinking as the most corrupt person may not be convicted of any corruption in any court, or he may not actually have been corrupt in any way. As to when corruption started, I think corruption is as old as the nation. If history serves us right, if you want us to go to history, stories of corruption started way since independence. That's when we started cases of corruption. From the time civil servants were banned from doing business with the government, it was because of corruption. That is a policy that was long. It is a policy of independent Kenya. So I cannot strictly say when corruption started, but based on what we have heard and read, corruption may have started with the independent Kenya. Or even
Okay,
before.
wacha mimi nikuambie basi. Sababu wacha nikuambie. Corruption ilianza as soon after independence. Unaona? Na sisi tulipata independence 1963. After 18 months corruption ilianza hapo. Na mtu wa kwanza alikuwa anahusika na hiyo corruption, siongee kwa ubaya sababu tunaongea ni vitu, we have to be open, you know, we talk everything open. Ilianza 1965 na Paul Ngei ndio mtu wa kwanza to be mentioned na bibi yake kulingamana na corruption. Ilikuwa ni kuhusiana na mambo ya maize, mahindi. Ilianzia hapo. Imagine wakati huo pia alikuwa bado hatujakuwa full independent, kwa sababu independent tulipata 1963, lakini ikawa Queen bado ana power. As soon as walipoondoka, corruption ili take over. Nimekubaliana na wewe, umesema ilianza way back. Lakini sasa nikija kwa upande wa kuuliza who is the most corrupted politician, una jump huku, unaruka huku, unazunguka huku, na wewe unajua. Simple as that. Wakati wetu sisi ilikuwa hakuna teknolojia, hakuna smartphones, hakuna kitu yote, lakini siku hizi very easy. We Google tu, ingia kwa Google, andika who is the most corruption person in Kenya. It's not me. Just Google it. And you get the answer. Kwa hivyo mimi naachilia hapo.
Asante sana mzee wangu for that elaborate information, and to know that I can go and get an answer, straight answer on who is the most corrupt. We just wish it could be that simple to believe. Remember, back to you. I think I've finished my submission and answered all questions.
Thanks so much, Buzz, for ably trying to attempt. I want to for purposes of information, I've Googled something that I think will be useful for all of us for purposes of the debate on corruption. Corruption creates the opportunity for increased inequality, reduces the return of productive activities, and hence makes rent-seeking and corruption activities more attractive. This opportunity for inequality not only psychological frustration to the underprivileged, but also uses productivity, growth, investment, and job opportunity. Now, that is for purposes of our engagement, what corruption has done. I think the Warrior has tried to capture the start of corruption from 1965. It will be ideal to say the dealing with reported corruption, because I want to submit to you and to all of us that corruption is not an African invention. It is not our invention. at all. So it is probably the first attempt at trying to address matters of corruption. Corruption is, like I think Bas said, as old as human beings. The first corrupt individual, according to the biblical experiences, was the devil who tried to corrupt what God had told the people in the Garden of Eden. He told them that, did he tell you that if you eat that, wherever you don't live? He corrupted Eve, and from then the human life became corrupted. So for those who subscribe to the Christian faith, you can trace corruption from that part. And in fact, you go further. If for those who are probably keen on reading biblical scholars, you'll appreciate that corruption even started in heaven. Because for the reason why I hear the devil was, and his other angels were thrown down, because they attempted some, so they went against what was expected in heaven. So we can try to say with that, probably for those who subscribe to the Christian faith, that you can trace it back to that point. The human heart has been very, very mischievous, very selfish, and trying to look for everything that can satisfy itself. And human beings are generally selfish. We are selfish human beings. Yeah, psychologists have studied that fact. You always want something that benefits you. And therefore, that's why we have laws. That's why you have systems of government. That's why you must put gates outside your door. That's why you have to, some of you, when you build home, you build them with so many gates, because human spirit is that selfish. You want to get yourself and everything for yourself and yourself alone. So I agree with Baz that we may not necessarily say where it started, but the acts and making it official practice, we learned it from the colonizers. So when they came, they taught us ways of doing some of these things. And some scholars have suggested corruption was imported to Kenya. The people who came with the governance when they imported independence, they came in with their corruption. So we learned everything from them. And right now, even when we have become, we have devolved, someone suggests that we devolved even corruption. So you find those people who used to be the previous administrators in the other government became the governors. So what they did, they moved from doing it as probably a government official this side to doing it as being a governor of a whole county. So the scale just went higher. Now, I want also to submit that when we discuss corruption, of course, we need to appreciate what has been put in place in Kenya. We have the law, the rule of law. I want to submit that there's so much that the president can do. Forget about these things that we are being told that Ruto is going to fight corruption. When you are working under a state which is working under a constitution, and Baz is right, he's saying that Gachagua has been mentioned, but he has his constitutional rights. We cannot wake up and when you are caught, the first thing you have is the law protects you. So the legal system, is it working? The due process of the law has to follow. Then the morality, the moral, do we have that moral conviction that when I'm mentioned in certain things, I cannot do certain? In Japan, when there's the Minister of Transport, when the train left the rail and killed people, the Minister of Transport resigned. You see, there's no legal requirement that the Minister of Transport had to resign, but it is the morality of the individual that made them resign. So we can improve the laws, but if inside of us we do not have that moral thing, and you realize that's the question we are having with Baz, and even Uhuru had that question. He said, if you disagree with the government, well, the law may not tell you that you step aside, but what is the moral obligation? That's why I'm saying the spirit and the letter of the law. We can argue here about the law, and yes, Baz is right. The law protects the deputy president. He will wait until the time that he decides that now I want to go. But why do you want to hold a nation at ransom? What is your moral? Where is your moral guide? If I disagree with this particular person, let me step aside. You know, that is a moral question. It is not a legal question. Legally, the Constitution protects the deputy president. He can sit there, he can be in power. In fact, right now, God forbid, if anything happens to the president, he is our president. He's the next person. So he has to be protected. He has to be, the security team has to make sure that he is safe. So he's enjoying that kind of constitutional protection. And that's where the president said that he's having his cake and eating it. Waking up during the day, campaigning for UDA, but also enjoying the idea that he's just one step away from presidency.
But don't you think karma will repeat itself? Will repeat itself when he will ascend to power, God forbid. When he will ascend to power, don't you think this thing will repeat itself? Because he's also going to have a deputy president also running errands the way he wants and becoming a tyrant the way he wants. Don't you think that is a problem that we need to interrogate, and probably we need to change that constitution? Because as it is right now, we cannot have somebody who is taking 2 million shillings every month as a ghost worker and yet claiming to be a person who has the people's interest at heart.
Now, you're very right, Onyancha, with that kind of comment, because there was a time we said, yeah, our problem is not so much of the deputy president. Our problem is a constitutional problem. So that is, Kenyans need to have a conversation, because whoever becomes the president next year, we are still having the same constitution, right? So whoever becomes the president, even if it's Raila, or even if, let's say, it's Musalia, he takes someone else as his deputy president, and then they for some strange reason disagree. They will have similar powers. They'll have similar whatever constitutional protection. They will do anything they have for another 5 years. So based on
But
this,
Temba,
yes,
I think the DP doesn't like somebody who behaves like him. And first, he's one of the things he has ensured in UDA that whoever is his running mate doesn't have the privilege he had in Jubilee. When it's doubted that he may get a DP in Mount Kenya. But what has he done? He has ensured that he has gone to the mountain to become a kingpin, that whoever he picks is a robot. It's not like he's coming, like I'm coming with the 50%, you are coming with 50%, we share. So that in that government, you don't have your own people you can pull aside. So while he has played wrongly on Uhuru, he doesn't want somebody else to play like what he did. Wanasemanga tu hivyo, sometimes mtu apendi karakta yake. You may be somebody who is easily angered. We don't want anybody else who is easily angered around you. You may be somebody who is not honest, but you don't like to employ somebody who is not honest. So he has seen that, and that's why he had people who are coming up to look like they are strong, people like Moses Kuria, people who have intelligence. He ensured he has cut their legs. Now he only has robots, whom we can say left, right, left. In fact, he's quoting Mudavadi because he knows he's a weakling. In fact, if if there is a chance that he can leave Mount Kenya, then he can settle to somebody like Mudavadi, whom he can play as a robot.
But you see, again,
Makesa just said that. However, right now, what is protecting the DP is not his 50%. What is protecting him is the constitution. And in the event that, like right now, we are not saying in the event, we are going to 2022 with the same constitution. And the same constitution that the deputy president is using, if you don't have someone who has the moral authority to step aside when they disagree with the government, and if we go with, as it is right now, we have coalition parties, it will be so hard for one particular party to even decide to impeach, because there will be a lot of horse trading in the next parliament. And if we go with the constitution as it is right now, then the parties will be free to move anyway, anyhow, just like they have done right now. That means what? You can even eventually have a hung parliament where there's no particular party that has majority rule, and it will be interesting political dynamics. But anyway, having said that, I think we want to move on the debate so that we can have other people also contributing. We are doing our second round. Sam, come on board. Sam, are you there?
Yeah, sure, I'm there.
Okay. Can we have your second round of your contribution?
Let me listen first, because whatever I wanted to talk, I think it will take a little bit of time, because I'm writing down so that I can try to explain it a little bit of this scenario of about jumping from this party to this one to this one. They are not inside, they are outside. I don't know. But then I'll let you know.
Okay. Now I want again
Demba, before you go, kindly an interruption. I'm checking on the comment section, and there are a lot of complaints about obscenities there. I don't know what we can do about that, because a lot of people are complaining that a lot of obscene language is being used there.
Yeah. Thank you, Evans, for that. I actually wanted to address that. I mean, if you come on the comment section and your aim is to just insult people, that's not a good thing. I think you're not even making it good enough for your candidate. If you want to convince, Baz here is from UDA, and I mean several people come here from different party. We don't discriminate. That is not right constitutionally. So this channel tries to give everybody a fair chance to express yourself, convince, persuade. That is how you win arguments. You don't win by improving your insults. In fact, as Desmond Tutu said, not raise your voice, raise your argument. If you want to raise something, improve your argument, improve what you want to say. Do not insult people. It doesn't help your candidate. Your candidate will, we said yesterday when we were about to finish, that everybody here you see is a vote. I said that we like the way matatus view people. Wakisema mtu anasema beba hiyo pesa, usiache pesa. They don't carry people, they carry money. Now, that perception is when you see us here, you need to see a vote that you can convince for your person. And the best way to do that is persuading someone. Kindly avoid as much as possible any kind of, insults, and try as much as possible to argue your case. Make sure that you portray a positive side of your person, whoever it is, UDA. I mean, at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. Kenya is our business. We don't argue because we don't love Kenya. We talk here because we all love Kenya. Thank you so much. And if you insult, we are not going to engage a lot. We are just going to block you. That's what we do. So when I see any post that is not appropriate, moving forward, we just block you. We don't have no time for that right now. So yes, community, you want to say something?
No. In fact, I'm almost starting my duty. I will request if maybe I'll come next after after you finish giving the instruction, so that I just move on.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Present your views, community.
Thank you so much, Baba. Let me add volume. So, in fact, to Mr. Baz, we have agreed that all members, in fact, who are slightly, technically, who are in UDA, but they were sponsored by Jubilee in 2017. What they have done, in fact, it is wrong. It is unconstitutional. And then, if at all Jubilee government is going to fail, these members, in fact, who are saying that they are in Jubilee or they are in any party which did not sponsor them to parliament. So their manifestos, if they cannot be achieved, we are supposed, in fact, to vote those very individuals out. Reason being, if they had time, if at all they saw that Jubilee as a party or any party that sponsored them to parliament is not working, what they could have done, they could have come to us, because we are the one who employed them, and raised their concern. Then from there, we as Kenyan people, we could have told them, now go and resign from Jubilee or from that party which sponsored you to parliament, and seek for fresh mandate, so that when you will come to us in 2022, at all, we are not going to bound you with the failures of that party which sponsored you to parliament. So wote wenye the likes of Gachawas, the likes of whosoever, kama Jubilee itafail, wakikuja kwetu in 2022, tuwaulize, wakati waliona Jubilee ikifail, mbona hawakuja waripoti kwetu? Wao wakakaa kimya? Because there is this proverb which says that when good people keep silent or silent, they kill the nation. So the likes of Gashawas, ambao wamejua kuwa Jubilee ambao iliwa sponsor into parliament imefail, na wao wamekimya tu, wanaendelea kuswindle our money because tunawalipa through our taxes, then all of them are supposed to go home. We are supposed to vote them out. Alafu na jambo lingine, Kibaki, in fact, he really tried a lot kwa ku-offer jobs to watu wa boda over 6 million. So my urge kwa ile government yenye inakuja next, because Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, in fact, angalia ile miundo msingi ambayo wameweka, angalia zile barabara ambazo zimekimbia, it is hundreds of kilometers. So any government yenye inakuja sasa hivi, because young people tunalia, hakuna kazi, tunaomba kama ni huyo Ruto, kama ni huyo Raila, kama ni whosoever mwenye anakuja, aweke mambo ya manufacturing, mambo ya industrialization, in fact ayaweke mbele, so that vijana wetu wapate kazi. Kama infrastructure imekuwa mzuri, next, sasa hivi wakati unauliza kijana, hii government unaionaje? Hata wengi hapa ukiwauliza, wenye wanakujanga hapa ukiwauliza, in fact wanakuambia kuwa ndio Uhuru ametengeneza barabara, lakini hatukuli barabara. Ushaona, hivyo ndio wanasema, of which it is wrong, because yani wao by the way wako right, reason being, kama barabara itaundwa na kusiwe na any product yenye mimi mwenyewe nitafanya nini, nitapeleka mahali kama ni kwa industry inipatie pesa. So hiyo barabara kwangu nitaiona as a useless, nitaiona kama ni kitu mbaya. Lakini nao sasa hivi tuko na infrastructure, roads zimeundwa na hii government na tunashukuru sana. So next industries ziundwe na any government yenye inakuja, please ziundwe so that in fact we get so many jobs for our young people, na hapo I'm very sure kila kitu itakuwa sawa sana. Alafu na jambo la mwisho kuhusu mambo ya corruption. In fact kuna clip ambayo ilipigwa hapa hivi, the likes of Tempa, Kevo, Pro Benson hawakuwa wameingia kwa nini. Mr. Bernard alipiga clip William Samoei Ruto akisema kuwa vile Raila aliingia, alifanya handshake, gava ili stop kufanya kazi. Alafu tena kuna mahali alikuwa anahojiwa akasema kuwa yeye Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na William Samoei Ruto, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta naye any failure ya hii government waulizo wao. So in fact kama tuko na EACC haifanyi kazi, kama tuko na DCI haifanyi kazi, kama tuko na DPP, that is a Director of Prosecution and what have you, kama hazifanyi kazi ku prosecute these corrupt tumbo cracks elements, tuulize William Samoei Ruto na tumuulize Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta by August 8. Kama watakuwa wamefight corruption, tuwaulize so that in August 9 wakati tunapoenda kwa depe, tukipata kuwa William Samoei Ruto alikaa pale akingojea EACC bila kuprosecute na kuconvict anybody, then kutoka hapo we vote him out. I thank you Mr. Atemba and my fellow panelists. So anytime I'll be checking out. Thank you so much for listening.
Asante community ancestor, the warrior. Ni muda wako sasa.
Mimi yangu ni hivyo tu, ni kuongea kulingamana na uongozi wa nchi yetu. Nchi yetu ni nchi nzuri sana, na wewe Temba pia unajua, ukiwa nje unaweza kuona ni sifa nyingi sana inapata nchi yetu. Lakini sasa hatutaweza kwenda mbele ikiwa sisi tuko na ugonjwa kama huo, umaskini na tribalism. Unaona, tribalism lazima imalizike. Mimi si kutoka Western, mimi natoka Coast, lakini nafuatilia mzee kulingamana na yale ambayo amesimamia nayo kwa sasa. Kama kungekuwa na kuna mtu mwingine anapigania hiyo nafasi, pengine mimi ningejaribu kuangalia, sababu mimi naangalia yule mtu ambaye anaweza kufanya mengi kwa hii nchi ili tusonge mbele. Unaona, lakini ikiwa itakuwa ni tuweke watu tena tukae miaka 10 na miaka 20, pengine mtu alete mtu wake kwa sababu ya ukabila, sababu wewe unaweza ona tangia mtu miaka 10, kumbe hiyo miaka 10 anaingia, akitoka amesha seti mtu mwingine pia na anaingia. Si tutakufa bila kujua, na watoto wetu sisi tunategemea waje wa invest huko, lakini ngoma zitakuwa ni vile vile. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi shida niko nayo. Unaona, hatuwezi kukubali miaka 10 ama miaka 5, ni mingi sana, ni mingi sana. Unaona, na tushapoteza miaka mingi sana kwa hizi problem ambazo tuko nazo. Kuna wakati 1976 ilikuwa mimi natoka naenda Tanga Tanzania kupeleka sabuni na Colgate na sabuni ya Lifebuoy kwenda kuwauzia huko. Unaona, tuko huko tumeendelea. Hivi sasa wale kule wanasonga mbele na sisi huku tunarudi nyuma. We have to fight to make sure we put the right person. Hii mizizi imeenda deep sana, imeenda chini sana. na hata Raila akiingia, baba, haitakuwa rahisi kusema ile ukweli kulingamana na ile knowledge ambayo mimi naelewa. Haitakuwa very easy kwake, lakini at least ataweka ile foundation pale, na yule atakayekuja baadaye atafanya contribution, kama kujenga nyumba ya ghorofa, uweke strong foundation, alafu baadaye ndio step by step unakwenda juu. Kwa sasa ni hayo tu. Asante sana Temba.
Asante the warrior, keti papo hapo kwa sababu tunakuja baada raundi nyingine. Bro Benson.
Wacha Joshua Mosoti yaende, alafu mimi nikuja nyuma ya Kevin Chrome.
Utakuja baada ya Kevin. Joshua Mosoti, twende kazi. Naona umedunga suti huko smart sana. Kwani
you can imagine how we are finishing this year in a style. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Kenyans, all Kenyans, wherever you are watching this, and even people are watching outside Kenya, this is so important for our country, because when we stop talking, guess what? The bad leadership is coming in. So let's talk. First, I'll say I'm a Kenyan citizen and I love this country called Kenya, right? And I would live to see a Kenya which is united, because when the Wekesa came in and the Wekesa said, we have many countries with very good, stability in terms of, cash, they have that economic strength. But guess what? Without peace, without unity, these countries have gone down almost to zero. So I'm a believer that where we are today, as much as we need a model that works, right? Before I come to the bottom up, we need stability in terms of peace and a conducive working environment for every person in our country, even for businesses to thrive, the investors to come in, even the president to do his work well. So peace, number one. Number two, this thing called corruption, we try to, we can't keep quiet. We'll talk about corruption. This country will have to talk about corruption. And all people have been involved in corruption. It is time for them to allow lifestyle audit. When the president said about the lifestyle audit, people said we are being targeted, right? And why were people saying we're being targeted? Because they know they are being very, very corrupt. Lifestyle audit is very important. And the president said, start with me. And Joshua is here saying today, also come and, do my audit. That's all we need, lifestyle audit. Those people who fear they are corrupt. Now, devolution, which as William Samoei Ruto said no to, devolution has worked marvelously in this country. And we have always said that if you check out, we can say corruption was also devolved because we have some other people, and you know them, who have been, the government has been chasing them. Others are outside the government now because of corruption cases, and who know, and every person knows whose friends they are. This thing called corruption has to be dealt with. Devolution came, pushed money to the ground, and now there is massive, let me say massive money down there, as opposed to the old times when we had the old regime. So right now we have devolution that is working. All the president did with Raila Odinga is to add that money that goes to to the ground to support devolution, which is working. So there is nothing like bottom up. Bottom up what? Where is money going up? For what? Money should go down and support each and every family. That's how simple it is. Now, let me talk about the political parties. Political parties, whether vehicles, whether houses, or I don't know what, it is so true, I can say this, that political parties are just entities for negotiation. You can negotiate for yourself, you can negotiate for your community, you can negotiate for the country, right? And most people have to go back home to show that I'm a king in a village before I go to, now to bargain for my community. So it's a bargaining room, it's a bargaining vehicle. Some of them, they misuse them, and some of them use them in a good way. Let me say, like Nyachai gave us 40 people. At that time, 40 people voted in Nyachai 100%, and we thought Nyachai is going to be the president. Guess what? He became number 3. But because of that togetherness, what happened is Nyachai was able to negotiate for the community. And that is why, even right now, we don't have presidents, but we are satisfied when we see Matiang'i, when we see, most people have come because of the unity that we must have had before, right? So what am I trying to say? Do your own vehicle, negotiate with your own vehicle, but at all means, create peace and a conducive environment. Let us have a corruption-free country, and let us not elect leaders with zero integrity. How do you know people with zero integrity? Look at their past. Look at their past. Let them not cheat you that we should not look at the past. That is where we have to look, right? Look how these people have been behaving in their offices, right? Now, have they been cooperating? Are they committed to their work? And my greatest, sometimes I feel like crying when I see the deputy president and the president don't work together. They cannot live in harmony. Why? Somebody is not committed, to help this country to another level. Somebody is thinking about themselves so much when we have a country to learn. Something is amiss somewhere, right? Now, let me talk about the willingness to fight corruption. That will never come from whoever, has been a corrupt person. They'll only gang up to protect their corrupt people. I'm not mentioning anybody, but Kenyans, and every person should know that a corrupt person working with the corrupt people, they will never talk about corruption and they will never fight corruption. Now, let me also talk about leadership with zero humility. Zero humility. If I'm I'm a deputy to somebody, why can't I be humble enough to give this person humble time to finish his time? That kind of humility, if it's lacking there, then I can tell you that is not the right person to occupy an office that needs integrity and honesty and humility. And let me also mention this because I've mentioned it before. I've had somebody say that I'm a man in a mission. I will never surrender. A man in a mission. Oh my God. Why should we mention about the mission that we don't even understand? Give us the vision and then show us that now I'm in a mission to make sure the vision comes to pass. All right? You have heard leaders say, I am dreaming of a Kenya that looks like this. A Kenya where people feel like it's not about me. It's not about me. Sometimes we have to shake hands and forget about ourselves for this country to move forward. And other people consider it bad. Can you imagine that somebody has shaken a hand with somebody that makes you feel uncomfortable? What kind of, a political leader you are, right? So we need competence. If history has you that you have never demonstrated any competence, please save us time. Save us time. Use your money and use your money to build, even right now, go and feed some children. Go to children's homes. We should see you doing that instead of going to the road shows and throw money there. So commitment. We have not seen you as a competent person. We have seen you, committed to fight for the structured, what can I say, governance, structured governance. And I so thank God that Kibaki and Raila gave us devolution. They put it in the constitution. Nobody can deny any count money, right? I love that. And I could have wished, this is for sure, that we have leaders who are so servants to serve the people and not ghost workers. This thing of ghost workers, we cannot push away ghost workers when we have the biggest ghost worker in the country. He's a joke. How can we deal with the ghost workers when we have somebody who has never reported to his office, we have never seen him in the office, we have never seen him? It's a joke. And a relationship building person. I would like to see the deputy president shaking hands with the president and
Temba.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
I have a little bit of question.
Yes, just a minute. Just write it down. Okay. Once I finish, please ask me.
Okay.
Is it okay for you? All right, thank you. Now, I would like to see the deputy president, the president, and the leader of opposition, who is Raila Odinga, shaking hands to shape this country to a greater level. Don't feel like somebody has come to push you away. Deliver. You have the terrain of numbers in the parliament. Deliver. You have the seat. Deliver. Otherwise, I could like to see also a leader who can initiate national something that serves a national interest. All right. I've seen it from Raila. I've seen it from Uhuru has done it, by the way. BBI's Uhuru thing has done it, and we have many other people before. They have done some monumental things that we can remember them for the years to come. DP, you have the time. You're sitting somewhere. Please demonstrate that before your time comes next year, because you're going out with the Jubilee government. Thank you so much, and I wish you the very best. Thank you, Themba.
Okay, Sam, you had a question?
Yeah, yes, sir. Joshua.
Yes, yes.
Let me call you that way, your name.
Yes, Sam.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Sam. I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Can you hear me, please?
Loud and clear.
Oh, thank you so much. I have a question. Not even a question, it's a suggestion. DP may be out of the office. Yeah, sure, he's out of office, always on a run from county to county, from village to village. Being in an office does not mean that you are working. Or being outside, working outside there does not mean, neither does it mean that you are working.
I agree with you.
Because nobody knows exactly what you are doing.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, sometimes it's good to criticize your own government from within, not from without. Because
you cannot criticize yourself. Full stop.
Yeah, you can criticize because can I clear a little bit? A family. You and your wife, for example. I'm saying, for example, me and my wife. We disagree on some issues. And she can criticize me. No, that's not the right thing. No, this will be this way. Yes, sir.
Hold on. Wekesa, can you share the link on the comment section? The guys want to come in. Wekesa, share the link. Okay, go on, Sam.
Sometimes families disagree on an issues because maybe I want to do this way, and my partner tell me no, not that way. We have to do this way. So we disagree to agree, or we agree to disagree, although we still live together. You see, so it's no, government is more like a family. Let us be very genuine, because neither do you or I know exactly why they parted together away.
Some can ask a question.
We don't know how did they disagree, and they don't know the reason why. Up to now, nobody is going to answer that thing apart from them themselves come out and tell us the truth behind it. The narrative of the other talking about the other one talking about the other one, I don't believe on all those unless one of them come out and say, yeah, you did this and this and this, and that's why we disagreed. Period. Because whatever they are talking about, it's
so you agree that it's a disagreement?
Another one saying is bringing BBI, and the other one saying the BBI is the right thing for the people. So they disagree on the issue which are more helpful to people.
Sam, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Has William Ruto ever supported anything worthwhile that serves the national interest? Yes or no? Anything?
Let me answer you. 2010.
Yes or no?
Let me answer it. 2010, when they were making Constitution of 2010, I remember William Ruto telling them, no, let us finish this thing once and for all, rather than we make it halfway, later on, it is going to be new. And he disagreed with the people. He disagreed with the fellow lawyers because lawmakers like him. It was a right thing to him to disagree with them because he wanted that thing to be finished once and for all, rather than making it halfway so that they can be changed later on, which is now making a very difficult thing.
Okay. What were the clauses that he disagreed on?
Sam is not honest.
I'm honest. I'm honest
because
he's not honest.
I'm honest on the issue.
Sam, hold on.
Ruto disagreed with them 2010 because
Sam, hold on. Yeah. Yes, Wekesa, what are you saying?
Me, I have one thing that I want to point out, Sam. In 2010, Ruto led the church to oppose the constitution because of issues to do with abortion. Has he ever talked about abortion since then? Even when we were presented with a constitutional moment in BBI, he raised other issues. He never raised the issue to do with BBI, with abortion. You could have said this is the perfect opportunity. Can we now sneak in the abortion thing? So that means he only was doing it to get political fodder, but he was not interested in the issue to do with abortion. So
why K92? What were they supporting?
Okay, Wekesa, I disagree with you on some issues. Gentlemen, sometimes we have to think twice. Before we come here to talk, we have to have that analysis on a paper, because whatever they talked like that 2010, I can remember the way they were talking. I can remember because I'm a little bit, I'm not a political, I'm not an analyst, I'm not an economist, I'm just somebody who is making my own way of life, figuring my own things. But they disagreed on the issues, which by that time, I remember Ruto saying, let us make this thing of a prime minister and the deputies, together with the presidency, executive as a whole, together, so that we don't have to make it the rest of this thing later on.
I want you to answer my question.
They disagreed.
Answer my question.
Because Raila said, by that time, Raila knew very well he was on the spot. He was almost that thing.
I didn't ask for the reasons why he didn't support anything, but I asked you a question. What has he ever supported that has national interest?
You know what, Mr. Mosoti?
Yes.
You know, I may disagree with you with some issues. Does not mean that I hate you or you hate me when you disagree with me on some issues. But in a reality thing, I know he has been disagreeing with so many issues. But does not mean that they hate each other. But sometimes standing with the people in a reality, on your own perception, does not mean that you don't want others to do it. No, let us not antagonize all these issues, pushing somebody to some issues. Let us not antagonize to pushing somebody. So many things to somebody without even knowing. We don't know it. Why?
Next time we should come with a face. We should see him as he lies.
No, Sam.
Those who know those things, They are the one who want this thing. They're the one who want to be employed.
Sam,
we want them to. We are interviewing them, so
Sam,
we should interview them.
Sam,
correctly in a
Sam,
very
do you know something
obvious
called
way.
Naivasha draft? Do you know something called Naivasha draft?
Wekesa,
In fact, it is DP is the one who proposed the hybrid presidential system, and then akakuja akairuka. Usituambie hapa ati mambo ya Raila wanted kitu ya nini ya bomas. It's DP and his colleague who proposed hiyo issue ya Naivasha hybrid. And
So,
then wakati
okay.
ilipitisha bado aliiruka because the aim was not what they were proposing. The aim was to be opposite. When he realized Raila has accepted it, he knew Raila had to stick on the bombers thing. But Raila, having consulted the wise men, they said just accept the hybrid system. He accepted. Then Ruto mwenye akairuka. So don't tell us things ato kituambie, you know. Us, we have, by the way, we have been following up these issues from 2010.
Gentlemen,
Sam, hold on.
yes, sir.
Sam,
Yes,
hold
sir.
on. For me, my question would come from your comment. You're saying he wanted it to be made once and for all. Which constitution the world over is made once and for all? Constitutions are to be amended. So when you say someone wanted it to be made once and for all, that's an error in judgment in the first place. Even this constitution, the one that we have right now, there's never a perfect constitution because constitutions there's a clause for amendment. The reason why you have a clause for amendment is because the people who agree with it right now, in 10 years, there are clauses they may not agree with. They will need to amend it. So you can never make a constitution once and for all. That's a wrong logic in the first place.
In fact, remember, 10 years is long. The same guys who petitioned the 2017, the security laws are the ones crying. If they are given chance, they can amend them, and it's only like 4 years.
Yeah, so this thing of giving an excuse, Sam, wait, this thing of giving an excuse for the deputy president that he wanted it to be made once and for all. Now, I would wish probably, wait, Sam, I would wish maybe your argument will be in any situation where, constitution making is a conversation. Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
Constitution making is a conversation the citizen is having amongst itself. They are agreeing on what is it that will work for them. Now, I would go with you in the sense that the deputy president had a right to disagree with some of the clauses, which now led into the referendum. And now, as a referendum takes place, the constitution now rules everybody. Just like the other day in the UK, they wanted to have the Brexit, exit from the European Union. And the prime minister felt that they need to remain there. But the citizens, some of them felt they needed to exit. So they did what? A referendum. Now when a referendum is carried out, whatever goes is now what rules and what rules. The prime minister had to resign. So you see this thing of saying that he disagreed with this, he had the right to disagree. That's okay. But now what Musoti is trying to say, which I think you are not getting, is there is a pattern on the DP side of never supporting a change that favors the people at any one time. Musoti isolated the time that one's party rule. Ruto was on the side that still wanted one party rule. He was not on the side of multi-party. He was never in the trenches. He was never in Sabasaba. He was enjoying the lagis of that moment. That was the time he was busy buying land that has been sold illegally without due diligence. How can you say that you are a government official in that high rank and you cannot do due diligence to know that this land had been bought illegally? He knew it. He said, now you probably, I mean, my simple thinking tells me, I tell Musoti, you go buy that land, then you sell it to me. I'll know how to deal with that thing in future because I have all the government, whatever resources. I can know. Can you tell me that the deputy president in the high rank of KANU could not know that that land belonged to civil aviation. He knew it. But what he did, he said, let me get it. We will deal with that later. It came now. Then he says, I will want to refund the money. That time he was busy enjoying that. Come 2010 time, Ruto was still enjoying the other side. Now he went and came with what Wekesa said. You know, there's abortion issues. Another moment comes for BBI. Ruto is still saying, you know, the guy has never supported the side of a change that favors Mwananchi. Never is in life.
Okay, let me try to answer
So
that thing
we can
you
give
asked me.
excuses. We are not saying it is wrong. It is constitutional. It is constitutional right. But that describes the person that we are dealing with. So that is what we are saying. We are not saying it's wrong.
Okay.
Remember ask
Thank
him.
you.
Remember ask him what was his stand on Mao and what did he say recently when he was at Mao? Completely different. He was opposing Raila on the issue of Mao. Recently, he went there and say, as government, this is what we have done, and we don't even want people to go back to Mao Forest.
Can I
Sam,
try to answer a little bit? Yes, sir.
Sam, a minute.
Yes, sir.
So you have agreed with me that he has never supported any cause that's is a life-changing to Kenyans. That's number one. Number two, the only history he has when he goes to meet people, he tells them, I made Raila a prime minister. I made Uhuru a president. That is the history he can work with. That's the only history he can work with. We demand integrity and honest from this person. He's a person just like another person. He needs to come and admit some of the mistakes that he has done before, all right? Because he's not an angel. We are not expecting to have an angel, but he should also tell us what kind of history that favors him as a person who has been concerned to take this country to another level, committed to take this country to another level. That is the only thing I need from him. And he need to tell us why on earth is he not working in harmony with his president? How do we know that once he becomes a president, he will work in harmony with the deputy president? So I don't trust him. That's my personal view. And he should not use UDA and call it a national party. That is not a national party. We have national parties in Kenya. That is a small vehicle. We don't know whether it can be branded someday to a national party. It isn't completely. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I will ask you some before you answer that one. Let me add another question to you. When you talk about the 2010 constitution disagreement from Mr. William Ruto, I'm forced to ask you this. When he ascended to power as the deputy president with the URP party, he had the numbers in parliament, whatever that he felt that were not anchored during the time when he was opposing that 2010 constitution, like the issue of abortion, and there is the other one that he was peddling about homosexuality. In 2013, 2017, what did URP do in terms of constitutional amendments to at least try and articulate his issues legally in parliament? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me try to answer Mosoti and Temba. Both of them, they're asking me which I have to answer before I answer you. Mosoti, I know he disagreed with many things. That one, I can say yes. That's his own constitutional right. Like anybody else, like you, like me, like all of us here. Second, he has a right to do whatever he wants. Third, which I disagree also with him. It's not everything that whatever he's doing, I agree with him. No. This thing he says, those who came into government, they kick us out. On the other side, he's saying, well, I tried to build this one with my friend Uhuru. On the other side, no, we didn't do it because of this and this and this. I disagree with him with that one. That one, I am, according to me, personally, I disagree with him, that one. So, I come to Mr. Themba. Mr. Themba, the thing of you said, I said myself that the Constitution was made, and then no, the Constitutional is a living document which can be amended from time to time according to the period and the time how people are becoming more democratic, more mature in a different way. How people look the Constitution in a different way. They can amend it, but we cannot overhaul. We cannot overhaul. The Constitution cannot be overhauled altogether. For example, let us come to BBI. The BBI tried to overhaul 72 articles of Kenya 2010 Constitution. That means overhauling it. If it could have been 3 or 4, it could have been reasonable. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in at a time. But over 72, that's overhauling the Constitution of Kenya, 2010 Constitution of Kenya at one time. That is quite strange. That is quite strange. Okay, Onyanja, I know in 2013, when...
Sabi, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell us what has Ruto done for Kenyans that you can say Ruto's done this that has helped Kenyans since he started his career of politics? What he has done,
okay,
so that people can know. Only one point. Leave I know going around the constitution to do what, and he never supported it.
It's okay.
And he's a no man everywhere. Can you tell us?
I will answer you. Let me answer Onyanja first, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mulumbu. So Onyanja, I know 2013 until now, at the present time we're talking, DP has been in the government. He has been the second in command. He had MPs, whatever. He's talking about 150 MPs, or they can do this one, this one. But you know what? He cannot do anything. He himself cannot do anything because he only have an authority, and the responsibility from the authority, and the authority is the head of the state. So he cannot jump the neck to be the head. He cannot. He has no that option. So he cannot do anything.
In 2013, 2017, Ruto was the head of URP. Ruto was the head of URP.
Hold on. Sam, you are coming in and getting yourself into the same propaganda that has been bandied around by UDA people in every rally. You know, when you ask a UDA person, issues
I'm not a UDA person. I'm not a UDA person. I'm sorry. I'm not a UDA person. I'm just somebody who is on the street. I'm not a UDA. I'm not affiliated to any party.
But listen,
I'm an independent person who want to weigh. I only have to hear the people which way they have needed. Which presidential candidate as a policy so that I can vote for him. I cannot just vote Ruto because he is Ruto. I cannot just vote Raila because he's Raila. I cannot vote Musalia because he's Musalia. I have to hear their views, their policies that can resonate with my interest as an individual. Yes,
Sam, if you listen to me, you'd have heard my statement.
Yeah, yes, sir. Let me hear it.
Now listen to me, and then you hear my statement. I said, your statement sounds like what is being bandied by UDA supporters. I didn't say you are.
Yeah.
And this is why. So you listen to why I'm saying that. When you ask them any question, and when they come here, they say that that number one, they will say Ruto is in Jubilee technically, but he's in UDA already. Number two, they will say that Ruto cannot do anything because kazi yake alinyang'anywa ikapewa Matiang'i. That is number two line of argument. Number three line of argument, they keep saying when Ruto goes from every rally to every rally, these are the questions he asks people. Si tumejenga barabara, si tumeunganisha stima, si tumefanya hivi. So one side, they want to attribute the successes of the Jubilee government to one Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. But on the other side, they are buying this argument that Ruto is not the one in the presidency. There's a president, all right? So that's an excuse that has been bandied around a long time. And we go back to the question that we said earlier, and I think that is what even Onyancha is trying to submit to. Our complication was brought about when Ruto refused to sit under the wings of his president. And he refused, he has refused consistently to remain within so that we can make it even easier for you and I as an analyst. Because listen, if you and I would have been here looking at Jubilee performance vis-a-vis the other parties, we would be having an easier way of tackling things. We'll be saying Jubilee government wants to bring another presidential candidate. And now because Jubilee has done ABCD, it has failed in ABCD, we do not want a Jubilee government. We need another government. Or the people supporting Jubilee will be saying, we want a Jubilee government and we need a presidential candidate and a Jubilee government. Now you see the drama we are putting. We have to discuss what you are coming up with. Telling us, you know, Ruto does not have powers, he has not been doing anything. That's a Jubilee government. So now we come with the same excuse and the same kind of propaganda that the UDA guys bring to us, which does not hold any water in a political argument. In constitutionally speaking, even if you want to analyze, give excuses for the deputy president, the constitution envisaged that the president and the deputy will remain together for 5 years, 10 years. So by next year, we are supposed to be analyzing, interrogating Jubilee government. Did it deliver or did it not deliver? Then if we delivered, it gives us a presidential candidate. We see not one person cherry picking, taking the successes, but refusing the failures of Jubilee and coming with the successes to say, I'm the one who did this. But on the other hand, you are busy giving excuses for him for what he didn't do because his work was taken by someone else. That is taking Kenyans for fool, and that is something Kenyans will not accept. You cannot spend 9 years campaigning.
And some we will also not accept for you to come here and tell us that you are independent. Some we will also not accept for you to come here and tell us that you're independent and us we are the one listening to you. And you know that your mind is fixated somewhere. We know what an independent mind looks like. And we know what a fixated mind looks like.
You know what? Wekesa, you don't have, you cannot
Sam is not, you are not independent at all because number one, you are trying to give excuses for UDA presidential candidate one, William Samoei Arap Ruto. You are trying to give, to say that he didn't do what he was supposed to do. Wait, Sam.
Can I talk?
You are supposed to give excuses for him that he didn't do what he was supposed to do because he is not the president. So when you are saying that he didn't do what he was supposed to do because he's not the president, what are you trying to say? The same thing we hear in UDA political rallies, which is not the truth.
Can I talk? Would you give me a little bit of time so that I can elaborate myself?
Yeah, but decide.
No, but
you are going to talk. Listen, Sam, hold on.
Temba,
I'm going to give you time. I'm going to give you all the time you need. But as you talk, Sam, know that number one, we have been faced and we have been thrown into this drama and confusion that we're having because of one incorrigible deputy president who has refused to live by the constitution. So we have to try analyzing, separating the Jubilee government that was elected, and now we have to pick the failures and successes. We have to start seeing who did what and who didn't do what. So he has
Okay,
to present
gentlemen.
himself based on what
Okay.
he picks. And that is where we find ourselves. So right now,
Okay.
as you argue for UDA, but we are having one person who has refused and consistently not voted with what the Mwananchi has wanted all through the constitution. Supported one party political system, didn't
it's
support the
okay.
constitution
I know he has.
2010, didn't support the BBI, which was giving resources to Mwananchi, and is still not even didn't support even the Mau Forest rehabilitation, which gives water to Mwananchi, and is now busy saying that for 9 years he was not seeing Mama Mboga and Watu wa Boda Boda. All of a sudden he has woken up to the realization that they are here.
Okay,
He
okay,
has been
gentlemen.
campaigning for 9 years for a post that he's been holding and is not delivering on what Joshua Mosoti has said, a ghost worker for 9 years. Now he's looking for another 5 years to be a ghost worker. We refuse. Okay, sir.
Demba,
The more you listen
Demba,
those
let me-
things,
let me-
Sam is very someone is
I
okay.
didn't.
I'm saying the more
You did not get my
is
question.
those
Eh?
things, the more Sam is
very
anxious. He wants to answer. You wonder how independent is he?
No,
you know,
you know what?
anytime the DP's name is mentioned, you don't even listen. You want to jump into an argument. That means you're the only person defending him here. So that's how people can judge. If I was seated here,
can I talk, gentlemen? Because
you did not get my question.
Because some of us even have not talked
you guys, you cannot even ask somebody a question and try to listen what sort of an answer.
But
So
don't try to answer when we have not explained.
How can somebody answer it
answer.
when three people at the same time ask you a question? Who are you going to answer? Who are you not going to answer?
Sam, it's not a question you were asked.
Answer what you remember.
Take a position.
What we are saying.
It's not about a position. It's about answering somebody in an
You did
elegant
not.
way. In the
You
elegant
did not.
way.
You did not. You did not understand my question.
So that you can understand. I cannot
You
jump
did
into a
not.
conclusion and say Raila or Ruto.
You did not understand my question.
Now,
I don't know
we are
what you're
only giving
answering.
you a comparison. We are not even looking for answers. Can you listen, Sam, also? We are not even looking for answers. We are giving you a comparison. Some of these guys, Mimi,
it's not about comparison.
The whole day, I've not mentioned Raila the whole day.
So it's not about
so
UDA.
Between
It's
you
not about
and me,
UDM. It's not about
between you
Mio.
and me,
It's about you guys.
You don't know how to listen, and you want people to listen to you. I gave
No, how can
you talk?
Then question. Keep on talking.
Submission. Listen, Sam. I haven't given my submission. I listened to you almost 30 minutes. And you also need to learn to listen to people. Even me, sometimes I come here and just listen to people. I don't even give my submission. I only rebuttal 1 or 2, 3. And today even I'm not given a submission. I'm just listening to you. Sometimes I rebuttal, sometimes I don't. So learn to listen, because at the end of the day, even if you try to answer, if you have not listened to us, you will not be answering us. And that's why Onyanja was saying Sam is just going in circles. He's not answering anything. Because the problem is when we are talking, you unangojea atamaliza sangapi uonge, instead of listening what we are saying so that you answer something and someone gets satisfied with your answers. Kindly.
So who
Sam,
am I going to answer?
It's your time now, Sam.
You did not. You did not. You did not understand my question.
Onyanja, wait. Let's see what he's going to respond to, and then now we can come. Yes, Onyanja.
Onyanja asked me a question before you and Temba asked me. So I'm now totally confused because I tried to answer Joshua. You came up with your own question. Onyanja, everyone's come up with a question. Wekaza came up with a submission. So I'm totally now confused. Unless you guys, Onyanja, give me the question
Sam,
so that I can answer. Yes, sir.
Sam, do this, huh?
Yes, sir.
Respond to the questions that you can respond to, then we'll pick the ones you haven't responded to, and then we will move on from there.
Okay, Onyanja, give me your try to repeat it again. I couldn't follow because I was totally. And then Temba, give me that question which you need before submission of Keza. I will answer you guys. I'm a very
Sam, you know, you're being clever with us. You
No,
don't
I'm
have
not
answers
clever.
to all those questions. You are sure that there's not even one you can respond to. Okay, tell
How
us.
can I
No,
respond?
Are
If
you
you are not going
supporting
Demba,
to
Ruto?
Demba,
listen,
Are you
listen,
supporting
Demba,
Ruto or
listen,
not?
Demba, listen, Demba, listen. Sam was busy trying to silence us because he had something to say. Now that we are silent, he has forgotten everything. But when you start talking, he will say, "Now, gentlemen, gentlemen." When you keep quiet, they say he has forgotten everything.
okay.
Let me repeat the question.
Evans.
Let me repeat the
Okay,
question.
yes, sir.
I'm not talking about 2017, 2022. I want you to specifically answer my question with reference from 2013 to 2017. No lines crossed. In 2010, the deputy president opposed the constitution. Of course, it was within his constitutional right to oppose the constitution according to his own opinion. There are key things that he cited from his heart that were not right for Kenyans. Yes, the deed has been done. Let's mind the do. What did he do when he was, remember when he came to power in 2013, 2017, he was with URP and his boss was with TNA, which means these two people had the equal legislation powers in parliament. He could direct his MPs in parliament and tell them to either legislature on certain opinions. So, what did after the 2010 constitution passing? Of course, there's room for amendment. What did URP amend? Even one law. I want to know even one law that they amended in parliament when he had power with URP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, son, Evans. Evans, let me answer it this way. When both the president and the deputy came up with the two different parties to form the government, by then they had to establish themselves on the ground to make sure they have started something that can make them to be re-elected for the second term. So during that time, they couldn't make any mischievous amendment of the laws or constitution in order to tamper their re-election or to be re-elected in the second term. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing. And that's why they say we're going to do this, and they tried to do this, and they tried whatever. They had to make that one. This second term, from 2018 up to now, the president knew for him it is just whether they like it, whether they change it or no. For him, it's not it's not going to be re-elected, and that's why he came up with this narrative of BBI, because the president he doesn't care. Whoever is going to be re-elected, whoever, either Raila or Ruto, to him it makes no difference, because what he wants to make sure that whoever going to be re-elected in the second term, in the next presidency, has to follow, has to enhance whatever his regime has been doing it, to carry on with that thing. Perhaps, I say perhaps, that's my own assumption, not the assumption of anybody else, and I don't want to put myself in somebody's shoes. Perhaps the president saw that either we have been having the disagreement with the DP due to some issues which they know themselves, we don't know, you don't know, I don't know. Let us not put ourselves in that bracket, whatever their disagreement, and that's why you see them, they departed. So, for me, I can say the first term of the President Uhuru's tenure, he didn't want to tamper with the law, the constitution, because he wanted to be re-elected. Because if could he have tampered with the constitution, Raila could have said, no, how come you want to change the constitution now, which means you want to continue as a you know, this thing is a very logic thing. So that's
Sam,
why
now
he kept that way. You
Sam,
know, that's a truth. Whether you guys will like it or no, this is the
Sam,
truth thing. Yes, sir.
Sam, now you agree that he didn't have anything that serves the Kenyan interest. That's why he feared. And he didn't deliver. In 5 years, he didn't deliver anything, stadiums, nothing. What did he deliver? That he promised is 5 years without an intrusion.
Okay.
Thank you,
presidency.
Sam, you
the
know,
president,
Sam, wait.
Don't
Sam.
say Ruto didn't deliver.
Sam, wait.
Say the presidency didn't
Sam,
deliver.
wait.
That's the
Sam, wait.
President Ruto, President Uhuru,
Sam, wait.
and
Sam.
Ruto. So you
Sam.
cannot say Ruto didn't deliver.
Sam,
No.
wait.
It
Wait.
is the presidency didn't deliver. The
Sam,
current
wait.
regime didn't deliver this time. Yes, sir.
Sam.
Yes.
Now you see, you are even going into a deeper hole. You are digging yourself into even a deeper.
I'm not digging
much
into the deeper hole.
You know why?
I'm talking the truth. I'm
You
talking
know why?
the truth, my own truth.
You know
The
why?
fact-
You
I'm
know
talking the
why?
fact because
Wait, Sam.
I don't want to put myself in that situation.
Wait, Sam. You are digging your hole even a little more deeper because now you're also exposing your I think, in my view, either a skewed understanding of how the constitution works. Because number one, after the voting, the government has the legislature, it has the executive, and it has the judiciary. One of the work of the legislature is to make laws. There are some amendments that require referendum. Some of them will not require a referendum. For example, when the security laws were being passed, very controversial. You said here in your own statement that they didn't want to tamper with the constitution because they cared about their coming back. They passed the security laws in parliament. Okay? Number two is what Joshua Mosoti has just stated, that when they came in, they were more concerned about their selfish need to come back. In fact, let me call it selfish greed, to come back to power. Instead of pushing, according to the deputy president, what he thought was the reason why he said no to the 2010 constitution, if indeed he had the interest of the masses, he'd have pushed it even through parliament. And we are still emphasizing he has consistent greed. Because right now, he can bandy that he has 160 MPs to his side when he goes to every rally that favors him. But that 160 MPs have not been able to pass any single bill that is going to benefit Mwananchi. There are 160 MPs, because you will be talking of those numbers right now. To pass a bill in parliament to say, okay, this one is for Mwananchi. He says that he has the people at heart. He's the bottom-up thing. If there are laws that he thinks, not wait until BBI has come and then you go into, they should have started that work that he was saying. There was it was what? Okoa what? There was one that was led by Ekuru Okot. You remember that?
Yeah,
Ekuru Okot was able to push for some amendments. And the deputy president did not push for that. He waited until the BBI for him to start coming to say some of those things can be passed in parliament without going to the referendum. Why didn't he come with those things if they thought they were so good, and create another amendment and create their own way and send the 160 MPs to parliament to pass those amendments? Why wait until BBI and then start telling us that these ones can be passed by parliament, which haven't happened to date?
Okay. Mr. Temba, maybe DP Ruto is selfish. Okay, I can see, according
Not
to you.
maybe, he is.
Okay,
He is selfish.
Okay,
He's
okay,
narcissistic. He's not maybe. It's not maybe. He's selfish. He's narcissistic. He's even saying right now that I'm a man on a mission. You cannot make Kenya one person's business. That I'm a man on a mission. Every other party has to close shop so that they join UDA, which has only one member in parliament. All those parties are being formed within the same time UDA is being formed. He's claiming his party is national, better than all the other parties, even PEP that has one MP like he does.
Okay,
That's
sir.
selfish.
Remember, I wish you saw the statement he made after Naivasha on
Okay.
devolution.
Okay.
The guy
Let
did
us.
not believe in a devolution. In fact,
Can
he
we?
said that regional government. He was saying that the county governments, there's no way they will be powerless, and then there's nothing that county assemblies will do. Okay, in that he dismissed this issue to do with the devolution. No wonder even when they were in a conference in Wote, he has been slotted a day to go and speak, and he ignored it. He went to campaign because for him even devolution is nothing, and he is busy telling us about bottom up. So how will you bring this money from the national bottom?
Just a minute about that.
Hii maneno ya DP na kuchoma sana, and you are still
Sam, you are defending
you are
as someone who
independent.
can
Remember, you are
independent.
independent.
Until you
Remember,
accept
you are
that.
independent, Sam.
Sam, wait for that question from Wekesa.
Okay, moment. Wekesa, let me ask.
Sam, relax. Let Wekesa ask you a question.
No, he was talking something about Wote. I just want to answer that thing.
No, so
moment, gentlemen. Before Wote, there was a
That
meeting
was
of
food for
IBEC.
thought. That was food for thought. It wasn't even a question.
There was a meeting for IBEC, all governors. Didn't their governors, almost 45 of them?
Chaired by who?
DP.
Okay, and he said that he's not working. You said he's not in government.
It was
now
only,
when they
it was
boycott. Is it the problem of governors or is it the problem of leadership?
Let us know. You boycott about your own money, and you want the deputy president to
So
come.
did you, Sam, wait, you're confusing yourself. Sam, you're confusing yourself.
Let us be
Sam,
realistic.
Sam, you're confusing yourself.
You can hate him.
Now, no, Demba, Sam is losing the point. Sam,
no. You can hate him.
Relax, Sam. I tell you why you're losing the point. Sam, relax. I tell you why you're losing the point.
That's the reality.
Yeah, but listen also. Yeah, listen.
The IBEC.
No, listen.
All governors boycotted. This was only three governors.
Listen, Sam.
Hey, gentlemen.
Sam, hold on.
Guys, you put politics on national issues.
Sam, I will drive my point whether you want to listen or not. The issue of devolution is not based on governance' behavior. When we put devolution in our constitution, we knew that this is a model in which we want to govern ourselves and to structure our economy. So you don't depend on the feelings of whether governors showed up to your meeting or not. What we are saying and the argument, I am projecting it from 2010. He did not have a regard to devolution. So he should not find an excuse that people have not come to a meeting. And if he supports devolution, he would have gone there and showed what he believes in devolution, because he is not even speaking about devolution today, about the future, because he wants to be the next president. So he would have gone there and shown the roadmap of what he thinks about devolution. And they forget about whether one or two people never showed up to his meeting. So are you then suggesting that he will be that erratic president who depends on the feelings and the happening events to govern a nation? Are you suggesting that because one or two people boycott your meeting, you now choose how to respond to the nation?
Okay, can I answer, sir? Okay, thank you.
Sam is taking us around. It's been taking a long time. Can we stop that? We'll give you other people to also contribute.
No, wait, Mulumbu. Kasuti is also here. You just wait. We have Sam. Sam, can you make Sam? Kindly. The time is yours. I'm giving you 2 minutes. You finish so that we bring Kasuti.
Let me try to answer very quickly. First, Okati, during that IBEC meeting, which was held in the DP office, it's not about the DP. it was about the devolution. It was about the governors and the ministers who are supposed to be there so that they can see that part of the treasure. How much do they have, so that they can budget, the treasury can budget according to the revenue that they are going to collect it. So instead of them coming all together there, you forget about the differences or political differences, and then you see how you are going to try to help your own citizen of your county. You boycott it, and then you try to sorry, you try to invite the deputy president the last minute that he should go and talk. I mean, gentlemen, this is embarrassing. This is totally embarrassing. You boycotted there, and you want him to go there. This is embarrassing. You wanted to embarrass him. Sometimes we have to forget about the differences of politics and try to respect that office, only the office. Forget about the person. Respect that office, because somebody else is going to be deputy president from next year, and maybe your own. Maybe your own wherever. And the other people were going to boycott it and try to respect that office, only the office. Forget about the person. Forget about the personality. Only the office. It's more important than anything else. The office is more important than even the person who is holding that office.
But does that apply to president office also?
Well, sure. If you are not going to respect the office of the president, forget about the person himself. The office, whether the governor office, whether the DO's office, whether the MP's office, they respect that office. Forget about the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. You're still here. I mean, we will still interrogate your perspective. It's good. Keep staying here. You are getting us to understand you more. That it's okay. You can be, whenever you feel the heat in the UDA camp, you can say you are independent, but you argue like UDA. But listen, that is the same behavior exhibited by your leader. One, Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. He's in government when he chooses. He's not in government when he chooses. The same day he was chairing an IBEC meeting, he comes from the IBEC meeting, then he is asked a question that are you campaigning? Then he says that I've not yet started campaigning. Then immediately he hops into a chopper to Narok to campaign for UDA. So he was here busy chairing an IBEC meeting, but he hopes in a chopper to go to a campaign in Narok to say that the government is not doing anything. And he is from chairing an IBEC meeting, which is a government thing. He's the one who is supposed to be actually in the IBEC seeing what resources are going to what counties. But he's hopping into a chopper to go to a rally to say that the government is doing nothing. They have not taken any resources and giving the so-called empowerment money. And there's IBEC. When he was busy, I think he tweeted or put on Facebook that there was drought in Kilifi. Someone told him, but you are the one who was chairing the Galana Kulalu project. So he's beating himself. And I dare say here that Ruto is his own enemy. He doesn't need any, in fact, the strategies that are campaigning against, you don't need to look for any campaign material. He gives you. He will wake up one time, say this, the next time he says a different thing. And that is what Sam is telling us here. Sam tells you that, I'm independent. But talk about Ruto for a minute. Sam will be on your neck. He will not listen. But thank you, Sam, for staying on here. Now we have Fred Kasudi and we have Inawezekana who have not contributed anything. So we will.
Temba,
What is it, Sam, again?
I'm going to hold you until the last minute.
Yeah, just stay on here. Tuko na wewe.
Yeah, ndio hiyo.
Thank you. Fred Kasudi. Muda ni wako sasa, and then tulete Inawezekana.
Merry Christmas watu wangu wote.
Merry
is the
Christmas.
only
Sisi tuko hapa tunaendelea kuongea mambo ya Kenya hata kama Mary alizaa Christmas.
is only Wekesa who celebrated Christmas, because he's the only one I'm seeing him in attire of Christmas mood. But some of us, we at least tulionea kwa view sasa.
Na Kasudi,
Okay.
Kasudi,
I'm still
Kasudi.
receiving gifts.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
just before you speak, are you all subscribed to Mutembei channel? All of you who are here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess I'm a member of this wonderful channel.
Yeah, kama uja subscribe, tafadhali subscribe. Members on the comment section, we are seeing you. Asanteni sana for your continued. Wycliffe Machora, let me give some shout outs as we move on. Joshua Musoti ni huyu tu tuko naye hapa. Asante sana kaka. Joshua Musoti, wache uchokozi. Ati 2 minutes zero answer. Hiyo unachokoza Sam. Sam yuko hapa atakupeleka mbio. Wycliffe Machora, asante. Asili tu TV. Asante sana mkurugenzi. Aluman Athman, asante sana. Pen Nyagaka, mtu wa nguvu sana. I don't know if that is a lady or a gentleman, but thanks for coming. At least you stand strong for UDA. Wewe unasema Sam yuko smart kabisa. Sam, kuna mtu ana agree na wewe huko chini, anasema uko smart kabisa, hata kama uko hivi 50-50 uko smart. Hiyo ni
thank you.
Yeah, kuna jamaa amekubaliana na wewe huko. Aki afam, in all the questions asked to Sam, hakuna answer hata moja. Sam, huko na watu ambao pia wanasema hakuna jibu umetoa, lakini hiyo ni sawa tu.
Hiyo ni sawa.
Silence of good people kill a nation. Asante. David Dennis Ondieki, asante sana. Martin Wilson amejaribu kuingia hapa nafikiri na hakuweza. If you can. Okay. Kasudi, tafadhali kama mko kwa comment section, tafadhali jaribu kusubscribe to Mutembei channel. Kama unaweza kuingia kwa channel kwa forum, kuna link inakuwa shared hapo, unaingia, unatoa mchango wako, ukitaka kuendelea ni sawa, ukitaka kudrop out sawa. Sisi tuko hapa. Tafadhali endelea kusubscribe, pia endelea kudonate kwa Mutembei channel. Ukitoa unapata bana. Kama unataka bana ya green, unawekewa hapo donate $5, 200, hata shilingi 5 ni sawa. Much more, subscribe and share so that we keep talking. Kasudi, ni wakati wako sasa.
Mimi hata sina mambo mengi leo kwa sababu the more I was trying to listen to follow Sam, is the more I get confused. The more I try to understand him, is the more yani napotea kabisa, unasikia mtu anapotea. Kwa sababu huu mtu wetu wa yellow fever huyu, mtu kusema tu ukweli wa Mungu. Samu anatuambia hapa hata kama uheshimu mtu, unafaa kuheshimu ofisi yenye anahudumu ndani. Swali tu, and a honest question to Sam. The mouthpiece of yellow fever, anzia tu wote, kuanzia senators, MPs, wale independent, hata wale hawajachakuliwa na mtu, wote. Niambie mtu mwenye amepea the office of president heshima yake. Nani? Kuanzia kwa the deputy himself. Nani? Because every time hao watu wana diarrhea na midomo zao, wana diarrhea mbele ya deputy president. Na wanafanya nini? Wanapaka matope ama wana criticize ama wanaongea
Budget Economic Council,
the office of president.
Mwenyekiti wa hiyo kanzo mnajua? Sheria, it is
the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Kama kweli tuna haja ya kusaidia mwananchi wa kule chini, huyo tunaita mama boga, huyo tunaita wheelbarrow, sijui maana kitu gani. The place to do that decision is at the IBEC. Hiyo, that committee. So that hiyo committee ikisema hii pesa ndio itaenda kwa county governments. They have the authority and the power to say, lakini kuna pesa zingine hizi tunatoa ziende kwa kila county. Hizi hata governor hata guza hawezi kupeleka kwa maji, hawezi kupeleka kwa barabara. Hizi ni za kusaidia wafanyabiashara wale wadogo wadogo, wale wako chini. Alafu control of budget kwa sababu wako kwa hiyo committee. Anasema governor, hiyo pesa siwezi kuuza kama iende kusaidia mfanyabiashara wale ule mdogo kule uko mashinani, hatuwezi toa hiyo pesa. Itakaa hapo, governor utalia, utaziona pale. Kwa sababu hizo huyo mama boga ndiye atasema itatumika kwa njia gani. Atapata msaada wake, kama ni mkopo atapata kutoka kupitia wapi? Hapo. If we are serious about strengthening devolution in this country, tuache kushinda tukiongea urongo hapa. Sijui hati tuiko mambo iko sijui iko chini wapi? When you are the one who is chairing that committee, that powerful committee, we should be making this decision for the last 9 years, and you have not done it. Unakuja kutuambia mambo mengine gani hapa? Surely kwani Wakenya watu wameona kama tumepungukiwa na akili ama nini?
Sorry for interruption. I had downloaded, but it was taking long to upload. Sorry for that.
Ni kweli hatujapungukiwa na akili bwana. Mturi ameuliza tu swali mzuri. Kwani mnatuona watu wa yellow fever wanatuona kama Kenya, yani wanatake Kenya for a ride. Wanaona Kenya watu wamepungukiwa na akili sana. Hiyo mkutano, hiyo IPEC ina compose kina nani? Ni akina nani wanafaa kukaa kwa hiyo meeting? Minister for Agriculture, Minister for Internal Security, Minister for CS wa Security, Minister for Devolution, Minister for our ministers wote. Na hiyo siku akiitisha hiyo mkutano walikuwa wamesimama kwa podium fulani mahali fulani, I don't know walikuwa kwa mkutano gani. Wamerapisha watu wote, wamepika munya, wamepika matiangi, wamefanya hiyo. Alafu the following day unaenda kuita ati mkutano. Who will attend that meeting in real sense? Kama wewe mwenyewe umeongea vile umeongea kwa mikutano zako, umeachilia hizo umbwa zako, zile barking dogs kushambulia, alafu huwezi ukasema hapa mnafanya vibaya, hapa mko right, and at the end of the day unataka wale Kasuti, watu ambao umepiga
Kasuti,
unawaita
Kasuti tafadhali, hapana jaribu kuita watu mbwa. Binadamu ni binadamu.
No, sijaita mtu, nimesema barking dog.
Usijaribu, don't say atakawachilia barking dog. Human being is a human being. Hata kama unamchukia,
why are you people you have
hapana jaribu kuita binadamu, hapana jaribu kuita binadamu yote barking dog. Hakuna mtu ambaye ni mbwa.
We have given you time to talk, my friend. Listen to us now. Let us lecture you. If you want, did I mention anybody?
No.
Did I mention anybody?
Mimi nasakata hiyo kitu kuita mtu binadamu barking dog. No, that's not the right thing.
Answer my question. No. Did I mention anybody?
No, why do you say barking dogs?
Thank you. Stop there.
Human being barking dogs.
Kasuti and Sam order. The issue when we talk about attack dogs inakuanga, it's a metaphor. I think
thank you.
The other guys use maybe ODM cows, but okay, it's a metaphor of what they want to express. when Jesus was calling someone Satan, he didn't mean Peter is a Satan. It was an image he wanted to project. So kindly be okay.
I think Chair Kasuti, as the way I'm thinking it, for the purposes of tranquility and harmonization, I will request you to just withdraw that word dog so that we can continue without problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Wanyanja. Okay, I will withdraw. Even although I didn't mention anybody. I didn't mention anybody. I didn't. Okay, I will withdraw that one. Let me apologize to Sam so that he can feel at home. So I don't want him to run away, because at the end of the day, they always come here, they lectures. When we start to talk to them, they run away. So I will withdraw that one for the sake of Sam. I will withdraw it, and I apologize for that. Okay, let me finish my submission here. I was saying that before that meeting took place, he rubbished all these CSS, all governors, he rubbished them in a meeting somewhere, in a rally somewhere. And the following day, you are calling that meeting so that you can earn for yourself bonga points. Ni nani angekuja kwa hiyo mkutano? Hata kama ni wewe, ni nani? Umeambiwa vile sijui unafanya nini, umeambiwa vile unafanya nini, umeambiwa sijui vile uko sijui nini, alafu kesho yake nakwambia kuja ukae chini, kuja tuongee. Na kuja wapi? Hiyo wewe ulisikia wapi? Ama uliona wapi? Haiwezi ikafanyika. So tukue na, kama mnasema ya kwamba mnafaa hiyo ofisi kupewa heshima, tuanze juu. Tuanze juu. Kwa sababu katika uongozi, in a leadership, we have maybe 4 ways of communication. From bottom to up, from up downwards, or diagonal, or parallel. So kile kitu wao wanafanya, mdosi yako ambaye ni rais wa nchi, alafu mnacheza hapa chini, mnafanya vile mnavyofanya, alafu mnakuja kusimama mnasema ya kwamba sijapewa nafasi ya ku-execute my duties. Hiyo kweli, kusema ukweli, hiyo hata haiwezekani. Hiyo haiwezekani. So ndugu yangu Sam, fanya tu vizuri, sikiza watu vile wanavyokuambia, na uadvise watu wako. Kama hiyo ni heshima huwezi ukalazimisha watu kukupea heshima. Heshima hukuja, you do something that will force people to respect you. But you cannot tell people just respect me. No. But you can do something. At the end of the day, that thing will force people to respect you, whether they like it or not. So nionyeshe kimoja tu, kile watu wa Yellow Fever wamefanya, kile kinaweza sababisha tuwapee heshima. Moja tu. Ukinionyesha hiyo, basi nitakubaliana na wewe 100%. Asante, na nimemaliza.
Okay, ni mimi nijibu ama Mr. Tembo, mimi sijui.
Moja tu, nimekuuliza tu swali, nionyeshe kitu kimoja tu kile kinaweza sababisha.
Kasudi.
Yes.
Wacha Sam andike hiyo, kwa sababu tukianza kwenda Sam tutaenda wacha Sam andike hiyo tu chini, atakuja. Kuna watu wamekuja hapa, wacha waseme kwanza, waongee jambo, alafu tutaanza tena, tukuja sasa kwa maswali kwa Sam na kwa mtu mwingine yoyote hapo. So inawezekana, ni wakati wako. Na ninaona nani huyu amefika, huyu anaitwa
ni David nadhani.
Ego Spoke bwana, ni gani? David bwana. David leo jina tumezoea bwana. Kwani uliacha UDA ukaacha hata jina?
Sema Eagles Park, sio pork bwana. Wacha kuharibu jina.
Oh, Eagles Park.
Yes, anaitwa Eagles Park.
Uliacha UDA ukatupa mpaka jina. Haya, sawa, kaa papo hapo. Wewe ni next, after inawezekana.
Yes, thank you Themba and the whole panelist fraternity. Asanteni sana for this other day that the Lord has brought us. Yeah, niliongea mapema, nikaongea about the political parties, if we have a promising future or a disappointing one, and many speakers have spoken here, and yeah, I think all has been said for today. One point that I would just like to put across is concerning our beloved deputy president. You know, most people, or specifically UDA people, wonder why we talk about him so much. Why are we talking about him so much? You know, it's because of who he is, more of who he is and what does he want, and in what position is he that is making us want to talk about him. You know, he's a presidential candidate, and we have to scrutinize and look at who he really is, and tumtoe points ama tumuongezee points. One major thing ambayo inanifanya ninakuwa very uncomfortable about our deputy president ni kwamba he is very unpredictable. Today he is speaking of one thing, tomorrow he is speaking of another thing. Hana kitu ya kuendeleza, hana kitu ambayo tunaweza muattach tuseme this is what is anasimamia na ni kitu mzuri ambayo anasimamia. Leo atasema hii kitu mpya, leo kesho aseme kitu ingine. So like this bottom up thing, we have been talking about it for the longest time. Kenyans have been speaking about it, and absolutely no one anaweza kuidefine. People here on this panel have okay, watu wameidefine, wameieleza, but mimi honestly I don't understand what it is, and yeah, they are saying it has worked in other countries, for I don't know. The other thing is just that he is delusional, yani haeleweki, anataka tu. I think there is just one thing that he wants, but he is not telling Kenyans what it is that he wants. Maybe he's running from something, maybe the case, the Hague case, if I'm allowed to say it on this panel. And that one tells us that we should be careful about electing such a person. You know, mtu mwenye anatuambia kila siku akona agenda, he is a man on a mission. You know, he is not telling us what mission it is. He is not telling us specifically what kind of mission it is, but anatuambia he is a man on a mission. He is going all over the country, like 135 meetings in a whole month. You know, huyo ni mtu mnafaa mumshuku sana. You know, the deputy president, this IBEC that you have talked about, he is the person who is chairing. Even the speaker Justin Turi, kwa hiyo video mmeweka hapo, anasema kama kuna vitu ambazo, kwa hizi vitu zote zenye anasema atapatia mama mboga na mtu wa pikipiki na nini. Kwa hiyo IBEC yenye anachea, angekuwa tayari ameshapitisha hiyo nini, hangekuwa anaongea saa hii kwa hizo mapodium zenye anasimama akiongelelea, you know. So Kenyans and I'm sorry to use some as an example. You guys should be very careful, because I believe by now a majority of Kenyans have decided, and a majority of Kenyans know who is the right leader. I'm just trying to, wale ambao wamebaki, like the kind of some, you should open your eyes and make the right decision. Yeah, unamtetea mtu ambaye anafanya biashara nchi ya nje, anafanya biashara Uganda instead of helping the fellow Kenyans. Anasema alikuwa anataka kufungua sijui nini Equity Bank huko Uganda. Kwa nini asileta hizo pesa hapa nchini Kenya? You know, so with just that one point, Mr. Sam and your team, please open your eyes Once again, nikiwakumbusha, open your eyes and make the right decision come August 2022. Thank you.
Aye, asante sana, inawezekana. We go straight to Eagles Park.
Asante, lakini na kama inawezekana nichanganya. Mimi naona kama title ni tofauti na yenye inawezekana nasema imenichanganya kiasi. Anyway, let me just comment. Let me not discuss him. What I can say is that penye imefikia, we don't need to point fingers to our competitors as what they ought to say or not ought to say. It is incumbent upon us to tell Kenyans what we offer. Let's not dwell much kind of picking and discussing what our competitors are doing. That is their business. Two, political parties world over can act as vehicles and a means to get power and retain power, because politics are about getting power and retaining that power. And it will shape up, whether we like it or not, that at some point we shall have big parties and small parties. The big parties will call the shots, and the small parties will keep struggling to grow, because parties have been known to put governments in place. So anybody who wants to kill multi-party, then it's not good for anybody or any country. For Kenya, while we are seeing these kind of shifts, sometimes we have movements, sometimes we have mergers, is because actually at some point it's like we have made politics to be the best earning, as I can call it in my personal opinion. Kwamba, if you want to get rich, you have to get into politics. But it shouldn't be so. Politics is leadership. You need to be in charge of public affairs and deliver services and act as a leader. So sometimes you may see mushrooming of political parties meant to propel some individuals to be known or to go to power. So for Kenya, our political parties are still houses, I want to agree, and they are still vehicles, but we want to build them. Lastly, I want to say that let's go out, tell people what we want to do for them. Stick to them, stick to it, sorry, and improve their lives. Let's not get bothered with what other people are saying so much, because we also need competitors. Can you imagine a situation where you can go to a field alone? Wajamaa waongee chenye wanaongea, but at the end, we want to educate our people to separate between reality and rhetorics, good speeches and actions, you know. So if Raila has fought for what he stands for all this time, at some point Kenyans believed him almost 70% and gave him the power. It was taken out of him. And it has come to, people have come to agree, of course, majority, that let's now give him his chance. Let's not sit there. Let's not celebrate on that. Let's get down to ground and say, well, assume we have this leadership. What are some of the areas that can be worked on to improve our lives? Because in this life is about give and take. You know, we may celebrate we have our candidate winning, but at the end, we are not changing our lives down here. So as we go towards election, as the dust settles down, let's not develop bitterness about what somebody's saying. I know they also have good things for Kenya. Raida's camp has good things for Kenya. But finally, at the end, after taking this power, you will again be judged. I've seen guys where we fight, have them win election, and then tunabaki kwa giza, tunabaki kwa baridi, alafu tunauliza swali lingine ngumu sana. Huyu jamaa wenu mliweka kwa power bwana. Now what is he doing? You know, sometimes don't even have an answer to give. Guys goes off. They go off. They don't even receive your calls. The promises you made that made you sell well in the eyes of the voters, now they become useless. They don't become realizable. Sasa unajua unashindwa kutoka kwa watu waonekane, unajificha juu utaulizwa swali, huyu jamaa yako bwana namna gani? There's nothing on the ground. So let's not suffer from that. We are prepared to have Raila as president, but we want a very strong presidency that changes the lives of common mwananchi. So I support that. Let's have political parties that can be answerable to mwananchi, not just vehicles to give us power, then we forget about it. I may have come late. You may have discussed a lot. I hope I'm not irrelevant. That's my opinion on that topic. And that's all I can say, Bwana Themba. So nilibadilisha jina to Eagles Park, not Eagles Park, eh? Thank you.
Uko sawa mkubwa. You are just within the topic. We have of course expanded to ukikaka hapa kidogo an array of topics as normal, but you are on point. I want to bring in Wekesa. Wekesa, kindly give your submission.
Hey, umeniruka sana Themba, umeniruka zaidi mara mingi.
Ni nani huyu?
Hata mimi hapa.
This is Evans, umeniruka mara mingi mara mingi sana.
Wekesa hata hajaongea, simwache Wekesa aongea alafu hajatoa submission yake.
Mimi niko sawa, I'm very good in listening.
Mpatie and then I will come in.
Haya, wacha nipatie hawa wawili. Haya, tuanze na bro Benson alafu tukuje kwa Evans alafu Wekesa.
Okay, Themba, thank you very much. Actually, I don't have much to say. It's just I'm very good in listening and nasikia watu wanatoa maoni. It's just like to say something about what Sam said, which I felt was not very nice. About like nobody hate deputy president. That is something that I usually say. Nobody hate deputy president. It's just like people are trying to weigh. It has reached a time whereby like we weigh things on how we reason and what you say, because like what you say matters a lot. What you say define who you are. So, and if you say something that I feel as a person or somebody who have good reasoning feel like what you're saying is not true and try to correct that, does not make that he hates you. That is one. Secondly, and this is I'm advising each and everybody, take your candidate. Take your candidate. If you're supporting somebody, we are not taking your tribe away from you, or we are not taking your candidate away from you, but we are trying to discuss things that can build our country, because at the end of the day, you might be in UDA, you might be in ODM, or you might be in any other party, but where we are going with all these political parties is just to build our own country, Kenya. So when we try to discuss all these things and say the things that maybe we feel they've not done it right, we should not get annoyed, because that's like we're building one another. And Mr. Sam, I respect you so much. In the history of Kenya has shown it that each and every time when the devolution, when they go for the summit, the president will always open the summit, the DP will close it. So it doesn't need invitation for that. It's something that it has been there for long. So I think he should know that. Then another thing, if we know somebody has done wrong, let's say like, oh, we've said that somebody is a thief, so we should not kind of like allow it and equation it and so did this. If it is a corruption, is a corruption for all. If it is somebody is abusing the office, either inside of ODM or inside of UDA in any other party, we should condemn all, not just say he's doing it because so and so is doing it. So that's the only thing I can say.
Very brief. Evans, uko ama umetoweka hata wewe?
Hapana, niko.
Go for it.
Yeah, thank you so much for this chance again. The first submission that the chance that I was given, my network was
Let me
very much
let me let me let me let me let me ask a question, because I'm noticing a very interesting trend. I'm not profiling anyone, so in case you want to accuse me of that, I want to make that disclaimer. But I'm seeing the an influx of the kisses in the channel. Onyancha, Mosoti, Ego Spark. Msiseme ni mwa profile.
Kuchanuka tumechanuka pia.
It's all right. I didn't even know them. I've seen them for the first time.
Okay, yeah, that is that's a very good observation. I was saying that the first time I was given a chance to make my submissions, my network was a little bit shaky, even though I accused someone of being a bad omen, but it was on a lighter note. Firstly, I would like to submit this way. You know, I also have a dream for this country, and the kind of dream that I'm looking at is that Kenya that I can be proud of. When I'm looking at all these presidential candidates, I will want to put them in one room and ask them questions that I feel that are best desires to my heart. That I feel like what, for example, let us ask ourselves these questions: what are our international employment policies in terms of how our kids go outside there to work? We've seen a lot of boys and girls coming in body bags because we do not have those policies protecting them. Why should we have a very long constitution protecting Kenyans inside here and very rich people while we have children who have gone outside there to work? And in fact, if you look at the Treasury report that was KRA report that was filed in the last financial year, they say that the Kenyans abroad have sent a total of 120 billion Kenyan shillings to this country. Yet, as a country, we've not made policies to protect them abroad. That is a question that I will want to pose to every presidential candidate that is willing to vie for this country's top seat. The second question is about you cannot have a viable economy if our borders are porous. I will want to ask them, what are their policy that they are going to put in place that we are going to be proud of, that you cannot cross this country from any corner just because it's Kenya and just come in and do whatever that you want. We've seen a lot of foreigners coming to this country and misbehaving, having bad morals to us. We are even being mistreated in our own country. We've seen Nigerians coming to this country, killing our young girls in the name of love and all that, and yet our government keeps quiet. We've seen Somalians crossing the border, coming to our country. Nothing is being done. We've seen, you can imagine, even if Ethiopia is having wrangles right now, you cannot cross to Ethiopia and you're not an Ethiopian. It's not that easy. In fact, they say it's better to be arrested with a police officer than being discovered by a citizen in Ethiopia that you are a foreigner. So what are the policies that we are going to put for this country to maintain the membrane, our security membrane, and our firewall within our borders, so that we can be proud as a country? I'm looking at a country where we want to see the policies that are being put in place by the leaders that we took to parliament and the Senate and the county assemblies. We did not elect these leaders to go and make noise in political rallies. Their main job is to go and make policies. And in fact, this one I'm going to fault the deputy president, because being on the top seat, his job is not to make reservations in political rallies. His job is to make policies that are going to assist the mamamboga that he's talking about, that is going to assist the boda person that he's talking about. You can imagine we are in a country where I come from Kisi, and by the time these motorbikes were coming, it was expensive to board one. But today, since we do not have policies of loaning, people have come up with a lot of motorbikes that even the cost of transportation from one place to another, it's merely 20 shillings. So how do you expect this economy that we want, the bottom economy, to survive if we are not going to put policies in place to prevent this particular microfinances from loaning haphazardly to our young boys and girls, because to our young people, because you see, it's not about loaning itself. What is the policy that you're going to put to prevent them from extorting? Because basically they are extorting these young men. You're given a loan and you fail to repay. They come and take the motorbike, but again, you've already destabilized the market of transportation. I'm looking at a country where that if today I'm arrested, I am given equal rights as a politician is given an equal right. Because you can be very much embarrassed that today, if I'm arrested because I did not have a mask, but I am treated as if I killed a person in this country. So the kind of policies that we want are supposed to be anchored in the manifestos of these political parties that we call vehicles and houses. These are the things that we need to interrogate and check them and call sins and atrocities by their real name. Let us not come here just because myself I'm supporting ODM. I see Baba doing a mistake and I say siata. I had someone saying that siata kila mtu anaiba. We are not supposed to do it that way. That is why we need to keep. We have been mandated by the Constitution to put these leaders in checks and balances. I'm looking at the country where I will see voters recalling a legislature. And you know how recalling a legislature, in Kenya, in the Kenyan constitution, recalling a legislature is very harder than impeaching a president. Impeaching a president is very much easier than recalling a legislature. I want to see one incident when we will recall a legislature by going to parliament and saying this person should be recalled because he has violated his mandate and is supposed to go and seek fresh mandates from the people. That is the country that we are looking at. But the issue of trying to bombard information to us about this is the kind of policy that we want, and then we don't have any stipulated framework of how we are going to engage these things. I think we are much far-fetched, and that is where you hear most of the politicians using this phrase that wajinga walikusha Kenya. It is true, wajinga walikusha Kenya, because there is no way you can tell me that Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 says this, and I keep quiet that way. I need to go and check if Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 is exactly what you're quoting. That is the Kenya that we want. We need to interrogate every kind of person that is coming, because we've seen us re-electing leaders. We've seen us electing leaders on political parties and not interrogating their history, their track record, and even their behavior. How many times have we seen legislatures behaving in a very uncouth manner in parliament? And these are the people that are supposed to become more role models to our children and what have you. Back to the question, back to Sam. The time when I was asking the question about the deputy president on how he has the kind of legislation that he was supposed to provide during the 2013-2017. He was not tampering with the constitution. He was amending the constitution. Sorry, he was going to amend the constitution to the desires of his voters. Because if at all he ever did the public participation during the 2010 and the voters told him that kindly, even if this constitution is good, there is a clause that we do not like. He should have abided by so going to the parliament and telling the URP members, this is what I feel is good for our people. Can you try and engage? Of course, it's not a must. It would have passed because you see, it's a matter of 2/3 majority rule. He could have gone and tried to seek legislation to change the amendments that he felt like they were not going to the right direction. On the issue of 2017-2022, he was talking about that the government has not worked completely just because it is outside. And again, is in the inside. And again, is on the outside. You see, such kind of confusion, sometimes it brings us to a point where we do not know that the kind of direction that we are in. We do not know where we are headed to. It's good for people to be honest and tell us this is what we want and stick by it. I will want to see one day the deputy president stand by his own feet and say, this is what I believe in and this is what I am going to stand for till the end. In as much as I'm going to lose these votes, like Raila used to say that in as much as I'm going to lose these votes, I am going to stand with the people. I remember in 2007, the main thing that made Raila maybe to be rigged out, I don't know, I don't have any evidence if he was rigged out or not, was the issue of land. And he was very categorical saying that this issue of land has become a problem to our country and we need to resolve it. And I'm going to stand by it till the end. And that is what he stood. And that is what brought the Ndungu report. And that is what, and I heard the deputy president saying now we need to implement the Ndungu report, that he was against. Come on, let us engage in serious conversations. Thank you so much and good morning.
Wow, that's very, very, very insightful words from Mr. Onyancha. Thank you so much. From the comment section, I can see the Abagus in the house have raised their hands, have said, yes, we are here. I can see silence of good people. That's community ancestor. He's also a man from Kisiland. Machora, a man from Kisiland. And Nyagaka also is a man from Kisiland. And it's either you guys have a lot of bundles, metajirika, ama hamlali. But as always, we really appreciate it. It's a Merry Christmas and we really appreciate the interactions. Like Egos Park amesema ya kwamba ni mkombele kabisa. And that is very good. You are very educated to be able to access the internet. The other time we were saying we have access to mobile phones, then of course access to internet. Those are two different things. You can have a mobile phone, but you don't have access to internet. So when you're doing when you're trying to do a statistic or a poll on the voting pattern and you're doing it on Facebook, not all voters can access Facebook. So sometimes it can be skewed. But the educated ones are the ones who come. But research has shown that some of the most educated fellas are not the ones who go to vote. And that gets me to this point, that kindly, those people who know that they are in the middle class, kindly go out and vote. Go out and vote. Voting is very important. Wanasema kama vile the deputy president told Anne Waiguru that kizungu mingi na catwalk. Sasa watu wa middle class wako na kizungu mingi lakini hawaendi kuvote. So tafadhali, let's plan to vote next kama 2022 so that we can make a change. They say that those who are good, who don't vote, they allow themselves to be led by those who are bad, whom they didn't want. So I want to bring in Wekesa. Wekesa, it is your time, and I can see watu wameanza kutuwekea giza. Tafadhali, unless you have to put for us the curtain, I don't want to be left with Mosoti and Wekesa alone. Unaweza tutolea curtain kama mtu kama Kasudi. Kasudi, you never put on the curtain. Ni nini sasa umeanza kuweka curtain leo? Ama ni kwa sababu ni Christmas? Uko na mgeni? Uko na mgeni umeleta, utaki tuone. Acha kuweka curtain.
Kwanza Onyanja ameuliza ameongea kitu muhimu sana ambayo nimefurahia sana. Hiyo policy, international policy, tuna suffer. We are outside here, we are suffering for the sake of our children and our country, and nobody seems cares. Tunafanyishwa kazi kama tunafanyishwa what we call it. Kwa sababu gani? Ukiangalia nchi zingine
Bana Kasudi, mimi nilisema, sikiza, nilisema tu fungue curtain, sikusema uongee.
Umeniita, so unanijua tu umeniita, sasa so umeniita. Lazima niseme kitu.
Nimesema tu ufungue curtain ndio tuweze kukuona, kama si lazima ufunge curtain. Sasa fungua tu curtain ukae hapa, msituache na giza hapa sana. Ndio Wekesa akishafanya submission tutafungua sasa, at least tuanze kufanya our final submission. Naona watu wameanza. Acha kwanza Wekesa ongee, then takule najua Ego Spark, sijui yeye ako kwa curtain, sijui kama ako kazi. Na yani Ego Spark huko hapa bwana, huko kwa desk yako na huwezi fungua curtain my friend.
No, nilikuwa nimelala bwana. Nilikuwa nateka nap.
Haya, Wekesa.
Yeah. Okay. I think was listening sometime to Mtai Ngunya and is it the 4th or 5th estate? They were talking about when nations are young, they are built by people. When the nations grow, people they are built by institutions because they have now grown the institution, and you don't need to follow people to get what you want. And that's why you saw the transition even in America. It is the institution that guided the whole process, even when the candidates have their own different opinions. So why do I want to say that? Let me give 1 or 2 examples, and then I make my point. In the good book, I think there was a time Israel was waiting for somebody called Elijah to come, and the person who came was John. So why was it given that imagery? The other instance is when Moses was sent back to Egypt to liberate God's people, and God told him what he would go and say. But Moses asked God, supposing they don't believe what you are telling me, what will I tell them? And God told Moses, go and tell them, I am the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob. Yes, history is very important, and personalities are also important. So when some names are mentioned, what comes in your mind? That was what I was trying to build. So when God was not able to explain who John the Baptist will be to people, he used the image of Elijah. Another Elijah will come. So for them, when they look at Elijah, they understand who Elijah was. When you look at Abraham, you understand who Abraham was. So you can associate the God of Abraham with the messenger. And this is what our colleagues need to understand. Sometimes it is the image you have built that when we mention Raila, what comes in your mind? When we mention Ruto, what comes in your mind? We can go even down up to the party symbols. When you mention a wheelbarrow, what comes in your mind? And people have been stuck here. In 2010, we analyzed between the banana and an orange. And people are saying how an orange represents this, and then a banana doesn't have a seed, so it doesn't represent the future. So in other words, people are able to interpret the party symbols. Interpret, when you create a symbol, people want to interpret what does it mean. So when you give us a wheelbarrow and you tell us kazi ni kazi, in that slogan, kazi ni kazi, what are you telling us? What message are you sending to us? Are you just telling us that everything is okay, what, regardless of what you are doing, it's okay? Yeah. Are you inspiring? In other words, are you inspiring the nation to move to the next level, or you're encouraging us to be the way we are? I remember when we were still back in the village in primary school. Yeah, just in people, sometimes those economic activities could come in an area and someone decides badala kung'ang'ana na vitabu, siniende nifanye hii kazi nipate pesa. And you see, if you don't have such a structured way of looking at life, you can easily tell that this guy is in primary school and is working and earning money. But you look at it, he's not concentrating on the books, and when it comes to class, he's flopping. So you need to have a policy, you need to have a way of looking at life that inspires people, but that looks into the future, what will happen. Are the slogans we are building are helping us to build a future in the next? That's why Kibaki and Raila came up with Vision 2030. But you look at the parties, the current parties, and what they stand for is like people are coming up with survival programs, not a vision to move a nation from one level to the next level. You are just coming up with a survival program. Today and yesterday I was watching Sudi trying to dish out money for Christmas, yes, but hey, that image for me, it was not nice. People lining up, kila mtu pewa yake, and it's so interesting. This culture, we have had it and we've grown it, and we seem to have accepted it. In fact, there is a comparison. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa, by the way, ukienda kwa rally ya Biwot, yanapeananga 500. Regardless wewe ni mtoto ama mkubwa, panga laini 500. Huko kwetu tulikuwa tunajua mtu kama Waluke anapeananga 200, ukiwa mtoto ama mdogo, 200. Hata mimi nilionja hiyo 200. Sasa sikujua it will end up imulete issue ya 67 years, although he never served that. Yeah, in other words, people come up and share the money, but do you know the source? Until the issue comes up and you hear this guy had done this, and okay. So if we encourage that handout culture, we encourage people to dip their hands in public covers to have the money. Who would not want people to wamheshimu? You remember the guys who are here, like in Livondo, who could rain money with a helicopter. He goes to Gibera and he's up there and releases money upon the crowd. So, you know, you get fame with jamaa kwa na pesa. But at the end of the day, what are you communicating to the public? So these are issues that we need to interrogate. Yes, we can say, oh, Raila is stingy, he doesn't give money. Kibaki was the stingiest man. But let's interrogate. Between Kibaki, the stingy man, and Moi, the generous man who could stand on the roadside and patia Mama Mboga 20,000, who developed the country? Who developed a strong economy? So Kibaki understood that it is the handout culture doesn't build people. And that's why in Chinese, I think it's Chinese, there's this strong saying that don't give people fish, but teach them how to fish. Yeah, you give him a fishing line instead of fish itself. That it's an empowerment. I listened to James Mwangi, and he said that yes, I'm in equity and I have all the money I want, but sometimes my boys go without money at school. Not because the father cannot provide, but I'm teaching them to know that the money of the father is not their money. They need to learn how to look for money. I think that's a good thing. And are we now in our own campaigns, in our own parties, are we creating a culture of dependence, or are we transferring information that helps people to move towards a certain cause? I can tell you I've been close to Raila Odinga campaign, and a few people, even maybe you are told you need to attend an event somewhere and someone tells you kutakuwa na pesa. Are you getting what? But Raila believes in giving people opportunity, and the people even who have been developed to run the campaign of Raila is you are only exposed to knowledge, and use that knowledge. You realize that this is the cause I need to stand for. But there are people, when they want that opportunity, is like it's what is it in it for me? Of course, if we have a good leader, you already have something in for you. Your taxes will be taken care of. You will have job creation. You will have good roads, infrastructure. You'll have good education. He has talked about Obama, not Obamacare, Babacare, which resonates with Obamacare. He has talked about different things, and we need to look at that and interrogate deeper and deeper. Now, back to the political parties, the issue that will happen on Wednesday. We need to strengthen our institutions, because if political parties are well developed, there will be political hygiene. Today, people are moving from one party to another one. In fact, 2017 had gave an opportunity for Kenya to have a lot of independent candidates. But today, go in parliament and tell me who among the MPs is an independent MP. It is independent in courts, but the moment they enter the parliament, they were no longer independent. They aligned. You know, an independent person needs to, you can only align with the ideas and policies that if you find the government is doing the right thing, you support. If you find the government is doing wrong thing, you support the opposition. That becomes an independent person. But if you, when from the day you entered, you affiliated somewhere and you up to the end time you will come out. No, it's just independent in tag, but you are. So there are some independent candidates who are Jubilee. There are those who are aligned with maybe ODM, like that. That means we have not grown our democracy and understood that yes, you can disagree. That today I can disagree with the DP, but still when I find he's championing for something right, I say that is okay. I can disagree with Raila Odinga, but if that coalition party is going to build parties, I will say it's okay. That's where we need to go. Now, that is when we will start now divorcing personalities and building institutions. But sometimes we look at the way we are doing our parties, we are retrogressing. There are two things that politicians are using to hold us either at one place or bring us back. Tribe and those personal parties. You see, every time we near an election, and the 2022 is here now, you will see. All of a sudden, you will be awakened the way Mbemba has been awakened, and all of a sudden has realized there are 5 Kisis here. In 2020, you will be awakened and you start now looking how the blocks, voting blocks. But if we could go like, actually it is Azimio that is guiding us, and the other side is a Hustler Nation, whatever. And in Hustler Nation is not the law and the high, but there are a certain economic policies that they want to advocate for. Then that will be growth. In US, the opinion polls can be held this month and next month they change, because people are interrogating issues and they are aligning with the issues. But in Kenya, Demba decides 2017 he will vote for Ruto. Even Ruto doesn't know whether he will run or not. You decide 2017 you will vote for ODM. So even whether he has come up with a policy or not, a manifesto or not, when you work it. So if we grow and start interrogating issues and we enrich now the discussion, it will also grow even our channels like this, debates. You see, most of the time when we come here, a topic is put there. We may not have more time for the topic. We will have time for our candidates. We always, if Mike punching bag is Ruto, then I'll find a way of how I bring him in. Also, the other guy will find a way of bringing in Raila Odinga, because that is his punching bag. But if we grow, then the discussion, I can still discuss the whole day about issues with political parties without bringing in Raila Odinga, because my focus is political parties. How do we strengthen them? How do we empower them? How do we ensure that the funds are equitably distributed? How do we ensure that the representation, how do we eliminate this issue of nominating our girlfriends in the parliament? And when they come in, they are just puppets and marionettes. Sorry to say this, but there's the other day I was asking myself, when the issue of Babowina and this guy from Masai came up, anaitwa Olewat, the physically handicapped guy, anaitwa Ole something, I've forgotten the name. Yeah, the guy took his classes. But now, yeah, Ole Sangok, I was asking myself, Ole Sangok and Mwaura, these guys were elected, nominated on issue of dealing with the handicapped and the challenged guys. So they need the issues that they need to passionately stand in parliament is that. But one will be tempted to think that Ruto is handicapped, because that is what they sing every day. One will be tempted to think, yes, it's good to support the party, whatever, but also things should come out strongly. The same way women will always interpret everything in a women way, because that most of them, that is what they are representing. Let the issues you represent be passionate about that. These other issues, you can participate because you are a Kenyan, because you came on a particular party, yes. But the issues that you stand for should come out more strongly and passionately. That is what you need to be remembered for. For me, that I will know that everybody now have understood their role and they know the reason why they are in parliament. If I'm representing the youth, then the issues of youth need to be given prominence, regardless of whether I agree with Raila or I agree with Ruto. I should bring out the issues of, I didn't see this guy bring out issues of workers. Anaitwa nani? Huyu alikuwa Socio. I didn't see him bring out issues of workers passionately, though he was nominated to represent that. So our politics are still very far, and we need to work very hard to get to where we want to be. Thank you. We continue enjoying our season of Merry Christmas. Today we will have maybe an opportunity to look at our cultural orientation in a cultural day. Amen.
Thank you so much, Wekesa. Pen Nyagaka, I can see an interesting exchange. Pen Nyagaka, you want to be a governor in Kisii. That's very interesting. Now, we want to have some open discussion now. We'll start with this is how we are going to do it. This is how we are going to do it. Open discussion, and this is how we are going to do it. So Kasudi, you will relax. Huh? Now, the people on the comment, if you have any question to any one of the panelists here, kindly ask so that the panelists can. We have David or Eagles Park. He's here with us. He has changed the name to David. We have Joshua Mosoti. If you have any question, we have Kasudi. We have Sam. If you have any question that you want us to shoot, we have also Wekesa. To any specific member, you can ask the question, and then we will ask them to respond right away as we have an open discussion. But we want to start that with Sam. Sam has been listening for a while, and I'm sure he has something on his mind that he wants to say. So if you have any question to any specific member, we have Wekesa, we have Joshua Mosoti, we have David, and we have Kasudi and Sam. If you have any question that you want them to respond to, kindly put it on the comments. We will read it to them, and they will duly respond. Sam, nakupatia dakika zako mbili. I know you have some things that have been burning in your head. Kindly talk to us.
No, not so much, anyway, because well, gentlemen, the only thing that I may say is that let's have sober minds, whatever when we are trying to come up with the things that may help us in future, because our country will remain ours so long as we politicking or whatever we are doing, but we remain the same country. So I may not talk so much because most have been talking. I agree with them. Some may not agree together, but the fact remains that let us try to be ourselves. It is better to find a solution for any kind of problem that we have, and it's better to also, as election comes next year, we better elect sober minds, or sober people who are going to be our leaders come 22. And if anybody has a question, can I ask now?
Yeah, there's a question for you, Sam.
Yes, sir.
Briefly, can you tell us the difference between bottom up and trickle down? That is the question from the comments.
Okay. Let me try to elaborate, but anyway, let's start with a trickle down. To me, a trickle down is in a way of the money or whatever, where the water start from up, coming down in a different ways, according to
let's say, for example, we have been using now for the last 57 years or so a trickle down economy, where the money used to be in the central government, and then the president or the treasury has to divide the money to different districts. We used to call them district according to the way the treasurer or the president might have been seeing the way they wanted to go. But right now, we can say, as we have now what we call a devolution and what we call now the counties, this is what trickle down. The bottom up is in a way of trying to enhance the people who are not able to sustain themselves, maybe by the meaning of by the way of money, that maybe they want to do something, maybe a little bit of small businesses, so that they can try to help each other in order to not to be paid by the whatever the maybe what we call the banks. Maybe the way the banks, now, not even nowadays, as usual, you have to give it up something for surety for the whatever way whenever you want a small loan in banks. I don't know. Maybe the bottom up government, if they are going to form the government, may try to find a way.
Sam, do you know trickle down and bottom up, or you don't know? It's okay to pass.
Can we help Sam? Sam is like he's. We can help
Okay,
Sam.
David. Wait, Sam. Let's. David has some insight.
Okay.
I want to give it a socioeconomic point of view, but not a political one. Those guys who have done community development, I think they can understand this concept much more easy because it is well dealt under that branch. But for scientists, it may take time. Bottom up, we normally call it a participatory type of economic model, where, in society we have classes, and that one we may not, we can agree with that. We assume that the poor are more and the rich are fewer. Those who have worked their way to the rich, the rich level are normally fewer than the one trapped down here at the poverty line or below the poverty line. What we do in trickle-down economy is like, I give a very simple example. You pick an individual from maybe a community or a family, empower him such that he can empower others. But in the bottom up, actually trickle-down is passive. Normally we don't participate much. The majority don't participate. But in in bottom up, we are using this bigger gap, this bigger group of people to do anything possible to sustain their own lives. We empower this small person so that they can channel their way up. That's how it comes from bottom. Bottom means the poor here, maybe we can say they're less educated, they're less economically sound. We ensure that we give them tools to do and earn something for themselves rather than trusting them to fewer hands. That's what we do in economic in what we call development economics. In Kenya, this model has been used like we remember we have district focus sometimes back. Now we moved to devolution, where we have resources going to the counties. What they are trying to do is actually basically almost the same, We bring resources to the people that need them so that they can participate in their own lives rather than trusting the economy with the fewer hands that are rich. I know the UDAP group picked on this, but because they have been bombarded, it has looked to be a very funny model, but it exists. Those who have done development economics can tell if they are sincere. Like if you take families, Themba, you know, not all of us can go to school. There are people in our families, whether you have money to take them to school, they may not have anything anyway as far as academic is concerned. But how do they participate? Do you want the few doctors and the few rich guys to feed them, or do you want them to give them at whatever level of production? Kama huyu jamaa anaweza na biashara, he can make his life in that business. If that one can be a doctor, he can make his life in that level, such that everybody participates. At the end, all of us move up here in the economic ladder, in the economic steps. I think that is what these guys wanted to communicate. Although it seems to be a tall order, given that the culture we have in Kenya of handouts, I think it was distorted. Secondly, to finish with
David.
Yes, sir.
The simplest explanation of trickle down that you can never find is because the complicated one is allowing tax breaks to the corporations, big corporations, and then hoping that those corporations will keep making money, and then they'll benefit the
larger population.
The larger population. And you can say that, say David is the doctor in the family. Instead of having David to pay fare to work, you carry David free to work, hoping that the money that remains with David, he's going to use it in his family. Now that is, you know, instead of, you know, David has other members of his family who are probably not employed. So what you decide, instead of having David to pay the fare to work, you decide that, David, you're not going to be paying fare to work. Now the hope is that David now will use the money that he would have paid for with you know, the fare to work, to share with the family at home, with the other brothers. So of course that is one way of looking at it, enhancing those corporations. Now bottom up, on the other hand, is about the people down there, giving them an environment where they can creating industry so that they make their own money instead of waiting for David to give them the money, so that they can by themselves make their own money to move up, okay, to make themselves work. Now this is the challenge. The person down there needs David and the government to create that infrastructure, right? So that is the simplest way of defining the bottom up and trickle down. Now it was found that if I give David, I give him a free ride to work, David will not use that money to feed his family. David will instead go and invest that money elsewhere. So the people here, as much as I'm giving David this tax break and everything, David is not using that money down here. So the people there still continue getting poor. So what happened? The government came up with the district focus for rural development to increase, that was many years back, to increase the level of you know, the industries and industrialization in the districts. And then a few years later, of course, now of course the devolution came. Devolution, number one, was to increase the industries within the counties, and as they focus on the strengths of every county. So that instead of waiting for all of them, because you remember before, everybody was going to Nairobi to look for work. But with devolution, now we have devolved units. You have places where instead of all of us running to Nairobi to look for work, we develop our own places and those industries. So devolution has addressed, Kasudi, wait, devolution has addressed that particular challenge in terms of, okay, fine, do we have industries? And if people were keen and looked at what we have right now, we have special economic zones that have been set by the government. These special economic zones focus on industrialization in different zones. Like there, I think there's Konza economic zone, there's Western economic zone. There are different economic zones in different places. They focus on the industries and the raw materials and the things that can be done within those particular zones, and creating those micro enterprises, which expands. Like they say, if you have more people, you don't cut that cake smaller, you bake a bigger cake so that people can get. But if all of us look at this small cake, it eventually will not feed us, all of us. And that is the concept of now creating economic zones, creating industries. So that is the simplest way of looking at it. Now, what has happened, I want to give you an example of the concept of trying to develop people from down. There's a Grameen Bank in Bangladesh. If you read how it has worked, the person went and he gave some seed capital to some people, you know, and after some time, those people saved their money and whatever it is that they were getting from the little businesses they were doing, and they were able to even develop the bank that is now called the Grameen Bank, you know. And over time, of course, it has gone ahead. It has some challenges, especially one challenge that I picked. I think someone that was advising the UDA guys did not now pick the other challenge that it went through the Grameen Bank, especially in remittance of the loans that they were being given. So they were being given the loans, and some of them have had challenges in terms of remittance, as much as there's a success in it. So the question that you want to ask, where are these people going to get their seed money? But within this government, there exists Women Enterprise Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, and you have all those funds that are existing. But one challenge that has faced that also is when they take the loan, the kind of, you know, the way defaulters are many, you know. Some of them are not, because it's supposed to be a revolving fund. You use the money, you take it back to the fund, it goes to another youth. So there are so many defaulters. And some of the challenges that Youth Enterprise Fund has run into is because some of them were told that this is your money, you don't need to return it, you know. So now we have the other people coming up with bottom up, that they're not telling us which structure they're going to use, how they're going to be giving that money, and how that money, in case you default, assuming you're into a border, you have been given money, how are you going to pay? In case you don't pay, what happens? Because if you have 100 people with border in a place and they're carrying people, there are people who will not get business that day. So what will happen? So those are some of the challenges that is becoming hard for even those people who are talking about bottom up to explain it. But those are the two, in my understanding, the differences and what according to what I think I've tried to read about, because I've tried to read about them. And one, bottom up is actually not an economic theory. It's just a way of thought that they bring out. It's not an economic theory. Yeah. And those who have tried to explain to the deputy president have not been fair to him, because they have not given him the way to explain it to Mwananchi. And those people who have even gotten it have not been able to explain it. The other time I was listening to Anne Waiguru, she was fumbling on it. She was saying that it is working in Kirinyaga, something that she was not able to explain. And that is, I think, the thing that they are running into. So right now they have come up with something else, Ipangwingwi. Yes, Kasudi, what do you want to say?
Actually, I just wanted to say something because I'm leaving to work right now, and there is something I just wanted to put here to the members, so at least you can discuss it on a different platform, on a different forum. But here where we are, tulikuwa na National Day recently, maybe 2-3 days ago or a week, yeah, sort of. Then I saw our CS Matiang'i here. Then walikuwa wanaingia on a deal because 2022 this country is going to host a World Cup. And I saw our CS Matiang'i here. They are just entering a deal that they want to extend or to bring in the security agency, security apparatus or security forces, or wacha tuseme makarao, maaskari wa Kenya wakuje upande huu kufanya hiyo wakati wa hiyo process yote mpaka World Cup iishe. Sasa sisi tunajiuliza swali ya kwamba hapa vile hapa mahali tuko, even maaskari ya huko hawananga kazi gumu vile. Wale watu wana security agents, zile security as in Wells Fargo, KK and security hizi zote is international security firms. So kile kitu angetuambia, tuko na vijana wengi sana huko Kenya hawana kazi as per now. Why don't you wapeane hiyo opportunity, those security firms, to recruit those gentlemen and ladies, because wanataka watu wenye wanazungumza Kiingereza. Hao ndio tunaona hiyo ndio kitu inasukuma sana sasa, because vile umeongea kuhusu Bangladesh, Wabangali hapa wameanza kutumwa kwao nyumbani because they don't know how to speak English, they don't know Arabic, so inakuwa vigumu sana mahali pao pa kazi kucommunicate. So tukasema kama hiyo opportunity imekuja, mbona watu wenye wako huko nyumbani wasifanye hiyo mpango, at least those our brothers and sisters who are there and they are able to work to do such kind of a job, wapate hiyo opportunity at least, kuliko kuambia huyu ni askari ameandikwa ako kwa payroll na kuna mtu hana chochote na ako na hiyo uwezo wa kufanya hiyo kazi. Mbona wasiangalie hao watu wenye wako vile watu wanaweza letwa huku wengi wafanye hiyo kazi, kuliko kwenda kuchukua tena watu wenye wako already employed with the government and then mnataka kutuletea huku. Tunaona hiyo kitu inatusumbua sana. Alafu huyo mlikuwa mnaita Sango kama nani, alifanya kitu ambacho kimefanya watu wengi sana, wanadada wetu na sisi wenye tuko Gulf tukasirike sana na yeye. Yeye alitumwa kwenda Saudia kuangalia the states of how our people being treated there. As other countries vile wanafanya, wameweka sheria na watu wao wanakuwa very well catered for, wanaangaliwa vizuri na wanashughulikiwa vile ipasavyo. Lakini Kenyans, kulingana na vile process tu vile inatoka, vile unatoka huko ndio ufike kule huko, hakuna mali serikali inahusika ati inakuangalia ati inasema mtu wangu, kuna watu wetu wako mali fulani na hivi ndivyo wanafaa kuhudumiwa. Serikali neglect. Ukienda kwa embassies huwezi ukapata ile huduma unahitaji. Our own embassies, how many people are in the embassy na mtu unakalishwa embassy for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months before uhudumiwe. Na hizi countries zingine hata you don't need to go to embassy because kitambo utoke kwenu, kuna ile process government inauzika sana na kuna zile condition imepeana kwa hizi inji. The way if you are hiring laborers, people from our country, this is how you are going to pay them, This is how you are going to treat them. This is how you are going to, like if Filipinos, in this place, Filipinos are the most people who are being favored more. Si tunasema wao ndio lakini inji yao, their country imeweka policy. Ukitaka watu wetu, hii ndio utawalipa na haya mazingira ndio utawaweka ndani, na kama hauwezi ukamiti hizo, wachana na watu wetu, wakae kwa inji yetu. So I thought it's something that because inajua watafikiwa na ripoti tu, lakini kile wanataka kufanya, wafungue hiyo mlango, wapeane visa, au vijana wetu wenye wako huko Kenya na dada zetu wenye wako huko Kenya na wako na hiyo uwezo, wapeane hizo opportunity kwa hizo security firms, ziajiri watu, recruit watu, alafu baadhi watume wakuje wafanye hiyo kazi, na hiyo tutakuwa tunajenga uchumi ya nchi Sasa kwa hiyo kidogo, muda wangu pia umenipea kisogo, naomba niwaache na naenda kazini. So that's only the thing I just want to talk.
Asante sana. Yes, David. Wacha nione kama kuna swali hapa David unaweza jibu. Sioni swali lingine hapa. You can go on, David.
Yeah, me, I wanted to say that ni vile Wekesa ametoka, we have a general talk. We are not talking from a political point of view or divide. I think kazi ni kazi. I had it first when I went to Nairobi in 1993. That's the first time I went to Nairobi. And I interacted with the Kikuyus and they were saying, Werani Wera. So it's not a very new term, although Wekesa tries to say it is new. As an individual, as a person, I've always had problems with our friends and brothers in Kenya. We are so much choosy in terms of what we do. And at the end, we forget we're supposed to bring money on the table. We are more inclined to white-collar job than the blue-collar job. Themba, I'm one person who participated in the village from where I come by empowering people to change the mindset. Unajua, most of us, when we grew, we boarded in a vehicle to the hospital. So we saw the way the driver was driving. We liked it. We went and met a doctor and a nurse in the hospital. We were treated and met a teacher in class. Then we forgot that we are only having 3 jobs. If I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse, I'm not a teacher, then I'm not working. So we had to say, look here, man, we have other jobs which are well paying than the 3 or 4 jobs that we hold high. So we went to the village. We told the boys, you don't have to go to university. Let's go to technical institutions. And I want to say that sometimes it's good to give yourself credit. We pushed so many boys and girls to technical institutions. But after taking a long time educating them to accept these other jobs. Today I have a contingent of guys who did middle-level colleges courses like building construction, plumbing, survey, food and beverage, and they are in hotels. If I go to Kisii and part of many hotels there, I think I will be served a free meal by my former students. I encourage to join technical. I still want to appeal that politics aside, let's change our mindset. Let's not train our kids that you must be a doctor, you must be a lawyer. Okay, I'm not saying kuwa doctor ni vibaya, and I'm not saying aiming high ni vibaya, but not everybody of us. To be a doctor, you need some level of understanding things, and if you're not blessed with that, you can't condemn yourself. One problem facing Kenyans is because we are very choosy. When we come here, Themba, I think I'm speaking from this other side of the land. We are employed by people who only finished Form 4. Trust me, ask even akina college, they will tell you. Hawa jamaa wakishamaliza Form 4 bwana, wanaingia biashara na wanaunda pesa, then they are employing you with a PhD and they pay you $30 an hour. So you come from Kenya, because we have been having that mindset, lazima tufanye kazi ile ya heshima. We spend thousands of dollars to go back to school, spend like 10 years, then we acquire our PhDs here, only to go back and be paid $30, just like someone with a diploma. So at the end, does it make sense? Of course, you have a big name. Sisemi watu wasiende shule, but look at the economic aspect and the returns on investment. So it's high time our Kenyan people changes the narrative and the mindset. Chenye mikono yako inaweza fanya bana, fanya kwanza, then you can move from there. And that's why you say, even those people working in the Gulf, we need to see the government coming out and protecting them. Somebody mentioned it there. Those people have left Kenya, they are somewhere else taking care of maybe somebody's children and they are earning. Hiyo ni kazi, ichungwe. Serikali ingize mkono huko, because at the end you are sending money home. But you see, watu wanaogopa kusema eti sasa nafanya kazi ya maid. By the way, let me ask you, do you know what the nursing is all about? The nursing ni maid tu, anachunga wagonjwa. There's no difference taking a small child, care of a small child and a sick person. So I want to echo sentiments of one speaker who said the government must show respect to work and protect all levels of work. Youth Enterprise Fund, which you have mentioned, Themba, has been mismanaged, and it's because of this corruption mentality. Watu wanaboro pesa, wanapotea, wanasema hizo ni za bure, twende. It's a revolving fund. Let's respect those institutions. That's when we can minimize what we call the level of unemployment. Hii mambo ya kuabudu siasa, unajua siasa ni vile watu wanapasa pesa mingi and everybody wants to get into politics. Even when you have no leadership qualities, you have no integrity, you still want to get rich because everybody wants that affinity of riches. If everybody could have something to do, we can sit down and interrogate these politicians on policy, bring them on board. Presidents go to debates. Recently, we had an election here. Trump and Joe were put in the public and they were asked questions. And if you don't answer, you lose votes. Lakini sidhani kama hapo Kenya tunaweza uliza hata mbunge swali bwana. Watu wake watakuchapa kwanza hata before kujibu. That's how low we have sunk. But the reason being, we hold them high, assuming that once they get to office, they will help us. That's not the case. It's a give and take. If we come support you, maybe we see we have good policies that can protect us and our families and you also, not you alone. So that is what I can generally say from the previous contributors. Let us embrace kazi. Let us change the mindset. You know, tufanye kazi ile ambayo unaweza pata kufanya. And those who have done it here, Themba, you know, when you come to the United States, sometimes unatoka huko ukiwa wewe ni mkubwa, uko na kiti ya kuzunguka. When you reach your life becomes different altogether. Unaambiwa ndugu yangu, hapa kuna bills, kuna gari ya kuweka mafuta na kuna errands za kukimbia. We have trained ourselves to change the mindset until now you take time to settle in a job that you like. I wish our Kenyan colleagues could learn that. Just get in that factory, work hard, get something. If you can't do it long enough because of the body becoming fragile, get some money, do business, go away. But you have already gotten capital. But if you are seated down, mi niko na degree, siwezi fanya kazi hii, unabagua kazi, that is what brings unemployment, and that's what brings social disintegration, and then crime set in, problem set in, and then we now start driving on false hopes. That's what I can say.
That's very insightful, David. I think it's a discussion that need to come here, and we keep talking about it so that we can have as many people getting that message clear and heard, so that it's something that can be discussed in every corner and every part of the Kenyan society. The mindset, the change of mindset in terms of what is it that you can do and what is it that can come help you put food on your table. So I think that's a conversation you need to keep having, and we can always have it here so that we can not only just depend on politicians to solve our problems. You know, in Africa, Mosoti Amenda, in Africa, politicians, like in Kenya, a political position is such a big position. So people go there to enrich themselves. While in the other side, a political position is a public service position. You don't go there to enrich yourself. So I think that's the difference. And it has, because you can't explain to me how they spend so much money in a position that you're only going to be earning, say, the upper limit of 2.5 million per month, and you're spending like the much they spend, they don't get it. If they are to get it from their salary, they are not going to get it within the 5 years they're in office. So there has to be something else. That's why they are completely invested, as opposed to other places where people actually contribute to have you run for that office. Sam, are you there? Sam?
Yeah, sure, I'm there.
Can you give your closing remarks? Because you're already out of Facebook, we're only on YouTube, so we can give your closing remarks. Then David will give his closing remarks, and then we can close the session. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I can say is I wish everybody Merry Christmas. I wish we can, all of us as Kenyans, wherever we are, try to see, to weigh, and have a sober minds to elect people who we can, people who are able to lead us in a different direction, not as usual the way we have been doing it. I know politics in Kenya is a business. People have taken politics as the biggest employer, as the biggest thing in Kenya, that some can lose their life, or can lose their life because of that. But anyway, all in all, whatever somebody is doing, even if it's a small thing, as David said, I really encourage you. Do with one heart, knowing that whatever you're doing is you are able to sustain not only you, the family, and the rest who are dependent to you. So, Mr. Temba, David, all the best. I wish you nice Sunday, wherever you are. That's what I can say now, as for now.
Sam, are you still in Germany?
Yes, I'm still here, my friend.
What is the time in Germany now?
It's 2:30.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's nice. You're in Germany. I hope you have fun. You have fun in Germany. They say
I've been living here for the last 30 years, so it's part of home.
That's home. That's Gothenburg. I have a friend in Berlin.
Okay.
Yeah, you live in Berlin, or where do you live?
No, I live 400 kilometers away from Berlin.
From Berlin, okay. Yeah, friends live in Berlin. Okay. There was a question from Asilitu TV to me that was about the rule of law and the moral and the guidance of the society. You know, those people who have studied the way societies develop is that the law, the constitution, is a social contract. People come together and they agree that for us to continue remaining together, then we need the following document, the following rules, morals. Of course, we have written laws and unwritten laws, which are called norms. You know, so the written ones are the ones we call the constitution that bring us together. Now, there's a constitution which we have what has been written, the letter of the law, and then the spirit of the law. And of course, there's something you can't write, which is the individual conscience. So when you have your own conscience guiding you towards certain things and being humane, there are things that are expected. It might be there's someone that has written and said that the fact that it's legal does not necessarily mean that it's right. And something can be right, but does not necessarily mean that it's legal, you know? So there are things that can be legal, but the right is now about our subjective perception of the same. But legality is about the letter of the law, what it says. So some of the things require moral of the individual. So what's your moral reasoning in a situation? Now, moral reasoning, for those who have studied it under philosophy, realize it's sometimes very hard to enforce morality. So you're left to think about, okay, what is the ethical response towards it? So if you do not have that, there are things that you may not do as an individual. So we are expecting that if we don't just live by the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. What was the spirit of the Constitution at one point? Wycliffe Machora had asked if electing young people means that we are going to have good leaders, and does electing old people mean that we are going to have bad leaders? Someone said that even bad people get old. So, and even those people who are thieves and wachawi, they also get old. So it doesn't mean that because you are old you have wisdom, and it doesn't necessarily mean that because you are young you can be vibrant. It is about us looking for qualities, not the people. What is the quality that you're looking for? Then the person fits into that quality. Don't look for the person and then you start fitting the qualities into that person. Look for leadership. Our constitution, again, which is a social contract, stipulates at what age someone should be. It also stipulates the chapter on integrity, what you need to look for. And also it stipulates on what are the things that can make you not lose confidence in a particular leader. But over and above that, as a society, we need to be a good people. We need to start work, of course, from the rest of us individually. What are some of the things that stand out for you as a citizen? Because that is what you're going to use to choose the leader that you want. So we need to interrogate ourselves. In fact, even dealing with corruption, part of the work of the ESCC is to enhance awareness on this population, so that you know that if you see this happening, then you need to show a behavior that is going to discourage it. So when we start clapping and loving those people who steal from us, we are not discouraging the proceeds or even the act of corruption. But if we are able to stay away and they see that we are giving them, we are trying to give sanctions to such behaviors, then that is going to help in trying to discourage people from enacting that, engaging in that practice. So that way, it's going to help our society at large. As slowly by slowly, we will get to a society where we have minimized occurrences of issues of corruption, where people want to rely more on what they work to earn, other than how they use or misuse positions that they are given. And public service offices will be public service; they will not be individual, gratification offices. I think that responds to some of the questions that we had here. I'll allow David to give his closing remarks, and then maybe we start. We wind down. So, David.
Thank you, Themba, for that elaborate and incisive answer. I want to give 3 points as my closing points. One, I know Kenyans are hardworking people. Recently, I read an article here that indicated that Kenyans are the second hardworking immigrants in the United States. So we are very proud of that. Where we lay our hands, we make sure we reap the benefits. And that translates to our friends and brothers in Kenya. What they want is genuine leadership. And I want to call upon leaders. If you feel you want to be a leader, just be genuine and out of good heart. Help these hard-working Kenyans realize their dreams while they are alive. I also want to appeal to Kenyans that we are going to vote in the next few months. In as much as we agree that voter bribery has robbed us of good leaders and denied us the chance to elect good leaders, let us try to divorce this aspect of I must vote you if you have given me something, or I must vote somebody who has bribed me. Let's rise above that. Let us look at the leader we are voting in. This leader means a lot to your life and your family for 5 years. And I also want to say lastly that fight for yourself, Kenyans. Fight for yourselves. You know, we are fighting for leaders, yes, but at the end of the day, wakimega mkate, sisi tutakuwa tunaongojea nje. Utaambiwa bado mkubwa kona wageni. I know these politicians want us now. We want to see those politicians signing bank statements, giving guys to even fly abroad to go and study because their banks are good. Their bank accounts are good. We want to see leaders who can fight for their people. I have a lot of and tremendous respect for one Oro Jode. May God rest his soul in peace. Where can we get such leaders who fight for their people? You know, someone who can move into a college and say, I need 100 admission letters, goes to the village and mobilize funds and take the youths there and say, this is my project. People are determined to change the lives of others. Those are the kind of leaders we are looking at. Opportunities are out here, but unless our leadership and the government protects those interests, we will keep piling ourselves in our country and there's nothing we are eating and fighting against each other for those leaders. Na wakishapata bwana sisi tunakuwa wageni. So even as we have these discussions, I will call upon the conveners to move a step higher. Besides mobilizing votes for our candidates, let's have our candidates giving their input of what they want to do so that we can hold them accountable when they don't do it. Because it's all about my life, it's all about your life too. Why do you want me to fight for you when you are hiding? I think that's what I can say for tonight, Themba.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, David. And I know, Joshua, you dropped out by mistake. I'm trying to see if I can share the link, but I'm not able to, so unfortunately. I was trying to see if I can share it. You wanted to give your final closing words, but I think I'm not... I would have shared it with you, but hakuna noma. We know you mean well. Utakuja kesho tuweze kutoa your closing remarks as you give your opening remarks. Thank you so much, Sam and David. Pen Nyagaka, asante. David voted for me, Kisii Governor. Unataka vote ya David, Kisii Governor 2022. And ndio hiyo hapo link, my friend Joshua Mosoti, link ndiyo imekuwa shared, so ukitaka kuingia unaweza ingia. Kuna David, kuna mtu hapa anasema utamvote kama Kisii Governor 2022. Sijui kama utaweza kumvote. Anasema anatoka Kisii, lakini Kisii Governor already sisi tunatambua Simba Arati. So
let me not answer that because of interest.
Tunatambua Simba Arati. Sasa wewe kama utapigana na Simba Arati sawa. Lakini I mean I don't vote in Kisii, so I don't know whom they are going to choose. That's up to the people of Kisii. Right now, since devolution, you allow people to get the leader they want. I would like you to go for the leader that is going to help you. Do not look at so much. You can be stuck up on parties. And when you're stuck up on parties, sometimes you can not get the right leaders. So check out the leaders that you want. Check out the leadership that you want to bring on board. Check out Penyagaka ndio huyo leo amekuja kwa Penyagaka. Mbona unakuwa na matusi hivi sana bwana?
Hakuna matusi. Huyo Sam na David wanatufanya niliingia hapo ndani. Niko matusi mingi ya bure.
Haya, ongea na David. David ndio huyo hapa. Na mbona unavaa mask na uko peke yako kwa room?
Ndio nashindwa.
Bottom up. The economy like early 1980s. It's by John Peter Keynes.
Mbona unavaa mask? Why are you putting on a mask na uko peke yako kwa room?
Hapa ni by America bwana.
Tunauliza mbona unavaa mask and you are alone in the room?
Okay, nimetoa basi.
Wacha David akuone, hii ni vote. Ongelesha vote.
Okay, mimi nasema David, nataka kukimbia huko Kisii na UDA, lakini unajua huko Kisii iko ODM nyingi. Na tujali kama tukishindwa tushinde on principle. On principle only. Sio kufollow everybody. Ni kwamba ile unataka ndio unaambia watu. Hakuna wizi and the people will be okay. Bottom up economics, that's what I call it in there for today, please.
No, go on. You have your time. You have your 2 minutes to talk to your people.
That's what I was trying to explain to you. Even the people that the Alice Wahome, I don't think they understand it very well, because this is a theory that was started by John Maynard Keynes, the father of the World Bank and the IMF. All the Western countries practice bottom up. Even here in America, Biden just gave the poor money, but Trump was giving the rich, which is trickle down. Trump is giving the poor the money so that they can, even David, they are here in America, they have got the check from the government. That's bottom up. So you have to understand the two differences. Is bottom up or trickle down? Which one you like? Upatie matajiri, all these rich people, and then the money can't get to the poor, or give the poor, who are really going to spend the money on the rich anyway. When you go to any store, when you go to buy a car, when you buy anything, the money will end up going to the poor. I mean, to the rich. So why are you giving them the money, and then you wanted the money to go to the poor who don't have anything right now? The welfare, our friend, which we were Ogingo Dinga is talking about, is welfare. Nobody like that. In the Western world, nobody like welfare. Kupata pesa kwa bure.
But I check Pen Benyagaka is welfare, man.
Huh?
That check that is being given, that's welfare.
Yeah. I mean, no. The job is giving to help the people for a minute because of this disease.
That's welfare. That's welfare, right?
You can call it welfare, but it's timed. It's only one check. But your man is saying
the same thing that they're gonna be giving to the poor people. The 6K is not gonna be like for a lifetime. It's for the time that you're not having no job.
But my friend, the only difference is both groups have to talk about it and accept on something. Both the Republicans and the Democrats. But in Kenya, you are only the ODM people are proposing this, and that's it. No discussion. Well, we don't get along with that.
Yeah, nobody said there's gonna be no discussion. The government that's gonna be coming on the day, they're gonna allow the discussion.
Mr. Temba, can I ask you one question if you allow me?
Yeah, sure, David. This is you're gonna vote for him.
Nyagaka, you want my vote?
Yes.
Other than Raila Amolo Odinga aside and Ruto aside,
I think
what with other than Raila Odinga and Ruto, put them aside, forget about them. You as Nyagaka, what do you have for me as a voter in Kisii County?
Oh, okay, David, that's a very good question. We can reason from there. What I want is an open government and corruption free. Whatever method people like David come along, anybody, it's going to be ODM people and everybody else. Whatever method we can kill the corruption, especially in Kisii County, the money is there. We are very, very rich, but we cannot use it. The money on corruption is like you open a hole and you drop the money inside. So mine is only to have a clean government to help the people, and I have to talk to everybody else. The ideas are not only mine. They are Sam, anybody that can listen like that. That's okay with me. I have no problem. But I'm not saying that I have the facts, I have everything. No. It's everybody getting together, and if we agree that that's what we're gonna do, maybe to clean Kissy Town, maybe to bring fertilizer company in town, so many things we can do.
One last question, Theba, if you can allow me.
Okay.
Now, to reach a point where you want to be governor, it means you are going for the highest seat of the county. Could you please, maybe in one or two statements, tell us what have you done so far to indicate that you can be able to discharge that duty as governor? Have you done anything at your level currently showing that leadership is in you and you are the right person to go for?
I've raised very good kids here in America, 6 kids, 2 of them are in Germany. I've contributed here and there back home where I come from. But in essence, what you're asking is a very good question. And I've not done everything in mass, like big. For example, I'm in the process of building one of my schools with one of the professors in Nairobi University. Not necessarily for elections, but like I said, nikiuza zera zangu na isikatariwe, I would not kill myself. I would go to France and eat some filet mignon. It's not a life and death issue. But to answer your question, I have not done as much as anything that I can brag about. But everybody that knows me, they know that I'm principled. 99% of my friends are in ODM, and they're my friends. But I'm of the idea that you have to be a leader, not a follower. For example, David, let me give you an example. In 2003, Obama, I'm not comparing myself to Obama, don't get me wrong. Obama wrote an article about going to war in Iraq, and he refused. He was only getting 3%. But guess what? 2007, when we were supporting him and we voted for him, he was #1 because he reasoned out that it's not necessary that you follow the people to where they are going. That's the majority. But to be a leader, you have to stand up for what is right, not what's wrong.
So, Nyaga, can I ask a question?
That's right.
First, I'm happy to know that we come from, the same region. But let me ask you this question. What makes you support a person who has never, ever supported the fight for corruption? And you are talking that you need a corruption-free Kenya. How did you find yourself in UDA?
Okay, that's a very good question. No. Number one, for the bottom-up economics to work, corruption has to be zero. I can repeat that a million times. Corruption has to be zero. But, my friend, I don't know how old you are, but I can remember in 2012 when Raila went to Moi's church, went to beg Ruto to join him, and he refused to completely. 2012, the records are right there. But as soon as Ruto refused completely, then he branded him a thief. Who is not a thief in Kenya? Who is not? Answer me that question. Who is not a thief in Kenya? Okay. Corruption started back when even Kenyatta has learned from Mombasa to Rift Valley to everywhere. All thieves. But to say that Ruto is the only thief, and that's why you don't like him, it's a farce. It's a joke. It's a lie.
If I call you a thief, will you say, is it true or wrong?
If you call me a thief, you have to prove it. You just can't call me a thief. You just have to
prove that somebody is corrupt, so that means that person is corrupt, right?
No. As a common sense, as common as growing up in the 80s and 60s, I mean, seeing what the country is knowing that these people are corrupt. Even the other day, about 2010, 2011, Raila was on the phone with some MPs in Nakuru. One of them was a Kisi MP, telling him who had 3 million, who took 4 million. Did Raila raise hell? No. What is that? Is it not corruption?
You have a wrong script. You have a very wrong script.
I think?
Mr. Nyagaka. Wait, Mr. Nyagaka.
Yeah.
I want to set a session for
for you, Joshua Musoti and David, so that they can ask you a question, probably for about even 1 or 2 hours. Which days can you be available?
Oh, Tuesday. Just let me know when. Tuesday.
Or you
What
can
time?
be available.
Tuesday. Late at night here in America because well, a mom that is very sick and I'm taking care of her, but I will be available whatever time they want to be available. I can talk. I can talk.
Okay, so we can set. I don't know. I mean, David and Joshua, because those are your voters, so you'll be talking to your voters.
Oh, that's
and,
good.
They'll be putting you on the spot.
Yeah,
David, what time can you be available, and Joshua?
Tuesday, I'm free at a time like this.
10
Tuesday,
from 10 p.m. for me. From 10 p.m. is okay for me.
10
Tuesday,
p.m.
Even before at time like this, I'll be free.
Tuesday I can be available.
Joshua, 10 p.m.
Yes.
Kenyan time.
Yes, yes.
David, 10 p.m. Kenyan time. I think he's taking care of stuff. Nyagaka, 10 p.m. Kenyan time.
Yes, no problem.
I want you to come that day getting ready so that you'll be on camera. We don't want you hidden that day. We want to see you.
No problem. I can be on camera. When you want to be something, you gotta be seen. That's what is going on right nowadays.
So I can now give my submission, my closing remarks.
Let me finish with Nyagaka, then I give you time to Nyagaka. You come on that day on Tuesday. You'll be on camera. These are your voters. David here is your voter. Joshua here is your voter, and we will want you to come and answer questions. And if you want to be a governor, just a free advice. You don't come blaming other people. You come selling your agenda. Don't come saying that even so and so, even so and so. Come selling your agenda.
No, you asked me to say even so and so, but my agenda is right there. There's no problem. Like I told David, all we have to do, especially in Kisi, is to kill corruption as it is, and that's it. And a lot of people will have a lot of money. I mean, will make it in life. But whatever questions they have, I will be able to try to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. Can you give your closing remarks?
Even try to bring my buddy on why.
No, you can. If you have another governor from Kisi that you guys are vying together, you can bring them on so that we listen to both of you.
Yeah, no. Why is my personal friend? I'll check and see what this schedule is all about.
Yeah, talk to Ongwai. Ongwai also wants to be Kisi governor.
No, he's already a governor. He has to be a senator or something.
Oh, he wants to be a senator?
Maybe. I don't know what he wants.
He's pushing for you. He's pushing for you.
Is what?
Is he pushing for you?
He has to. He has no option.
All right, thank you, Ben.
I'm telling him to his face.
Ben, when in the comment section, be nice. Do not insult us, as we are very peace-loving people.
No, I like you, man. I like you. I mean, that I could go back to Sadaka, but the ideas that you put forward as the one I reacted to, but I really don't mean to offend anybody, and if I did, I'm really sorry. I would ask for that. If you don't ask for forgiveness, you're not a real man.
No,
don't think that I talk is right, but I do make mistakes like any human being.
No, so we forgive you. I mean, here we don't hate. We say gather all, scatter none. That's our policy. Gather all, scatter none.
Yeah. No. That's good. That's good. I respect that about you guys. I mean, I understand that you're an ODM. I have no problem because all my friends are an ODM. 2 days ago, I was in a function and they were talking like you guys. And then one guy who knows me say, man, you can't say all that. Our friend don't like that. So they had me to defend the UDA. And I did. But 90%, as I can see, the ODM. And I have no problem with that. You unauza sera zako, you unasema.
Nikuza sera zako na hizi ni votes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, Joshua, give your closing remarks.
Wow, thank you so much, and I hope I'm going to be the one to close from the other, section of panelists. I'm so grateful that you've worked hard to have me back. It has been an exciting, very exciting and a very intriguing discussion that we've had. I've learned a lot from every person who has spoken. There is something I learned from a book I love the most, Cash Flow Quadrant. And I love this book from Robert Kiyosaki. And he said that we have 90% of the people in the world, population, let me use population, who control about 10% of wealth. But then we have 10% of population in the world that controls 90% of the money, or they have the economic mass on 90% in the world. Then it comes to a question: how do you empower a person who is down there without government structures? It is hard. It is very, very hard. So I feel devolution has given us the structures to empower every person on the ground. We should find a way that now we can strengthen this devolution to make it work even better. So when we have a sitting deputy president not attending a devolution meeting, that means he understands and he has no clue and he will never support devolution. So that means he has to come with his own, let me say, he has to come with his own constitution, right? Such that we can have it in a law. There is something called bottom up that is coming to replace what we have, or which is going to strengthen what we have. We need to have it in structures. Number two thing I'll say is this: this money I've had, what is this? A pen. You are saying that money has, from Obama down. I've heard about Trump down. That means what? It is trickle down. There's nothing like bottom up. There's nothing like bottom up, and I don't think anything like that is going to work in Kenya. We need to have money go down to the grassroots from bottom to serve the people down there. Structures have to be built by the government for the people. But of course, I know the government can never exist without taxes. We talked about the mindset, kazi ni kazi. I don't agree with anything like that. That hustler nation thing, it should be killed once and for all, right? We need to empower people to an extent that they can release their mindset, that they can have more than what they have. They can do anything, they can work anywhere, they can be fit in the structures. I'm serious when I talk about this. Get something that is dignified enough. Don't take anything the world gives you, but demand what you feel is right for you. That's what we need to, you need to empower people to that. So we need to have our people be liberated mind-wise, right? Mindset-wise. They need to be liberated. So taking us to the wheelbarrow, kazi ni kazi, hustler nation, that should be a thing of the past. And then let me talk about, you've heard about the American dream. You've heard about the Kenyan dream. Raila speaks about the Kenyan dream, what our forefathers had in mind. And then here you have somebody who has never talked about the dreams of this country, right? So I feel we should submit the leadership with the people with integrity, people who have the Kenyan dream at heart. It will take us another maybe 60 years to have another Raila. That is so true. Doesn't matter what the UDA, whatever the hustler people are thinking about. We need to have, it will take us 60 years to have another Raila. We need to leverage on the experience this guy has. He has served all these governments. He has seen the flaws that this government have been having. He has been fighting them. Others are reading the constitution. We need to give him a chance. 5 years to give us his power shot, because I believe he has something inside him that he wants to live for this country. All right. All right. So let me talk about who is going to make the difference. It's me. It's me and you. Right? So Nyagaka, I want you to, if you want a free, a Kenya that is so free, right? Corruption free, get the people who know how to fight corruption and can fight it, right? So not because somebody else has done it, so this one has done it, so I can take all the evils, right? Sometimes we say, you tackle the lesser evil. You don't go for the devil that deals with you. You go to the lesser evil. Now, let me talk about the last thing that I was talking about is useful contributions. This is so true. This is so true, and I don't expect anybody to say no to it. All the tribes in Kenya, they work so hard to ensure that this government runs, and they have a right to be served, right? Every person pays tax, and they have right to be served. In the BBI, we had something to do with rotational presidency. God knows, I'm not judging anybody, but I think we should give other tribes a chance as we expand the executive for them to come and feel, inside the government. That should be there. So for us, we need to build our stories. History will remember us. Raila, history will always remember this guy, all right? He has been fighting good causes. It is recorded everywhere in the history right now. We need people to build their own stories, such that when people talk about history, they feel comfortable, right? What we're doing here today, Tempa, one of these fine days, you might come home and say, I want to be the president of Kenya, right? And then you are given a chance. Why? We know your history. We know what you've been defending, all right? So that's the country we need. David, when you come home, you talk to your people, they know exactly what your values are. You've not been involved in much of these scandalous things before. And if you have done, you can say, I'm sorry, but I'm clean. Now take me in. That is what we need to hear. We love this country called Kenya. We need to live a simple life. We need simplicity. The bottom-up complications should not be there. And we love this country. We need to have a country that all of us feel like Kenya. I don't want to see what I saw in 2007, 2013. I don't want to see what I saw in 2017, a presidential candidate, being tear gassed like I don't want to see that. We need peace. I love this country, and I hope someday we'll meet here, the same platform, and say, we know we have come from far, and we'll be celebrating each and every one of us, and every Kenyan will be celebrating at that time. I know in the United States, you've come along, for those people out there, you've come a long way. Where you are today, sometimes we envy you, but guess what? You still have challenges. In Kenya, we also have challenges. I believe that someday it will cost us 60 years to have another Raila. Let us revelate on this guy. He's an office, by the way. He's a space that we cannot not afford another time. So I wish you the very best. I'm so grateful to be part of the meeting today. And I hope we've been so good to each other. And thanks so much for the platform. I hope someday, we either regret or we'll just say thank you to God that we had Raila Odinga. So let us vote, and let us vote wisely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joshua Mosoti, and thank you for coming back on. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate your company for the time that you have been with us. And as we always say, this forum, we come here to learn. Iron sharpens iron. We come here to sharpen each other. Yes, Ben Nyagaka, there's something you want to say?
He mentioned my name, so I'm going to tell him that let the best man win. We have to build the institutions, and as far as we're concerned right now, Jumkat is doing a very good job. If Raila wins, so be it. If Ruto wins, so be it. Those are the two horses that are running. Let us calm down our hearts and know that this is only about the elections. It's not about me attacking your family or attacking you personally or anything like that. But to some of us, the feeling of that gentleman is very strong and clear. To some of us, we feel like we would move to Alaska before we come to Kenya if Raila is the president. But he playing that Raila should be the president. So in between there is a right. But I really do not want to prove who is wrong and who is right. But let's move forward together, knowing that Kenya is ours and we love Kenya. When I personally, let me say one word. When I personally finished school, I never went to Kissy. I went to Roland, and my mom had to come get me like 3 weeks. And it's a long process. But everybody loves everybody in Kenya. So let us not make elections look like it's a fight. This is not a fight. Here in America, David can tell you, you finish elections today, tomorrow or that night, you know who is winning, and that's it. Has elections been stolen here? Yes, all the time. They just did it in Georgia. They just did it in Florida. But it's not about life and death. When you go there, then we are wrong. And finally, the really only issue that I have with the gentleman, with ODM, is Kwanza ni Matuzi. That's if they disagree with you, like I disagree with Lairo Diga, that's the first thing they come. When Mushenzi, others was kuambia vitu vingine wananiita kwa kisi. It's insulting. But I am the one who brought myself to your forum. So I have to give you my idea that elections, personally, I've watched elections for years in America. And I can tell you, you choose the examples you give about America, you choose a halfway. America is 2 large parties, but 99% of the gentlemen there say that Ruto, he wants a dictatorship. So how is America not a dictatorship? There's only 2 parties. There are so many other parties, but they don't amount to anything. If anything, they finish one party, wherever they are leaning to. That's a long history. But what the Ruto is doing, some of us are there, as David asked me the question, is because of something like that. Because if you have 2 large parties, it's 2 ideas. At the end of the day, it's what the people of Kenya buys. Like they bought Obama, Trump, Biden now, and all that other stuff. So please, I don't want to offend anybody, but it is scary to know that Raila will be a president. Just as much as it's scary for you to know that Ruto is going to be president. But let's come down and improve our family, feed each other, and do what we have to do. Don't we have the normal. Kutusi is your Mzuri. Kutusi is like you are bankrupt. You don't have anything to say. It's the height of stupidity, Kutusi. Hakuna huwezi kuniambia one word to the other. Asante ndugu yangu. Thank you.
Karibu sana. Remember the words of Matiangi as you go. He said, mtu akienda hoteli anakula, akimaliza kukula anarudi nyumbani, analala kwao.
Yeah, Ben Nyagaga.
Matiangi is a kind of tea.
Ben.
Yes.
You said that in the US there are 2 major parties, but you have not said that there are also other smaller parties. Secondly,
yes, there are hundreds of
Wait.
Okay.
You've also said that there are 2 major parties, but you have not said how long it took them to have those 2 major parties.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not achievable within one electoral cycle to have 2 major parties. It is a process. So we would want to see major parties, but major parties are not forced that let's have major parties. It is the people themselves who, as the parties are selling themselves after several cycles of voting, there are 2 parties that emerge. They emerge that people are voting for these specific parties all the time. And then you can have a party participating in the first election, second election, third election. They outlive their creators. Now, then we can say now this party has actually emerged as the major party. So Democratic Party and Republican Party emerged over time. The people who came up with them are already long gone. So that the process.
Let me give you a quick answer. What you said, I agree with you 100%. Guess what? It's the stupidity that they're doing in Parliament today that is going to crock the system. What you have said is it took like 100 years before they can Green Party, whatever party they want. They used to have very funny names. I can look them up for you. But at the end of the day, they should leave the Constitution the way it is. If you agree to respect the Constitution of today, then I have no problem. Because they are not accepting the Constitution. They want to change. BBI, what was BBI? The same manipulation. But what you explain,
you're shifting the argument.
Let the people
listen, and then the last thing, Jagaka, you said that people have been insulting you, but you've also been insulting people back on the forum. I've been seeing you posting. You don't do with a wrong.
No, everything I resulted was saying that right as a joke. That's what I am guilty of. Other than that,
withdraw the one you said about Matiang. Withdraw immediately.
No problem.
I can say this, yeah. You are coming here to really claim that you have been insulted, but for me, if you can check,
I say that people say that I insult them.
Wait,
and I say,
wait. I was taught and trained that when I'm talking to someone and someone comes to start insulting, they are not necessarily responding to my statement. There's a place where they are coming from, and that is where they're now trying to find a way of, they are just finding venting and ventilating through me. Now, if I respond to that person, I have allowed myself to get into their business, which is not right. So normally you'll hear, even if you call me what name on the forum, even if you say what, you'll not see me insulting you back, because I'm number one, I'm not sent here by Raila. I've never met any of those politicians. I'm here to discuss policies. I've no reason to insult David. I've not, even if you call Raila what, I will not even tell you anything. I'm just a dead end. We have never met. We have never, we meet virtually here. So you don't know me. So why should we insult each other? So if we could have that, because however much you insult someone here, you're still going back to your wherever place you sleep, wherever place you eat, you are still the one paying your own bills. So why should we insult each other? So when you come here, Ben, and then you say people are insulting you, and you in the forum, you've been even every time you don't even lose an opportunity to insult back, and that is someone who wants to become a governor. Sure,
something you're repeating yourself. I understood those, and I apologize for it. So why you keep reminding me of that? So you want me to continue doing it? You encourage me.
You want to say something, Nyagaka?
I want to say one word. It's like Kenya today, even people are not getting the votes because the government is so confused. The people who won are not the people who are running it. Now, police are killing each other. That stress level that is very high. So we should not even continue to go that way. But like I said earlier, I know where I've said something wrong, like Matiangi and his group and the Raila Odinga, all this, I've insulted them on the forum. For that, I am wrong. Because when you insult, I agree with you 100%. When you insult, it's like you're using that energy for something else that you should be doing positive, not negative. That I agree with you. I have no problem. And that's why I said I apologize, because that's the only thing I can do, and it's a very high standard to apologize.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate. Thank you, Nyape Nyagaka. Thank you, Joshua Mosoti. Thank you, David. Thank you, Sam, and everybody else who's watching.
Much respect to Sam.
Yeah, and Sam. To Sam, I know Sam is sleeping there. He's just listening slowly. David and all. Remember, David, Joshua, and Pen, we are going to set up a forum so that you guys can engage. Daudi, Amewambia, God bless you. Themba, Sam, David, Joshua, Pen, and all the messages. Have a good day. Thank you. God bless you. Ametuambia hivyo. And Pen Nyagaka, congratulations. Kuna mtu amekwambia umefanya vizuri sana kuja. And thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we may want to continue, but we have to stop. We meet again later in the day for another debate period. God bless you. See you. Remember to subscribe. Remember to like. Remember to share. And I also request you to go to my channel, Themba Ondiege TV on YouTube. Kindly go there and subscribe to my channel and at least get me to 1,000. I need 1,000. We are somewhere around 400. Get me to 1,000. Thank you.
Themba
See you
TV.
later. Yeah, Themba Ondiege TV. See you later in the day. Bye-bye.
Good night, guys.
Wish you the very best, guys.